I watch the roulette wheel spin through the security camera feed, the ivory ball clicking against polished wood like a metronome counting down to something I can't name yet. It's 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday in March, and the Bellagio's main floor is packed with the usual mix of tourists, high rollers, and pharmaceutical executives attending some biotech conference in the convention center. I've been doing casino security for 17 years, the last 8 here on the Strip, and I've learned to read the room through these monitors like a poker player reads tells. Something feels wrong today. Not wrong like a card counter working the blackjack tables, or wrong like a drunk getting aggressive at the craps table. Wrong like the air pressure changing before a thunderstorm. My radio crackles. "Rocco, we've got a situation in the convention center, medical emergency." It's Marcus Chen, head of security, his voice tight in a way I've never heard before. Marcus is 15 years older than me. Former Marine, built like a fire hydrant, and nothing rattles him. "How many units you want me to send?" I ask, already pulling up the convention center cameras. "All of them," Marcus says, "and call an ambulance. Make it 3 ambulances." I lean forward in my chair, fingers moving across the keyboard to cycle through camera angles. The pharmaceutical conference is in the Monet Ballroom, a massive space that can hold 800 people. What I see on the screen makes my stomach drop. People are running, not walking quickly toward exits like during a fire alarm, but sprinting, shoving, trampling. In the center of the ballroom, near a presentation stage, there's a cluster of people on the ground. No, not on the ground. On top of each other, moving wrong. "Marcus, what am I looking at?" I key the radio again, but he doesn't respond. I'm already moving, leaving the security office, taking the service corridor that runs behind the casino floor. I can hear screaming now. Not through speakers, but through walls, through air ducts, vibrating up from the floor below. The service corridor is empty except for a cocktail waitress pressed against the wall, staring at nothing. Her tray dropped at her feet and glass scattered across the industrial carpet. "You okay?" I ask. But she doesn't answer, doesn't even look at me. I keep moving. The emergency stairwell takes me down 2 levels to the convention center access hallway. The screaming is louder now, punctuated by sounds I don't have names for. Wet sounds, tearing sounds. The service door to the Monet Ballroom has a small rectangular window at head height. I look through it and my brain refuses to process what I'm seeing for a solid 3 seconds. There are maybe 200 people still in the ballroom, and at least 50 of them are attacking the others. Not fighting, not brawling. Attacking like animals, like something that used to be human but forgot the script. A man in a suit has his teeth buried in a woman's neck, and she's not screaming anymore, just twitching, her conference badge swinging from her lanyard. Another one, a young guy with a biotech company logo on his polo shirt, is on all fours eating something that might have been a person. The ones who aren't attacking are running, and the ones who aren't running are already on the ground. I see Marcus across the ballroom, his service pistol drawn, backing toward the main entrance with a group of maybe 20 survivors clustered behind him. He sees me through the service door window and shakes his head sharply. "Don't come in. Get out." I'm already pulling out my phone to call 911 when the lights go out, not just in the ballroom, everywhere. The emergency lights kick in after 2 seconds that feel like an hour, bathing everything in red. My phone has no signal. I try the radio. Static. The ballroom door starts to shake in its frame. Something is hitting it from the inside. Multiple somethings, hands slapping glass, bodies throwing themselves against metal. I run. Back up the stairwell, back toward the main casino floor, my mind trying to organize information that doesn't organize. People sick, people attacking, lights out, communications down. I burst through the door onto the casino floor and stop dead. The casino is chaos. Slot machines are still ringing and chiming, Cards are still scattered on felt tables, but there are no dealers, no players. There are runners and hunters. A woman in a cocktail dress is on top of a craps table, kicking at the hands, reaching for her ankles. A security guard I know, Tommy from the night shift, is on his back near the high-limit baccarat room. 3 people on top of him, and I can see that he's already gone, already one of them, because his eyes are wrong. Filmed over like a fish 3 days dead. I smell smoke. Something's burning in the poker room. The main entrance is blocked by a mass of people trying to get out, crushing each other against glass doors that won't open because the power is out and their electronic locks. I hear gunshots from somewhere, automatic weapons, and my first thought is LVPD. My second thought is National Guard. My third thought is we're already fucked if they're bringing in the military. I see Gina, my daughter, 21 years old, cocktail waitress at Caesars. What the hell is she doing here? She's behind the main bar, pressed down behind the speed rail with her hands over her head. I vault over a blackjack table, dodge around a pack of them tearing into a fallen dealer, slide across the polished floor and roll behind the bar. Gina, baby, what are you doing here? She looks up at me and her eyes are huge and young and terrified. I came to bring you lunch, she says, and I see the paper bag from our favorite pho place on the floor, soup leaking across tile. Dad, what's happening? I don't have an answer. I look over the bar, scanning the casino floor, counting exits, counting threats. There are maybe 40 of them that I can see, moving wrong, joints bending at angles that shouldn't work, some of them trailing intestines or missing chunks of themselves but still moving, still hunting. The ones they catch don't get back up, or they get back up changed. We need to get upstairs, I say. The casino floor is lost. The main entrance is blocked. The convention center is a slaughterhouse. But the hotel towers are accessible through the service corridors, and the upper floors might be clear. Might be. I grab Gina's hand and we move, staying low, heading for the service door behind the high-limit area. We make it 10 feet before one of them sees us. It's a man in a dealer's vest. His name tag says Miguel. And I know him. I've worked security for 3 years in the casino where he dealt blackjack. He has a wife and a daughter, and he once showed me pictures of his quinceañera. What's left of Miguel opens its mouth and makes a sound like a garbage disposal choking on bones, and then it's running at us fast, faster than any human should move. I have my baton extended before I think about it, 17 years of training taking over, and I meet Miguel's charge with a strike to the temple that would drop any normal attacker. His head snaps sideways and he doesn't even slow down. He hits me like a linebacker, 300 pounds of dead weight and hungry meat, and we go down hard. His teeth are snapping inches from my face. His breath smells like a butcher's drain. And I get the baton under his chin and push, feeling the cartilage crack, but he doesn't care, doesn't feel pain, doesn't feel anything but hunger. Gina is screaming. I hear her pick something up, hear glass shatter. And then she's there, smashing a bottle across Miguel's head once, twice, 3 times, and on the 3rd impact something breaks inside his skull and he goes still. Not dead. I can see his eyes still moving, but still. I shove him off me and grab Gina and we run. Through the service door, down a corridor lined with employee lockers, past the break room where I can see more of them clustered around something that's still moving, still whimpering. We hit the service elevator and I punch the button knowing it won't work. Power's out, and I'm right. Nothing happens. The stairwell. We take the stairs going up, my lungs burning, Gina keeping pace. I can hear them behind us in the corridor, that wet, choking sound they make, the slap of feet on linoleum. We're up 3 flights when I hear voices above us. Living voices, human voices. We round the landing on the 4th floor and nearly run into a group of people coming down. Marcus is at the front, his pistol in one hand, his other arm around a teenage boy. Behind him are maybe a dozen others, all of them looking like they've seen hell and barely escaped. Rocco, Marcus says, and there's relief in his voice. You made it. Who's this? My daughter, I say. Gina. She was in the casino when it happened. Marcus nods, doesn't ask why, doesn't waste time. We're heading to the executive floors, 23rd level. It's defensible, has its own HVAC system, reinforced doors. We can seal it off. I look at the group behind him. I recognize a few faces. A nun in a habit, which seems wildly out of place. A couple of doctors or scientists based on their conference badges. A maintenance guy I know from the employee gym. A man in an expensive suit with a little girl clinging to his leg. Others I don't know. How many made it out of the convention center? I ask. Marcus's face goes hard. This is it. Maybe 200 people in that ballroom when it started. This is what's left. We keep moving up. The stairwell is a concrete echo chamber, our footsteps bouncing off walls, our breathing harsh and ragged. Behind us, below us, I can hear them coming. They don't get tired. They don't stop. We pass the 10th floor, the 15th, the 20th. My legs are screaming. Gina is gasping beside me. The little girl with the expensive man is crying softly. We burst through the door onto the 23rd floor, and Marcus is right. It's different up here. This is where high rollers stay, where celebrities hide, where the casino puts people who spend enough money to deserve privacy. The corridor is carpeted thick enough to muffle sound. The walls are paneled in real wood. The lighting is soft and warm. There's a security checkpoint at the elevator bank, a desk with monitors and card readers. Marcus heads straight for it, starts pulling up security feeds on the monitors. They're still working, running on battery backup. Okay, Marcus says, his command voice taking over, the voice that ran security details for generals in Afghanistan. We seal this floor. There are 12 suites up here, all vacant right now. We check them all, make sure they're clear. Then we lock down the stairwells and elevator shafts. We inventory supplies. We figure out what we're dealing with. He looks around at the group, makes eye contact with each person. Everyone stays calm. Everyone stays useful. We're going to survive this. I want to believe him. I've known Marcus for 8 years and I've never seen him wrong about anything that mattered. But I also just watched a dealer I knew eat someone on the casino floor, watched someone I'd worked with for 3 years become something that didn't die when I caved in its skull. And I'm not sure surviving is on the table anymore. The group spreads out, checking suites. I take Gina with me, not letting her out of my sight. The suites are massive, 2,000 square feet each, living rooms and bedrooms and bathrooms bigger than most apartments. We check closets, bathrooms, underbeds, all clear. I find a minibar stocked with water and snacks, a fruit basket on the counter with apples and oranges that might as well be gold right now. We gather back in the corridor. Marcus has everyone introduce themselves, names, and what they can contribute. The nun is Sister Mary Catherine. She was at the conference doing outreach to pharmaceutical companies about medication access in developing countries. The doctors are Sarah Kim and Klaus Weber and James Mitchell, all biotech researchers presenting papers at the conference. The maintenance guy is Jackson Torres. Everyone calls him Jax. He knows every service corridor and utility system in the building. The man with the little girl is Raymond Liu. He's a retired firefighter from Seattle, up here for a poker tournament. And the girl is his granddaughter Emma, 9 years old. The couple who came up with Marcus are Miguel Santos and Sofia Reyes, both dealers from the casino floor. Wait, Miguel, the same name as the thing that attacked me, but no, that was a different Miguel. This Miguel looks shaken, holding Sofia's hand like it's the only real thing left in the world. There's a guy in his 30s, soft hands, accountant's build, conference badge, says his name is Peter Ashford. He works for some pharmaceutical company. The teenage boy with Marcus is named Tommy, and I realize with a cold shock that it's Marcus's son, 14 years old, I didn't know he was in Vegas, didn't know Marcus had brought him to work today. Marcus sees me looking and his jaw tightens. "It's spring break," he says quietly. "I was going to take him to see the Grand Canyon tomorrow." Tomorrow. The word feels like a fossil, something from an extinct age when people made plans and thought about futures. There are two more people, a young woman in a casino uniform, cocktail waitress like Gina, and an older man in a pit boss vest. I don't know either of them, but they introduce themselves as Carmen and Carlos. 14 people total, plus me makes 15. 15 people out of however many thousands were in this building when the lights went out. Marcus starts giving orders, his military training kicking in like he's running a FOB in hostile territory. "Jax, you and Rocco secure the stairwells. I want those doors barricaded, furniture, anything heavy. Carlos, you and Miguel take inventory of the suites, food, water, anything useful. Sarah, Klaus, James, you're scientists. I need you to tell me what the hell we're dealing with. Sister, you keep the kids calm. Everyone else, pick a suite and settle in. We regroup in 1 hour." I head to the north stairwell with Jax. He's 28, built like a middleweight boxer, tattoos running up both arms, and he moves with the confidence of someone who's spent years in the building's bones. "There are 3 stairwells on this floor," he says. "North, south, and the emergency fire escape on the west side. We block all 3, we're sealed in. But we're also trapped." "Can't have it both ways," I say. We start pulling furniture from the nearest suite, heavy dressers and nightstands and entertainment centers, stacking them against the stairwell door. I'm working on autopilot, my brain trying to process what I saw downstairs, what Miguel became, what all of them became. "You see it happen?" Jax asks as we maneuver a solid oak dresser into position. "In the casino, I saw someone change. Dealer I knew. 1 second he was normal, next second he was trying to eat my face." "How long?" Jax asks. "How long from bite to turning?" I think back. "Seconds, maybe a minute. Fast enough that people didn't have time to run." We finish barricading the north stairwell and move to the south. My watch says it's 4:15 p.m., less than 90 minutes since Marcus called me about the medical emergency in the convention center. 90 minutes and the world ended. We're working on the south stairwell when we hear it, the sound of something hitting the door from below, rhythmic, determined. They're coming up. "How many floors you think they have to climb?" Jax asks, adding another piece of furniture to the barricade. 23, I say, if they started at ground level. "They don't get tired," Jax says, and it's not a question. "No," I say, "they don't." We finish all 3 stairwells and head back to the security checkpoint where Marcus has set up a command center. The monitors show feeds from all over the building, and what I'm seeing makes my chest tight. The casino floor is completely overrun, packed with them, hundreds of them moving in loose packs. The convention center is worse. The parking garage shows cars crashed into pillars, fires burning. The main entrance has collapsed, the glass doors blown out, and I can see bodies piled 6 deep. The streets outside are chaos, cars burning, people running, and more of them, thousands more, pouring out of every building on the strip. Marcus has the news on one monitor, and the anchor is pale, reading from notes with shaking hands, talking about a viral outbreak martial law declared, the National Guard being deployed. The feed cuts to helicopter footage of downtown Las Vegas, and it looks like a war zone. Dr. Sarah Kim is standing next to Marcus, arms crossed, watching the monitors with clinical detachment. She's early 30s, Korean-American, wire-frame glasses, and when she speaks, her voice is calm in a way that feels practiced. "It's a virus," she says. "Has to be. The transmission speed, the aggression, the loss of higher brain function. Something that targets the frontal lobe, leaves the brainstem functioning. Probably spread through fluid contact, saliva, blood." The pharmaceutical conference, That was ground zero. Someone released it deliberately. I saw the initial victims. They were clustered around the presentation stage where Dr. Weber was speaking. She looks at Weber, who's standing off to the side, and there's something in her expression I can't read. Weber is older, 50s, German accent when he speaks. Expensive suit that cost more than I make in a month. He meets Sarah's look and doesn't flinch. I didn't release anything, Weber says, his voice cold and precise. My company manufactures antivirals, not bioweapons. If someone targeted my presentation, it's because they wanted to make a statement about pharmaceutical corporations. What kind of statement? I ask. Weber looks at me like I'm a child asking why the sky is blue. The kind that involves body counts and media coverage. Eco-terrorists, anti-corporate activists, take your pick. My company has been targeted before. Death threats, vandalism, harassment. This is just an escalation. An escalation, Sister Mary Catherine says from across the room, her voice quiet but sharp. 200 people dead in that ballroom and you call it an escalation. Weber shrugs. I call it what it is. An attack designed to punish success and innovation. The nun stares at him for a long moment, and I can see her choosing not to engage, turning her attention back to Emma and Tommy, who are sitting together on one of the couches, Emma clutching a stuffed rabbit she must have had in her backpack. The third doctor, James Mitchell, is looking worse than the others, pale and sweating even though the air conditioning is working. You okay? Marcus asks him. Mitchell nods quickly, too quickly. Just the adrenaline wearing off, I'm fine. He's not fine. He's shaking. But we're all shaking. We're all running on fumes and fear. Carlos and Miguel return from their inventory check with news that's both good and bad. Good. The suites have minibars stocked with water, juice, alcohol, and snacks. Bad. It's maybe enough food for 15 people for 3 days if we ration carefully. There's the executive kitchen on this floor, Jack says, for catering high-roller events. Should have more supplies there. Marcus nods. Show me. They head off together and I'm left at the security station with Gina. She's watching the monitors, seeing the same nightmare I'm seeing, and I want to tell her not to look, but she's 21 years old. She's an adult, and treating her like a child won't help either of us survive. Is Mom okay? She asks quietly. Her mother, my ex-wife, lives in Henderson with her new husband. I don't know, baby, phones aren't working, but Henderson is 20 minutes from the Strip. If this started here, maybe it hasn't spread that far yet. I don't believe it, and neither does she, but the lie is comforting. Marcus and Jax return from the executive kitchen with better news. There's food, commercial quantities. Enough to feed 15 people for 2 weeks if we're careful, a month if we're strict. There's a full bar, a commercial fridge and freezer, both still running on backup power. There's a water filtration system connected to the building's main supply. We can hold out, Marcus says, gathering everyone in the main corridor. We have food, water, defensible position. The National Guard is on the ground. The military is getting involved. This is a crisis, not an apocalypse. We just need to stay safe until rescue arrives. I want to believe him. Everyone wants to believe him. Peter Ashford, the pharmaceutical rep, is nodding eagerly. How long you think until they clear the building? He asks. Marcus considers. 72 hours, maybe less. They'll secure the Strip first. It's the economic heart of the city. Then they'll sweep the casinos floor by floor. We just need to stay quiet, stay hidden, wait for extraction. It sounds reasonable. It sounds like a plan. But I'm looking at the monitors, watching the horde on the casino floor, watching the streets outside fill with more of them, and I'm thinking 72 hours might as well be 72 years. We start settling in. Marcus assigns suites, 2 people per suite to preserve resources, families staying together. I'm with Gina in suite 2305, Ray and Emma in 2301, Marcus and Tommy in 2308, Miguel and Sophia in 2303. The others spread out through the remaining rooms. It's almost 6 p.m. when we gather in the executive kitchen for our first meal as a group. Jax has pulled together sandwiches and soup from the commercial kitchen supplies, and we sit around a conference table like we're having a business meeting instead of hiding from an apocalypse. Sister Mary Catherine says grace, which feels both absurd and necessary. We eat in silence mostly, the sound of chewing and swallowing obscenely loud. Emma picks at her food, not hungry, and Ray coaxes her into eating a few bites. Tommy stares at his plate, and I watch Marcus watching his son, the fear in his eyes barely hidden. Gina sits close to me, our shoulders touching, and I'm grateful she's here even though I wish she was anywhere else in the world. Dr. Weber eats methodically, cutting his sandwich into precise pieces, and when he speaks, it's with the confidence of someone used to being the smartest person in the room. We should establish protocols, he says. Medical screening twice daily. Anyone showing symptoms gets isolated immediately. Anyone bitten or scratched gets quarantined. We can't afford to be sentimental. Isolated where? Sophia asks. And for how long? One of the suites, Weber says. And until we're sure they're not infected. 24 hours should be sufficient based on the transmission speed we observed. And if they turn? Miguel asks. Weber meets his eyes. Then we deal with it, humanely but decisively. Sister Mary Catherine sets down her soup spoon carefully. You're talking about executing people. I'm talking about protecting the group, Weber says. Individual rights are a luxury we can't afford right now. Survival requires hard choices. The table goes quiet, everyone processing this, and I can see the fractures already forming, the philosophical divide between Weber's cold pragmatism and the nun's moral compass. Marcus clears his throat. We're not making any decisions like that tonight. Everyone's exhausted, stressed. We focus on immediate needs, food, water, security. Tomorrow we can talk about protocols. It's a good deflection, buying time, keeping the peace. We finish eating and people drift back to their suites. The emergency lights are still running, dim red glow in the corridors. And Marcus says we should conserve the battery backups by staying in our rooms after dark. I walk Gina back to our suite, check the locks on the door even though I know nothing's getting through the barricaded stairwells, and we sit on the massive bed looking at each other like strangers. You should sleep, I say. You should too, she says. Neither of us sleeps. I turn on the TV hoping for news, but half the channels are dead and the ones still broadcasting are showing the same footage over and over. Helicopters circling the strip, smoke rising from a dozen fires, people running through streets. National Guard vehicles rolling in from Nellis Air Force Base. The anchor is talking about a quarantine zone, about the virus being contained to a 50-block radius around the Bellagio, about evacuation zones and safe corridors. I check my phone every 5 minutes hoping for signal, hoping to call my ex-wife, hoping to hear that Henderson is safe, but there's nothing. No bars, no connection. The city's cell network is either overloaded or destroyed. I must fall asleep at some point because I wake up to pounding on the door. It's still dark, the emergency lights casting everything in red. Gina is next to me, awake, eyes wide. The pounding continues. Rocco, open up. Marcus's voice. I unlock the door and he's there with Jax, both of them armed. Marcus with his service pistol and Jax with a fire axe from the emergency cabinet. We've got movement in the south stairwell, Marcus says. They made it to the 23rd floor. We follow him to the south stairwell where the entire group is gathering. I can hear them on the other side of the barricade, that wet, choking sound they make, the thud of bodies hitting furniture. The barricade is holding, but it's shifting, an inch at a time. The dresser we stacked moving incrementally as dozens of them throw themselves against it. We need to reinforce it, Marcus says. We spend the next 2 hours adding more furniture, everything we can carry from the suites, building the barricade 3 layers deep. By the time we're done, the sun is coming up, pale light filtering through the windows at the end of the corridor, and the pounding has stopped. I check the security monitors. The stairwell below is packed with them, pressed together like sardines, motionless now, waiting. They don't move in daylight, Sarah says, studying the monitors. Or they move less. Energy conservation, maybe. They hunt at night, rest during day. That gives us a window, Marcus says. Daylight hours for supply runs, maintenance, whatever we need to do outside these walls. Supply runs where? Peter asks nervously. Everything below us is overrun. The roof, Jack says. There's a helipad up there, emergency supplies, maybe emergency communications. If we can signal for help, tell someone we're up here. Marcus nods. Good. Rocco, you and I will check it out. Jax, you hold the fort here. We take the emergency fire escape stairwell, the one on the west side, climbing 3 more flights to the roof access. The door is locked, but Jax gave us the master key card and it clicks open. The roof is massive, flat, with the helipad marked in yellow paint, and the view makes my stomach drop. Las Vegas is burning. The Strip is a river of smoke and fire, every casino showing damage, some of them collapsed entirely. The Luxor's pyramid is cracked open like an egg. The Mirage is missing its front facade. McCarran Airport in the distance shows debris scattered across runways, planes crashed and burning. I can see movement in the streets, thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands. And during the day they're slower, shambling instead of running, but they're everywhere. The helipad has a supply locker, emergency medical gear, flare guns, a radio. Marcus tries the radio on every channel, military frequencies, emergency services, civilian bands. Nothing but static except on one channel where a looped recording plays. This is emergency broadcast system. Remain in your homes. Do not attempt to leave the quarantine zone. Military personnel are establishing safe corridors. Remain in your homes. The recording repeats, tinny and lifeless. There's no one out there, I say. Marcus keeps trying frequencies. There has to be. The National Guard, FEMA, somebody. But the radio gives us nothing but ghosts. We head back down with the medical supplies and flares, and when we tell the group there's no communication, no sign of rescue coming, I watch the hope drain out of faces. Peter Ashford is the worst, his hands shaking, his voice climbing toward panic. We can't just wait here. We need to get out, get to the safe corridors, wherever they are. The safe corridors don't exist, Weber says flatly. That recording is automated, probably been playing since yesterday. No one's coming. We're on our own. You don't know that, Peter says. You can't know that. I know that every communication channel is dead, Weber says. I know that the city is overrun. I know that if rescue was coming, we'd have seen helicopters by now, heard bombers, something. The fact that we've seen nothing tells you everything you need to know. Sister Mary Catherine touches Peter's arm gently. We have to have faith that help is coming. And while we wait, we take care of each other. Peter pulls away from her. Faith won't stop those things from breaking through our barricades. The first full day passes in a strange, slow-motion anxiety. We establish routines because Marcus is right. Humans need structure even in hell, especially in hell. Morning medical checks. Weber taking temperatures and checking for scratches or bites. Breakfast in the executive kitchen. Inventory management. Security patrols checking the barricades every 2 hours. Lunch. Afternoon work details. Strengthening defenses. Organizing supplies. Dinner. Evening briefing where Marcus goes over the security camera footage, analyzes their behavior patterns, looks for weaknesses we can exploit. They're most active from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. They don't seem to need sleep. They congregate in packs but don't communicate. They don't avoid fire or water or any environmental hazard. They just hunt. By day 3, we've fallen into something like normal. And that's when I realize how dangerous this is, how easily humans adapt to nightmare if it lasts long enough. Emma and Tommy spend their days in one of the suites with Sister Mary Catherine, who's teaching them from textbooks she found in one of the rooms, keeping their minds occupied. Ray hovers over Emma constantly, won't let her out of his sight, and I understand because I'm the same with Gina. Miguel and Sophia work the kitchen, cooking communal meals from our dwindling supplies, and I notice they're always touching, holding hands, stealing moments alone like they're trying to preserve something human in this inhuman situation. Carlos and Carmen, the pit boss and cocktail waitress, take inventory duty, counting cans and bottles like accountants counting gold. Jax maintains the building systems, checking HVAC and water and power, keeping us functional. Dr. Sarah Kim spends hours at the security station analyzing footage, taking notes, building a profile of the infected. They're not zombies, she says on day 4 during our evening briefing. Not in the supernatural sense. They're human bodies running on brainstem function only. The frontal lobe is destroyed by the virus, all higher reasoning gone. But the primitive functions remain. Fight or flight, hunger. The virus rewrites their neurochemistry to prioritize feeding and spreading itself. It's elegant in a horrifying way. Can it be cured? Marcus asks. Sarah shakes her head. Once the frontal lobe is destroyed, there's no coming back. You can't regenerate that tissue. Even if we had a vaccine and antiviral, it wouldn't help the infected, only prevent new infections. So everyone down there is dead, Miguel says quietly. Everyone who got bitten, everyone who turned, they're just gone. Yes, Sarah says. I'm sorry, but yes. Dr. Mitchell has been getting worse, sweating more, eating less. And on day 5, during morning medical checks, Weber takes me aside. Mitchell's showing symptoms, he says quietly. Low-grade fever, elevated heart rate, tremors. Could be stress, could be the start of something worse. You think he's infected? I ask. Weber's expression is unreadable. I think we need to watch him closely. If he was bitten or scratched during the initial outbreak and didn't tell us, we're running out of time before he turns. You want to quarantine him? I want to be prepared. The moment he shows definitive symptoms, we isolate him. No debate, no delay. I don't like Weber, don't trust him, but he's not wrong about the threat. I'll talk to Marcus, I say. That afternoon, Marcus pulls Mitchell aside for a private conversation, and I watch through the glass walls of one of the suites as Mitchell gestures, argues, pleads. When they emerge, Mitchell looks like a man condemned, and Marcus announces to the group that Mitchell will be moving to Suite 2312, the furthest from the main gathering areas, just as a precaution until we're sure he's healthy. Sister Mary Catherine objects immediately. You're treating him like a criminal. He hasn't done anything wrong. He's showing symptoms, Weber says. Isolation is the only rational response. Isolation is cruel, the nun says. He's frightened and sick, and you want to lock him away like an animal. I want to protect 14 other people, Weber says. Your compassion is admirable but impractical. They face each other across the conference table, the scientist and the nun, and I can see everyone else watching, taking sides, the group fracturing along philosophical lines. Marcus steps in before it escalates. Mitchell stays in 2312. Sarah checks on him every 4 hours. If his condition worsens, we revisit the situation. That's final. It's a compromise that satisfies no one, but it holds, and Mitchell shuffles off to his isolated suite, looking like a man walking to his execution. Day 6 is when Peter Ashford really starts to unravel. He's been getting more nervous, more vocal, more insistent that we need to attempt an escape. There has to be a way out, he says during lunch. The sewers, the roof, something. We can't just sit here waiting to starve. We have 3 weeks of food left, Carlos says. More if we ration tighter. 3 weeks and then what? Peter asks. We eat the carpet? We cannibalize each other? We figure it out when we get there, Marcus says firmly. Right now our best chance is staying put, staying hidden, waiting for the situation outside to stabilize. It's not going to stabilize, Peter says, his voice climbing. You saw the city. It's gone. Dead. We're trapped in a tomb waiting for our turn to die. Then leave, Ribber says coldly. No one's stopping you. Take the stairwell. Good luck getting past the 300 infected between here and ground level. Peter stares at him, mouth opening and closing, and I see something break behind his eyes. He stands up fast enough to knock over his chair and storms out. Sophia starts to go after him, but Miguel holds her back. Let him cool off, Miguel says quietly. That night, during our evening routine check of the barricades, Peter isn't there. Anyone seen Ashford? Marcus asks. We search the suites and find him in his room, the door locked from inside. Marcus pounds on it. Peter, open up. We need you for security check. I'm not coming out, Peter's voice muffled through the door. I'm staying in here where it's safe. You can do your checks without me. Marcus exchanges a look with me and I can see the calculation happening. Force the door, drag Peter out, maintain discipline. Or let it slide, preserve peace, deal with the consequences later. Marcus chooses peace. Fine. But you come out for meals and medical checks. Non-negotiable. Peter doesn't answer. Day 7, Mitchell's condition deteriorates sharply. Sarah comes to get Marcus and me, her face pale. You need to see this. We follow her to suite 2312 and Mitchell is there lying on the bed, his shirt soaked with sweat, his eyes unfocused. There's a smell in the room, sweet and rotten, like meat going bad. James, Sarah says softly. Can you hear me? Mitchell's eyes focus on her and he smiles, but it's wrong, the angles of his mouth not quite right. Sarah, beautiful Sarah, always so smart. Do you know what I did? What did you do, James? Sarah asks, her voice steady even though I can see her hands shaking. At the conference, when it started. I was on the stage with Klaus showing our research and someone screamed and then they were everywhere and one of them grabbed me, bit my hand. He holds up his left hand and I see it, wrapped in makeshift bandages, blood seeping through. I cleaned it, bandaged it, thought maybe it would be okay, maybe I'd be immune. Maybe the virus wouldn't take. How long ago? Marcus asks. 7 days, Mitchell says. I've been infected for 7 days and I held it off. I fought it, but I can't anymore. I can feel it now, eating through my brain, rewiring everything. Soon I won't be me anymore. Soon I'll be one of them. He looks at Sarah and his eyes are human, terrified, aware. You have to kill me before I turn, please. Sarah backs away, shaking her head. James, I can't. Then you, Mitchell says, looking at Marcus. You're military. You know what has to be done. Don't let me become one of those things. Don't let me hurt anyone. Marcus pulls his pistol, checks the chamber, and Mitchell nods gratefully. Thank you, he says. Tell my family I fought it as long as I could. Marcus aims, finger on the trigger, and Sister Mary Catherine bursts into the room. Stop! You can't do this. It's murder. It's mercy, Marcus says. Look at him. He's already gone. He's still human, the nun says. Still aware, still James. You can't kill him while he's still himself. If we wait until he turns, someone might get hurt, Marcus says. He's asking for this. It's his choice. It's not a choice when the alternative is becoming a monster, Sister Mary Catherine says. He's scared and sick and we should be comforting him, not executing him. They argue while Mitchell lies on the bed, his condition worsening by the minute, his breathing becoming labored, his eyes starting to film over. I see the moment when he stops being human, when the virus finishes eating his brain and leaves only hunger. His body spasms once, twice, and then he's sitting up, moving wrong, joints bending at angles that shouldn't work, and his mouth opens and that sound comes out, that wet, choking scream. Marcus fires 3 times, center mass, and Mitchell drops. The nun is crying, backing away from the body. Sarah is frozen, staring at what used to be her colleague. Marcus holsters his pistol and walks out without a word. I follow him into the corridor where the rest of the group has gathered, drawn by the gunshots. Mitchell was infected, Marcus announces. He hid it for 7 days. He's dead now. Everyone needs to understand something. If you're bitten, if you're scratched, if you have any contact with their blood or saliva, you tell us immediately. No hiding it, no hoping it'll be okay. The incubation period is 7 days maximum. Anyone concealing an infection is putting everyone at risk. He looks around at the 15 faces. No, 14 now. We're down to 14. Weber was right. We need protocols. Medical checks twice daily. Anyone showing symptoms gets isolated. Anyone who turns gets put down. Survival isn't pretty, but it's necessary. People drift back to their suites in silence, the mood heavy. Gina grabs my hand and squeezes. "Did you know," she asks quietly, "that Mitchell was infected?" I shake my head. Weber suspected yesterday, but Mitchell played it close until it was too late. We're back in our suite, trying to sleep when the pounding starts on the barricades again. They're more active tonight, more aggressive, like they can smell Mitchell's death, smell fresh blood. The barricades hold but barely, furniture creaking under the assault. Around 3 a.m. the pounding stops and everything goes quiet, too quiet, and when I check the security monitors, I see why. They're not at the barricades anymore. They're everywhere else. The casino floor, the parking garage, the convention center, the streets outside. Thousands of them spreading through the city like a flood, and I wonder how many are still human in Las Vegas, how many are still alive, still fighting, still hoping for rescue that isn't coming. Day 8, we hold a group meeting and vote on Weber's protocols. Marcus frames it as a democratic decision, but I can tell he's already made up his mind. He's just letting us feel like we have agency. The vote is 10-4 in favor. Weber, Marcus, Jax, Carlos, Carmen, Ray, Miguel, Sophia, and Sarah vote yes. Sister Mary Catherine, Tommy, Emma, and Gina vote no. Peter doesn't show up to vote, still locked in his suite. "The children shouldn't have to vote on this," Sister Mary Catherine says. "They're part of this community," Marcus says. "They get a say." The nun looks at Emma and Tommy, both of them pale and scared, and I can see her calculating whether to push the issue. She decides not to. The protocols are established. Twice daily medical checks. Anyone showing symptoms gets isolated to Suite 2312. Anyone who turns gets killed immediately, no hesitation, no mercy. Day 9, Peter finally emerges from his suite looking gaunt and wild-eyed. "I need food," he says. "I ran out." Carmen gives him a ration pack, crackers and cheese, and a bottle of water, and he takes it back to his room and locks himself in again. "He can't keep doing this," Weber says. "He's not contributing, not participating. He's a drain on resources." "He's scared," Sister Mary Catherine says. "Give him time." "We don't have time," Weber says. "Every day our supplies diminish. Every person needs to pull their weight. If he won't, we need to make hard choices about resource allocation." The nun's face goes hard. "You're talking about letting him starve." "I'm talking about prioritizing the people who are actually working to keep us alive," Weber says. Marcus steps between them again, playing mediator, but I can see the fractures deepening, the group splitting into camps. Weber's pragmatists versus the nun's idealists, with most of us caught in the middle. Day 10, we attempt our first supply run outside the 23rd floor. The executive kitchen is running low on fresh food, the freezer items depleting, and Jax knows there are supply rooms on the 15th and 10th floors. Bulk storage for the casino's restaurants. Enough food to feed a small army. Marcus, Jax, and I volunteer. We take the fire escape stairwell down, moving quietly, watching for movement. The 15th floor is clear, the corridor empty, and we make it to the supply room without incident. It's a warehouse-sized space stacked with commercial cans, bulk rice and beans, industrial cooking oil. We load up backpacks and duffel bags, taking as much as we can carry, maybe a week's worth of supplies if we're careful. The trip back up is harder, weighted down, and we're halfway between floors when we hear them below us, the sound of the stairwell door opening. The wet choking sound, the slap of feet on concrete. "Move," Marcus hisses. We take the stairs 3 at a time, lungs burning, and they're behind us, climbing fast, and I can hear them getting closer. We burst through the fire door onto the 23rd floor and slam it shut, throwing our weight against it while Jax pulls furniture from the barricade to reinforce. The door shudders under their assault but holds, and after a few minutes they give up, shambling back down the stairs. We secure the new supplies in the executive kitchen and everyone cheers, actual cheers, like we've won a victory. Maybe we have. Maybe stealing a week's worth of canned beans from a zombie-infested casino is what victory looks like now. That night during dinner, the mood is almost festive, people talking and laughing, and for a few hours we forget we're trapped in a hotel tower above a city of the dead. Day 12, the power goes out completely. The emergency backups finally drain and we're plunged into darkness. Jax gets emergency lanterns working, battery-powered lights from the supply closets, but we're rationing batteries now too, using light only when necessary. The security monitors go dark. We can't see them anymore, can't track their movements, and it makes everything worse, the not knowing. That night we huddle in the executive kitchen with lanterns casting shadows on the walls. And Marcus gives us hard news. The building's water pressure is failing. We're on municipal supply and either the pumps are offline or the lines are compromised. We need to start collecting water from any source we can find, rationing what we have. Ray speaks up, his firefighter training showing. Toilets have clean water in the tank, not the bowl. Pool on the roof if it's still filled. Emergency sprinkler systems have water too. We spend day 13 collecting water, filling every container we can find, bathtubs and sinks and bottles. The rooftop pool is empty, drained or evaporated, but we find water in the sprinkler system, in water heaters, in the pipes if we break them open carefully. By evening, we've stockpiled maybe 200 gallons, enough for a few weeks if we're strict about hygiene and drinking. The water situation makes everyone nervous in a way the food situation didn't, because you can survive hungry longer than you can survive thirsty. That night, Peter Ashford tries to steal water. Carmen catches him in the kitchen at 2 a.m. filling bottles from our main supply, and she raises an alarm. Marcus and Weber confront him and Peter breaks down completely, sobbing, saying he needs more. He's so thirsty he can't survive on the ration. "You get the same as everyone else," Marcus says firmly. "No more, no less. It's not fair," Peter says. "I need more. My body needs more. I have a condition." "What condition?" Weber asks skeptically. "Low blood sugar, dehydration. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I need more water." Weber checks him, takes his pulse, looks at his eyes and tongue. "You're fine. Stressed, but fine. The ration is sufficient for survival. You're panicking, not dying." Peter tries to argue, but Marcus takes the bottles away and escorts him back to his suite. "He's becoming a problem," Weber says after Peter is gone. "Stealing supplies, not contributing, causing disruption. We need to address it." "How?" I ask. "Expel him from the group, give him a day's ration and send him out." "That's a death sentence," Sister Mary Catherine says. "That's a choice," Weber counters. "He chooses to steal, to endanger the group. He faces consequences." The argument goes on for an hour and ends without resolution, Marcus once again postponing the hard decision. keeping the peace but letting problems fester. I'm starting to understand that Marcus is a good man, but maybe not the right leader for this situation. Too concerned with consensus, with keeping everyone happy, when what we need is someone willing to make harsh calls and live with the consequences. Day 15 brings a new crisis. We're running low on fuel for the emergency lanterns, batteries dying, and we need to make a choice about conserving light or risking another supply run to the lower floors for more batteries. Marcus calls for a group vote and it's split down the middle. Weber's camp wants to send a team down immediately, secure as many batteries as possible while we still have able bodies. Sister Mary Catherine's camp wants to conserve what we have, adapt to darkness, reduce our energy needs. We don't need light to survive, the nun argues. We need food and water. Light is a luxury. Light is safety, Weber says. We can't monitor the barricades, can't see threats, can't function without it. We need batteries. The vote is 8-6 in favor of a supply run. Marcus, Jax, Ray, and Carlos volunteer. I want to go, but Marcus tells me to stay, protect Gina and the others if something goes wrong. They gear up with weapons, batons, and fire axes and Marcus's pistol, and they take the fire escape stairwell down to the 10th floor where Jax knows there's a maintenance storage room with bulk batteries. They're gone for 3 hours. The longest 3 hours of my life, sitting in the dark kitchen with Gina and the others, listening to every creak and groan of the building, imagining them dead, imagining the things breaking through our barricades, imagining everything going wrong. When they finally return, they're bloody and exhausted but alive, carrying 2 duffel bags of batteries. We ran into a pack on the 8th floor, Marcus says, breathing hard. Had to fight our way through. Carlos took a hit. Carlos is bleeding from a long scratch on his forearm, shirt torn, and Weber immediately isolates him, checking the wound, cleaning it with rubbing alcohol from the medical supplies. It's superficial, Weber announces. No bite, no penetration, just a scratch. But we quarantine him for 24 hours to be safe. Carlos starts to protest, but Marcus backs Weber up. Protocol, you voted for it. 24 hours and 2312, isolated. If you're clear tomorrow, you come back. Carlos goes quietly, understanding the necessity even though his eyes are frightened. That night I can't sleep, thinking about Carlos alone in that suite, wondering if he's infected, if tomorrow we'll have to put him down like we did Mitchell. But day 16 brings relief. Carlos shows no symptoms, no fever, no changes. Weber clears him and he returns to the group to actual applause. Day 17 is when the real fracture happens. Peter Ashford tries to break out. We hear him in the middle of the night, hear furniture being moved in the north stairwell, and when we get there, he's dismantling the barricade piece by piece, trying to clear a path down. "What the hell are you doing?" Marcus shouts. Peter spins around wild-eyed. "I'm getting out. I'm leaving. You can't keep me here." "There are 300 of those things between here and the ground," Marcus says. "You won't make it 10 feet. "I don't care," Peter says. "I'm not dying up here like a rat in a trap. I'm taking my chances out there." Marcus tries to talk him down, but Peter is past reason, past logic, operating on pure panic. He picks up a chair and throws it at Marcus, missing, and then he's running for the south stairwell. Jax tackles him, brings him down hard, and they struggle until Marcus pulls them apart. "Lock him in his suite," Marcus orders. "Someone watch the door." We secure Peter in suite 2304, and he's screaming through the door, pounding on it, threatening to sue us, to report us, to have us arrested for kidnapping. "He's lost it," Weber says calmly. "Complete psychological break. He's a danger to himself and others." "We can't just lock him up forever," Sophia says. "What's the alternative?" Weber asks. "Let him dismantle our barricades? Let him lead those things straight to us?" Sister Mary Catherine steps forward. "Let me talk to him. Maybe I can reach him, calm him down." Weber scoffs. He's beyond your compassion. He needs medication we don't have or restraints we can't provide. But Marcus lets the nun try, and she spends an hour outside Peter's door, talking to him softly, praying with him, and gradually the screaming stops. When she emerges, she looks exhausted. He's agreed to stay in his room, not cause problems, but he needs hope. We all need hope. We need to believe rescue is coming. Rescue isn't coming, Weber says. The sooner everyone accepts that, the sooner we can focus on long-term survival. Long-term survival doing what? Sister Mary Catherine asks. Sitting in this tower until we run out of food? Until we turn on each other? If necessary, Weber says. Yes. The nun looks at him with something close to pity. You're already dead inside, aren't you? Already one of them, just in a different way. Weber's expression doesn't change. I'm a realist. You're a romantic. We'll see which philosophy keeps us breathing longer. Day 18, our food supply hits a critical point. We're down to 10 days of rations, even with strict rationing. Marcus calls another meeting, and the conversation is grim. We need to send another team down, Jack says. Hit the big storage on the 5th floor, bring back everything we can carry. Last time we barely made it back, Ray points out. They're getting more aggressive. The lower floors are packed with them. We don't have a choice, Weber says. We go down or we starve. There's another option, Miguel says quietly. The roof, the helipad. We signal for help, get evacuated. We tried the radio, Marcus says, nothing but static. Then we use flares, Miguel insists. Fire them every day, every night. Someone has to see, someone has to come. And if they don't? Carlos asks. Miguel doesn't have an answer. We vote. 8 votes for a supply run, 6 for signaling from the roof. We do both, Marcus decides. Team goes down for supplies. Miguel and Sophia take the flares to the roof, start a signal schedule, cover all our bases. It's a good compromise and it carries the meeting, but I can see Weber's face, see his calculation that we're wasting resources, wasting time, that the flares will bring nothing but false hope. Day 19, the supply team goes down. Marcus, Jax, Ray, and Carlos. I stay behind again, protecting the others, and we send them off like soldiers going to war. Miguel and Sophia take the flares to the roof and start firing them, 1 every hour. Bright red stars arcing across the sky. From our windows, we can watch them rise and fall, beautiful and desperate. And I wonder if anyone is out there to see them, if anyone cares, if anyone is left to care. The supply team returns after 4 hours, bloodied and shaken but successful, carrying bulk rice and canned goods that buy us another 2 weeks. It's getting worse down there, Marcus reports during our evening briefing. More of them on every floor. They're filling the building, packing in like sardines. The stairwells are almost impassable. Then we don't go down again, Weber says. We've bought ourselves time. We use it to fortify, to prepare, to figure out our next move. Our next move is waiting for rescue, Sister Mary Catherine says. Our next move is accepting we're on our own, Weber counters. They face off across the table, and I can see everyone else watching, waiting to see who blinks first. The nun breaks eye contact first, turning to comfort Emma, who's crying quietly. Tommy puts an arm around her, 14 years old, trying to be brave, and my heart breaks for both of them, for what they've seen, what they've lost, what they're becoming in this pressure cooker. Day 20, Peter Ashford stops making noise. His suite is silent, no pounding on the door, no screaming, nothing. Marcus and I check on him, unlocking the door carefully, and we find him hanging from a ceiling beam, bed sheets tied into a noose, his face purple and swollen. Sister Mary Catherine cries when we tell her. I thought I reached him, she says. I thought he was calming down. He was too far gone, Weber says without emotion. The psychological strain was too much. Statistically, we should expect more suicides. The human mind isn't designed for this kind of prolonged stress. Is there anything you feel? The nun asks him, angry now. Anything at all? A man is dead and you're talking about statistics. A man chose to die rather than keep fighting, Weber says. That was his choice. I choose to keep fighting. I suggest everyone else do the same. We bury Peter in one of the empty suites, wrap his body in sheets, say words over him that feel hollow. Sister Mary Catherine leads a prayer and we all mumble along, even Weber, though I notice his lips don't move. 13 of us left now. 13 people in a tower above a dead city, running out of time, running out of options, running out of hope. Day 22 brings the first real challenge to Marcus's leadership. We're gathered for dinner and Weber stands up, clearing his throat like he's about to deliver a presentation. I think it's time we discussed our situation honestly, he says. Marcus has done an admirable job keeping us alive, but his leadership philosophy is based on consensus and democracy, and that's unsustainable in a survival situation. We need clear hierarchy, decisive action, hard choices made without debate. I'm proposing a restructure, a council of 3 to make decisions, Marcus for security, myself for logistics and medicine, and Rocco for operations. We present decisions to the group, but we don't vote on everything. We can't afford that luxury anymore. Marcus's face goes hard. You're proposing a coup. I'm proposing efficiency, Weber says. Look at our track record. Every decision takes hours of debate. Every choice is compromised to keep everyone happy. We've lost 2 people to problems that decisive leadership could have prevented. You can't prevent suicide, Sister Mary Catherine says. You could have prevented Mitchell from hiding his infection for a week if you'd established strict protocols immediately, Weber says. You could have prevented Peter's breakdown if you'd enforced participation and contribution. Marcus's soft approach is killing us slowly. My soft approach has kept us alive for 3 weeks, Marcus says, voice tight. Your hard approach would have us at each other's throats. Better to fight each other than die passively, Weber says. He looks around the table. I'm calling for a vote. Marcus's democratic leadership or a council system, show of hands. I watch the group split. Weber, Carlos, Carmen, and surprisingly Ray raise their hands for the council. Marcus, Sister Mary Catherine, Jax, Miguel, Sophia, Emma, Tommy, Gina, and Sarah stay with democratic leadership. 9-4. Marcus wins, but the challenge has been made. The fracture exposed. This isn't over, Weber says quietly, sitting back down. That night, Marcus comes to my suite, looking older than I've ever seen him. He's right, you know, Marcus says, about some of it. I've been avoiding hard choices, trying to keep everyone happy. But I don't know how to lead any other way. In the Marines, we had clear hierarchy, clear orders. This is different. These are civilians, scared people, not soldiers. You're doing fine, I say. Weber's just positioning himself. Don't let him get in your head. But I can see Marcus is already doubting himself, already wondering if Weber's way is the right way. Day 23, Miguel and Sophia stop firing flares. No one's coming, Miguel says during breakfast. We've been signaling for days and nothing. No helicopters, no planes, no response. We're wasting resources. He looks defeated, hollowed out, and Sophia holds his hand across the table. We tried, she says softly. That's all we could do. Day 24, someone sabotages the water supply. We wake up to find half our stored water dumped out, bottles emptied, precious gallons soaked into carpet. Who did this? Marcus demands, but no one confesses, no one admits anything. Weber points out that it had to be someone with access to the executive kitchen, which is everyone, and that without proof we can't take action. This is what happens when you don't enforce discipline, Weber says to Marcus. Someone is sabotaging us and you're powerless to stop it because you're afraid to be authoritarian. Marcus doesn't respond, just assigns guards to the kitchen in shifts, but the damage is done, both to our water supply and to our trust in each other. We're down to maybe a week of water and the accusations start flying. Carmen says she saw Carlos near the kitchen late at night. Carlos says Carmen is lying. She's the one acting suspicious. Miguel and Sofia stay quiet, keeping to themselves. Ray watches over Emma obsessively. Jax maintains the building systems and tries to stay out of the politics. Day 25, I find Gina crying in our suite. "What's wrong?" I ask, holding her. "I'm scared, Dad," she says. "Scared we're going to die up here. Scared we're going to run out of food and water and turn on each other. Scared of what we're becoming." "What are we becoming?" I ask. "Them," she says. "Just slower. We're already losing ourselves, already becoming something else. Peter killed himself. Someone dumped our water. Weber wants to take over. We're falling apart." I don't have good answers for her because she's right. We are falling apart. The pressure is breaking us down, exposing our worst natures, and I don't know how to stop it. Day 26, Marcus makes a mistake. A big one. He decides we need to check on the barricades from the outside, see if there's any way to reinforce them better, understand what we're dealing with. He takes Jax and Tommy, his son, and they go down to the 22nd floor below our defenses to scout. They're gone for 20 minutes before we hear screaming. Jax comes through the fire escape door alone, bleeding from his shoulder, eyes wild. They broke through on 22. Marcus and Tommy are trapped. We mobilize immediately, Weber and Ray and Carlos and I grabbing weapons, charging down the stairs. The 22nd floor is a nightmare, dozens of them pouring out of the stairwells, and Marcus and Tommy are backed into a corner suite, holding the door with furniture while dead hands reach through gaps. We hit them from behind, fire axes and batons, and Ray with a length of pipe, and it's chaos, it's savage, it's everything I never wanted Gina to see, but she's there too. She followed us down, and she's using a fire extinguisher as a weapon, spraying foam into their faces, blinding them. We fight our way to Marcus and Tommy, pull them out, retreat back up the stairs, and we lose Carlos. He goes down under 3 of them, and I hear him screaming as we run, screaming my name, screaming for help. But there's too many, and we can't stop. We can't save him, and by the time we seal the fire escape door on 23, his screaming has stopped. We've lost the 22nd floor completely. The barricades are breached. They're 1 floor below us now, and we have maybe hours before they find a way up. Marcus is bleeding from a dozen cuts. Tommy is in shock, and Jax's shoulder is torn open, muscle visible. Weber checks them all, declares the wound superficial, no bites, but we've lost ground and we've lost Carlos, and the mood is grim. This is what happens when you take unnecessary risks, Weber says to Marcus. Carlos is dead because you wanted to play hero, wanted to check the barricades personally instead of sending a drone or using cameras or being smart about it. Marcus doesn't defend himself. He looks broken, gutted, and Tommy is crying, and Sister Mary Catherine is comforting the boy while glaring daggers at Weber. Day 27, Marcus calls a meeting, and I can see what he's going to say before he says it. "I'm stepping down as leader," Marcus announces. "Weber is right. My leadership has cost us lives. Peter Carlos nearly lost my own son. I'm not fit for this. I'm proposing Weber take over." "No," Sister Mary Catherine says immediately. "This is exactly what he wants. He's been undermining you, poisoning people against you, and now you're handing him control." "I'm handing the group a better chance at survival," Marcus says tiredly. "Weber knows what needs to be done. He's willing to make the hard choices I can't make. Then maybe we need someone who can make those choices without being cruel," the nun says. She looks at me. "Rocco, you've been here from the beginning. You're competent, level-headed. You don't have an agenda. The group trusts you." I shake my head. "I'm security, not a leader." You led us through the initial outbreak, Jax points out. You've been making decisions all along, just letting Marcus take credit. Everyone knows it. I look around the table and see faces nodding. Miguel and Sophia, Ray, Sarah, even Gina. I vote for Rocco, Gina says. I vote for Rocco too, Tommy says quietly. The vote is unanimous except for Weber, who abstains with a tight smile. Congratulations, he says. I look forward to working with you. And when your democratic idealism fails, I'll be here to pick up the pieces. I accept the position because refusing would cause more problems than accepting. But I don't want it. Don't feel qualified. Don't know if I can do what needs to be done. But I'm stuck with it now. Day 28, my first day as leader, I make my first hard call. We need food, and the only option is going down to the 5th floor storage again. But after losing Carlos after the 22nd floor breach, I'm not risking any more people. I'm going alone, I announce. That's suicide, Weber says. That's efficient, I counter. One person moves faster, quieter, less chance of being detected. I know the layout, I've done security for years, I can do this. Then I'm coming with you, Jax says. Someone needs to watch your back. We go at first light when they're slowest, taking the service corridors and maintenance shafts Jax knows, bypassing the stairwells entirely. We drop down floor by floor through the ventilation system, through cable shafts, through spaces that weren't designed for human passage but work in an emergency. It takes 2 hours to reach the 5th floor, and when we emerge from an access panel in the storage room, it's untouched. Hundreds of pounds of food waiting. We load up, taking as much as we can carry, and we're halfway back up through the shafts when we hear them below us. Scratching at the access panel, their hands finding the seams. We climb faster, my arms burning, Jax right behind me, and they're following. Crawling through spaces that shouldn't fit them, but their bodies are breaking, bones snapping to let them fold into impossible angles. We make it to the 20th floor shaft access, and I pull Jax through just as one of them reaches his ankle. We seal the panel with a fire axe driven through the mechanism and run for the stairs, their screaming echoing through the building's bones. We burst onto 23 with the supplies and everyone cheers. But I'm not celebrating. We bought ourselves another 2 weeks of food, but they're learning, adapting, finding new ways to reach us. It's only a matter of time before they break through. Day 29, Weber comes to me with a proposal. We need to thin the herd, he says. The group is too large for our resources, 12 people all consuming food and water at the same rate, but not all contributing equally. You want to exile people, I say flatly. I want to make strategic decisions about resource allocation, Weber says. Sister Mary Catherine contributes nothing practical. The children consume but can't fight or scavenge. Ray is protective of Emma, but he's over 50, slowing down. We could survive longer with a smaller, more capable group. We're not abandoning people, I say. We're not a military unit optimizing for efficiency. We're people trying to stay human in an inhuman situation. Humanity is a luxury, Weber says, and luxuries cost lives. Then maybe some things are worth dying for, I say. Weber smiles his cold smile. We'll see. Give it another week when the food runs low again. Let's see how idealistic you stay when people are starving. He leaves, and I'm left wondering if he's right, if I'm being naive, if my morality is going to get people killed. Day 30 brings a small victory. Sarah discovers that the hotel's roof has a rainwater collection system, and with some modifications we can capture enough water to extend our supply. We spend the day rigging tarps and gutters, directing runoff into cleaned containers. And when it rains that night, we collect 10 gallons, precious and pure. It's not enough to solve the water problem, but it helps, and more importantly, it gives the group something to work on together, a shared project that builds morale. Day 31, I organize work shifts, make sure everyone contributes something. Sister Mary Catherine teaches the children. Jax maintains systems. Miguel and Sophia manage the kitchen. Ray and Emma help with water collection. Sarah continues studying the infected through the windows, documenting their behavior. Weber handles medical checks. Marcus, still dealing with his guilt over Carlos, takes guard duty shifts. Carmen helps with inventory. Everyone has a role, everyone has purpose, and it helps. Day 32, Miguel approaches me privately. I need to tell you something, he says, nervous. Sophia and we've been talking. We're not going to make it out of this. You know it, I know it. Everyone knows it but won't say it. So we've made a decision. When it gets bad, when the food runs out or they break through or whatever happens, we're going together. We're not becoming those things. We're not watching each other turn. We're taking pills, going to sleep, ending it on our terms. I don't know what to say to that. How long you think we have? Miguel asks. Honestly, I say. 2 weeks before food is critical. A month before we're starving. 6 weeks before we're desperate enough to do something stupid. Miguel nods. Then we have 6 weeks to find a reason to keep fighting. And if we can't, at least we tried. Day 33, Tommy has a nightmare and wakes up screaming, and it takes Marcus 20 minutes to calm him down. The boy is breaking. We can all see it. The stress finally exceeding his ability to cope. Sister Mary Catherine suggests we need to do something to maintain normalcy. Give the children something to look forward to. We should celebrate something, she says. A birthday, a holiday, anything. Give them a break from the fear. Emma's birthday is in 2 weeks. She'll be 10 and the nun proposes we make it special. Save some treats from the supplies, let her have a party. It seems absurd, celebrating a child's birthday in a siege situation, but Marcus backs the idea and so do I. We need something human, something normal, something to remind us why we're fighting to survive. Day 34, we spot survivors on the roof of the building across from us. They're too far away to communicate verbally, but we can see them. 4 people, and they see us. We wave, they wave back, and for a few minutes we're not alone. They have a sign, cardboard and marker, and it says, Day 35, 4 alive, food low. We make our own sign. Day 34, 12 alive, same. They give us a thumbs up and we give one back, and it's the most contact we've had with other survivors since this started. Every day after that, we check for them and they check for us, and it becomes a ritual, a connection to the world beyond our tower. Day 35, the power comes back on. Not fully, not everywhere, but some circuits kick in, some emergency backups engage, and we have intermittent electricity. The security monitors flicker to life and we can see them again. Watch their patterns, and what we see is concerning. They're organizing, not consciously but instinctively, moving in coordinated groups, working together to break through barriers. They're evolving, Sarah says, studying the footage. Or the virus is, adapting to obstacles, optimizing hunting behavior. This isn't random anymore. Day 36, the survivors across from us are gone. Their roof is empty, their sign discarded. We don't know if they evacuated, died, or turned, but they're gone. And we're alone again. Sister Mary Catherine says a prayer for them, and we all feel it, the loss of that connection, the reminder that everyone is one mistake away from extinction. Day 37, Marcus pulls me aside. I need to tell you something about Weber, he says. Before the outbreak, when I ran background checks on conference attendees for security clearance, his name flagged. He's connected to some dark stuff. Bioweapon research, human trials violations, trafficking allegations. Nothing proven in court, but enough smoke to suggest fire. I think he might have been involved in releasing the virus. Why would he do that? I ask. Insurance fraud? Stock manipulation? Destroy competitors? With pharmaceutical companies, follow the money. You have proof? Just suspicion, but watch him, don't trust him, and definitely don't let him consolidate power. Day 38, we start preparing for Emma's birthday party, and the act of planning something joyful in this nightmare is both absurd and necessary. Sophia is making a cake from our baking supplies, Carmen is creating decorations from scavenged materials, and Sister Mary Catherine has everyone writing birthday wishes for Emma to read. The children are excited for the first time in weeks, and even the adults are smiling, pretending we're normal people doing normal things. Day 39 brings disaster. We wake up to find Sophia dead in the suite she shared with Miguel. She's hanging like Peter did, sheets around her neck, and Miguel is sitting beneath her body, catatonic, not responding to anything. What happened? I ask him gently. Miguel stares at nothing. She couldn't take it anymore. Last night she told me she loved me, kissed me, said she was sorry. I thought she meant for arguing earlier. I woke up and she was gone. We cut her down, cover her body, and Miguel still doesn't move, doesn't speak. Weber checks him for injuries, for contamination, finds nothing physical. He's in shock, Weber says. Psychological trauma. He might come out of it, might not. We leave him in the suite with Sophia's body because moving him seems cruel. Day 40, Emma's birthday, and we're going through with the party because what else can we do? Life goes on even when it doesn't make sense. We gather in the executive kitchen and Sophia's cake is there. Carmen finished it, and we sing happy birthday, and Emma blows out candles and opens presents we made from scraps. And she's smiling through tears because she's 10 years old and she understands more than she should about loss and death and impermanence. After the party, Miguel emerges from his suite. His eyes are wrong, hollow, and he's carrying Sophia's body wrapped in sheets. I need to bury her properly, he says. She deserves better than this. We help him, clearing space in one of the empty suites, laying her body out with dignity, saying words that feel inadequate. Day 41, Miguel stops eating. I can't, he says when we try to feed him. Every bite tastes like ash. I can't do this without her. You have to try, Sister Mary Catherine says gently. For her. She wouldn't want you to give up. She gave up, Miguel says. Why shouldn't I? He goes back to his suite and locks the door. Day 42, we hear a gunshot from Miguel's suite. Marcus breaks down the door and finds Miguel dead, shot through the head with a pistol none of us knew he had. Where'd he get the gun? I ask. Marcus checks the body, finds a note in Miguel's pocket. It's from Weber. Says he gave Miguel the gun 3 days ago after Sophia died. Told him it was there if he needed it. Said it was compassionate to give him the choice. I find Weber in his suite and I'm ready to kill him, but Marcus holds me back. He gave a grieving man a gun, I say. He murdered him. Miguel pulled the trigger, Weber says calmly. I gave him agency. Would you prefer I let him starve slowly, suffer for weeks? I gave him mercy. You gave him a way out so you'd have one less mouth to feed, I say. You wanted him gone. I wanted him to stop suffering, Weber says. You can assign whatever motive makes you feel morally superior, but the result is the same. Miguel is at peace now, reunited with Sophia. You should be thanking me. I want to put my hands around his throat, but Marcus pulls me away. He's not worth it, Marcus says. Save your anger for when we need it. We bury Miguel next to Sophia, and the group is down to 10. 10 people out of 15 who started this. Peter, James, Carlos, Sophia, Miguel, all dead within 6 weeks. The pressure is breaking us faster than the infected ever could. Day 43, Weber makes his move. He calls a group meeting without consulting me, and when I arrive, everyone is already gathered. I've been watching our supplies, Weber announces. At current consumption rates, we have 8 days of food left. 8 days before we start starving. We need to make changes immediately. What kind of changes, I ask. Rationing, Weber says. Strict rationing based on contribution and utility. Workers and fighters get full rations. Non-combatants get reduced rations. Children get minimal rations scaled to body weight. You want to starve the children, Sister Mary Catherine says, standing up. I want to optimize our survival probability, Weber says. Emma is 9 years old, weighs maybe 60 pounds. She needs fewer calories than an adult male. Giving her an equal ration is inefficient. Same with Tommy, and frankly, same with the sister who contributes teaching but nothing tactical. We're not doing this, I say. Everyone gets equal rations. Then everyone starves together, Weber says. Is that your leadership decision? Equality over survival? Yes, I say, because the moment we start deciding who deserves to eat and who doesn't, we've already lost. We've become them, just slower. Weber looks around the table, gauging support. Anyone agree with Rocco's suicide pact? Carmen raises her hand, so does Ray. Marcus hesitates, then raises his. Jax raises his. Sarah raises hers. Sister Mary Catherine, Tommy, Emma, and Gina all raise theirs. 8-1, Weber loses. You're all fools, Weber says, and when you're starving in a week, when you're too weak to fight, when they break through and tear you apart, remember that I tried to save you. He walks out and the meeting dissolves. Day 44, I organize one final supply run. We need food desperately, and the 5th floor storage is the only option. I take Jax and Marcus, leaving Ray and the others to defend if something goes wrong. We go through the maintenance shafts again, and when we reach the 5th floor, we find it's been ransacked. Other survivors have been here, taken everything useful. There's another storage area, Jax says. 3rd floor, smaller, but it might have something. We descend to the 3rd floor, and it's worse than I expected, packed with them, the corridor wall to wall with infected. But through a gap I can see the storage room door, still intact, possibly still sealed. We can't get through that, Marcus says. We don't have to, Jax says. There's a ventilation shaft that opens right above the storage room. We drop down, load up, climb back out. It's risky, but we're desperate. We find the shaft access and climb down, and the drop into the storage room is longer than expected, maybe 15 feet, but there's shelving we can use to climb back up. The room is dark, our flashlights cutting through dust, and we find it. Commercial cans of soup, beans, vegetables, enough to feed us for 3 weeks. We're loading up when we hear it, the door handle turning. They're trying to get in. Move, I say. We stack boxes under the ventilation shaft, creating a ladder, and Marcus goes up first, then me, then Jax, and the door is splintering now, their hands reaching through cracks. Jax is halfway up the shaft when one of them breaks through completely, running at us faster than should be possible, and it grabs Jax's leg, pulls, and he falls, hits the ground hard. I drop back down to help him, Marcus screaming at me to leave him, but I can't. Won't, and I'm pulling Jax up when the thing bites him deep into his calf, tearing muscle. Jax screams, and I beat the thing off with a can of soup, caving in its skull. And then I'm dragging Jax up the shaft, both of us climbing with the supplies, and we seal the vent behind us with our bodies as more of them flood the storage room below. We make it back to the 23rd floor, and Jax is bleeding badly, the bite wound deep and ragged. Weber takes one look and his face goes cold. He's infected. You know the protocol. We don't know the incubation period exactly, Sarah says. Could be hours, could be days. We can isolate him, monitor him. He goes to 2312, Weber says. Now. Jax doesn't fight it, just nods, understanding. How long do I have? He asks Sarah. Based on Mitchell's progression, maybe 72 hours. She says. Maybe less if the viral load is high. We help Jax to the isolation suite, and he sits on the bed looking at his leg, at the wound, at his death. Take care of them, he says to me. Don't let Weber take over. You're a good leader, better than you think. Just keep being human, keep making the right choices even when they're hard. I'm sorry, I say. Not your fault, Jax says. I knew the risks, I just wish I'd had more time. Day 45, Jax is feverish, delirious, talking to people who aren't there. Sarah checks on him every few hours, documenting his decline. And it's clinical horror, watching someone you know become something else. By evening, he's not responding to his name. His eyes are filming over and his breathing is changing, becoming that wet, choking sound. It's time, Sarah says. Marcus offers to do it, but I say no, this is my responsibility. Jax got infected because I asked him to come on the supply run. I take Marcus's pistol and I go into Suite 2312 and Jax is still there, still barely human. And he looks at me and I can see he knows what's coming, see him grateful for it. Thank you for being my friend, I say. Jax tries to smile, but his face doesn't work right anymore. Tell Emma I'm sorry, I won't be there to fix the water system. I raise the pistol and I pull the trigger and Jax stops being Jax. I leave the suite and close the door, and I don't cry because if I start, I won't stop. 9 of us left. 10 days of food if we're lucky. No way out. No rescue coming. Just waiting for the end. Day 46, Weber comes to me with a new proposal, and this time he's not hiding his intentions. We can survive this, he says. But we need to be ruthless. We have food for 10 days. If we reduce the group to 4 people, we have food for a month. A month to find new supplies, to figure out an escape route, to wait for military intervention. You want to kill people, I say. I want to save people, Weber says. 4 people with a month of supplies have a better chance than 9 people with 10 days. It's simple mathematics. Who do we kill? I ask, knowing the answer. The least useful. Sister Mary Catherine contributes nothing tactical. Tommy is traumatized, barely functional. Emma is a child. Carmen has no special skills. We keep you, Marcus, Ray, and myself. 4 people who can fight, who can think, who can survive. I'm not murdering 5 people, I say. Then you're murdering 4, Weber says, because when the food runs out, 4 people will survive by taking it from the other 5 anyway. I'm just proposing we be honest about it, do it cleanly, avoid the chaos. Get out, I say. Weber stands. You're weak, Rocco. And weakness kills. When everyone is dead because you couldn't make hard choices, remember that I tried to save you. Day 47, I gather the group and tell them about Weber's proposal. There's silence. Then Sister Mary Catherine speaks. He's been planning this from the beginning, positioning himself, undermining leaders, suggesting protocols that divide us. He wants us to turn on each other because that's how he survives. We need to vote him out, Carmen says. Send him away. Where? Ray asks. Out there with them? That's execution. We'd be no better than him. Then we lock him up, Tommy suggests, his voice shaky but determined. Isolate him like we did Peter, like we did Jax. Keep him away from us. We vote. 8 votes to isolate Weber. Only Weber votes against. You're making a mistake, Weber says as Marcus escorts him to Suite 2312. You need me. You need my ruthlessness. You'll realize it when you're starving. We lock him in, and for the first time in days, I feel like we can breathe. Day 48, Weber's suite is silent. We bring him food and water, slide it under the door, but we don't talk to him, don't engage. Day 49 brings a crisis that makes everything else irrelevant. Ray starts coughing, violent hacking coughs that bring up blood. Sarah examines him and her face goes pale. It's not the virus, she says. It's something else. Internal bleeding, maybe an ulcer or worse. He needs a hospital, surgery, medical care we can't provide. How long? I ask quietly. Sarah shakes her head. Days, maybe a week if he's lucky. Ray takes the news calmly, holding Emma, stroking her hair. You have to take care of her, he says to me. When I'm gone, you're her guardian, promise me. I promise. Day 50, Ray's condition worsens rapidly. He's bedridden, weak, coughing up more blood. Emma sits with him constantly, holding his hand, and Sister Mary Catherine reads to them from a Bible she found. "I'm not scared," Ray tells Emma. "Grandpa's just tired. I'm going to rest for a while, and you're going to be strong and brave and amazing. Can you do that for me?" Emma nods, crying. "I can do that." Ray dies that night peaceful, and Emma is there holding his hand when he goes. We wrap his body in sheets, and Sister Mary Catherine says prayers, and we're 8 now. 8 people running out of time. Day 51, the food is critical. We're down to 3 days of supplies, and I know I have to make a decision. We either attempt a major supply run, risking everyone, or we wait here and starve slowly. I call a meeting, lay out the options. "There's a restaurant supply warehouse 3 blocks from here," I say. "Jack's mentioned it once. If we can get there, it might have food. Enough to last us months." "How do we get 3 blocks through a city full of those things?" Marcus asks. "We don't," I say. "We go down to the parking garage, find a vehicle, drive fast and loud, smash through them if we have to." "That's suicide," Carmen says. "Staying here is suicide slower," I say. "At least this way we're trying." Sister Mary Catherine speaks up. "I'll stay. I'm old, I'll slow you down. Take the people who can fight, who can move fast. Emma, you go with them, you deserve a future." "I'm staying too," Tommy says. "I can't fight. I'll just get in the way." "No one's staying behind," I say. "We all go or none of us go." We vote, unanimous to attempt the supply run. Day 52, we prepare. We inventory weapons, plan the route, check the parking garage security cameras. There are vehicles down there, maybe a dozen, and some of them might still have keys or be hot wireable. The infected are thick on the ground level, but not impossible. We have one shot at this. Day 53, Weber is screaming from his suite. "You're going on a supply run without me? You need me. I know things. I can help." "You wanted us to kill each other," I say through the door. "You don't get to help now." "I have information," Weber shouts. "About the virus, about why it spread, about what's coming next. You need to hear this before you go." "Tell us from in there," I say. "The virus was designed," Weber says, "by my company, not as a weapon, as a medical treatment. Aggressive cell regeneration, neural pathway reinforcement. It was supposed to cure Alzheimer's, reverse brain damage. But it mutated during testing. Instead of regenerating neurons, it destroyed them. Instead of curing disease, it created monsters. The conference was supposed to be the announcement of our breakthrough. Someone sabotaged the samples, released the mutated strain, and here we are." "You created this," Sarah says, her voice shaking. "You created all of this." "We created a cure," Weber says. "Someone else weaponized it. But yes, my company, my research, my responsibility. And I know things about the virus that might save us. The mutation has limits. The infected can't survive more than 90 days without fresh feeding. Their bodies break down, cellular collapse. If we can last 3 months, they'll start dying off naturally." "Why should we believe you?" I ask. "Because I have the research data," Weber says, "in my briefcase, in my suite. Sarah can verify it. Check the data, then decide if you want my help." We retrieve Weber's briefcase, and Sarah spends 2 hours going through dense scientific papers and research files. When she emerges, she looks sick. "He's telling the truth," she says. "The virus has a built-in expiration date. 90 days post-infection, the host's cellular structure collapses. They'll die on their own." "We're 53 days in," I say. 37 days left. If we can survive 37 more days, we win." "If Weber's data is accurate," Sarah says, "if there are no additional mutations, if external factors don't extend the timeline. It's a theory, not a guarantee." "It's more than we had before," Marcus says. "It's hope." Day 54, we're preparing for the supply run when Carmen pulls me aside. I need to tell you something, she says. The water sabotage on day 24, that was me. I was scared, panicking, thought if there was a crisis, Weber would take over and make the hard choices. I'm sorry. I've been carrying this guilt for a month and I needed you to know before we go. Why tell me now? I ask. Because I might die today, Carmen says. And I don't want to die with secrets. I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod. We're all carrying secrets, all carrying guilt. What matters is what we do next. Day 55, the supply run. We leave Emma, Tommy, and Sister Mary Catherine on the 23rd floor with instructions to barricade themselves if we don't return. Weber is still locked in his suite. The rest of us go down. Me, Marcus, Sarah, Carmen, Ray's gone, so it's just the four of us, and that feels wrong, feels small, feels like the end of something. We take the service stairs down to the parking garage and it's dark, our flashlights cutting through shadows, and I can hear them moving in the darkness, the wet choking sounds, the shuffle of feet. We find a Suburban with keys in the ignition, miracle of miracles, and we pile in, and Marcus starts the engine and it roars to life, and every infected in the garage turns toward the sound. Drive, I say. Marcus puts it in gear and we blast through the garage, hitting them, running them over, metal and flesh and broken glass, and we're through the exit ramp, into the street, and Las Vegas is hell. The strip is packed with them, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, and they're all turning toward us, all running at the sound of the engine. Marcus drives like he's in a war zone because he is, smashing through crowds of them, the Suburban's windshield cracking, blood coating everything. We're 2 blocks from the warehouse when a truck slams into us from the side, driver already dead, and we spin, hit a light pole, and the engine dies. Out! I shout. We abandon the Suburban and run, firing shots to clear a path, and I can see the warehouse ahead, metal rolling door, and it's down, locked. Carmen reaches it first, tries the door, and it won't budge. We need to find another way in, she shouts over the screaming of the infected closing in. Sarah spots a side door, kicks it, and it gives, and we're through, slamming it behind us, and we're in. The warehouse is massive, dark, and we can hear them outside pounding on walls, but we're in. And I turn on my flashlight, and what I see makes my heart sink. The warehouse is empty, not just low on supplies, empty. Someone stripped it clean months ago and there's nothing, absolutely nothing. We're fucked, Marcus says simply. We have maybe minutes before they break through the doors. The roof, Sarah says. We can climb to the roof, signal for help. We find stairs, climb 3 flights, and we're on the roof, flat and exposed, and we can see the Bellagio in the distance, our tower. And we can see them filling the streets below like a flood. We're not getting back, Carmen says, not on foot. Then we go up, I say. Building to building across rooftops. 3 blocks of roofs, we can jump the gaps, climb, make it back. It's insane, but every option is insane. We start across, jumping from this warehouse to the next building, a hotel, then a parking structure, each jump terrifying, each landing a miracle. Carmen doesn't make the 3rd jump. She's running, she leaps, and she's short, hits the edge, fingers grabbing, slipping, and I lunge for her but miss, and she falls 5 stories into a crowd of them, and she's screaming, and then she's not. 3 of us left. Me, Marcus, Sarah. We keep going, keep jumping, keep climbing, and I can see the Bellagio now, so close, and there's a gap between buildings that's too wide, impossible to jump. We climb down, run the last block, Marcus says. We descend fire escapes to street level and we run, and they're everywhere, and Marcus is firing his pistol, clearing a path, and we're almost there, almost to the Bellagio entrance, when Marcus goes down. One of them tackles him from the side, and he's down. And there are more, and I'm pulling at him, but there are too many, and he looks at me and shouts, "Go! Get Sarah out!" I run. I grab Sarah's hand and we run into the Bellagio, and I can hear Marcus dying behind me, and I don't stop, can't stop, and we're in the service corridor up the stairs, climbing, lungs burning, and they're behind us, but we're faster, and we make it to the 23rd floor and slam the fire escape door and add furniture to the barricade, and we're safe. We're back. We made it. Except we didn't. We lost Carmen and Marcus, and we're back with no food, no supplies, no hope. Day 56, I tell Emma and Tommy that Marcus is gone, that he saved us, that he died a hero. Tommy doesn't cry, just nods, goes to his suite and closes the door. Emma hugs Sister Mary Catherine and asks if everyone is going to die. I don't know, sweetheart, the nun says honestly, but we're going to try very hard not to. 6 of us left now, me, Gina, Sarah, Sister Mary Catherine, Tommy, Emma. No food except 1 day of crackers and peanut butter. Water for a few days if we're careful. 36 days until the infected theoretically die off. We're not going to make it. Day 57, Weber is pounding on his door. "Let me out," he shouts. "I can help. I know where there's food. There's an executive pantry on this floor hidden. Only hotel management knew about it. Let me out and I'll show you." "He's lying," Sarah says, "trying to manipulate us." "What if he's not?" I ask. We unlock Weber's door and he emerges looking gaunt, desperate. "The pantry," he says. "It's behind a false wall in suite 2302. Hotel executives used it for private parties. Should have food, alcohol, supplies." We check, and he's right. There's a hidden panel that slides open to reveal a small room stocked with premium snacks, caviar, champagne, crackers. Not enough to last 36 days, but enough to buy us a week. "Why tell us now?" I ask Weber. "Because I'm starving too," he says. "Because I need you to trust me again. Because if we're going to survive, we need to work together." I don't trust him, but I'm out of options. Day 58, we ration the pantry supplies carefully, and Weber is on his best behavior, helpful and cooperative. But I can see him calculating, planning, waiting for an opportunity. Day 59, Sarah pulls me aside. "I've been thinking about Weber's data," she says, "about the 90-day timeline. If he's right, if the infected start dying off at day 90, we just need to survive. But I don't think we can make it on food alone. We need calories, protein, nutrients we don't have." "What are you saying?" I ask. She looks uncomfortable. "I'm saying there's protein available, bodies. Peter, Mitchell, Carlos, Sophia, Miguel, Jax, Ray. They're all in sealed suites. We could—" "No," I say immediately. "We're not doing that. We're not eating the dead. It might be the only way to survive," Sarah says. "I'm not suggesting it lightly. But if the choice is cannibalism or starvation, which is worse?" "We're not having this conversation," I say and walk away. But the seed is planted, the idea is out there, and I know it's going to come up again. Day 60, Tommy asks to see Weber. "Oh, why?" I ask. "I just need to talk to him," Tommy says, "about my dad, about what happened." I let Tommy into Weber's suite and they talk for an hour. When Tommy emerges, he seems calmer, almost peaceful. "What did you talk about?" I ask. "He told me the truth," Tommy says, "about the virus, about what my dad was fighting, about why he made the choices he made. It helped." Day 61, the pantry food runs out. We're down to water and desperation. Sister Mary Catherine leads a prayer circle and we all join, even me, even though I don't know what I'm praying for anymore. Survival? Rescue? A quick end? Day 62, Sarah brings up cannibalism again, and this time she's not alone. "We need to discuss this rationally," she says at our evening meeting. "We have 28 days left until theoretical rescue. We have no food. We have bodies available. It's a resource question, not a moral one." "It's absolutely a moral one," Sister Mary Catherine says. "We don't desecrate the dead. We don't become animals." "Animals survive," Weber says, speaking up for the first time. "Humans die holding on to dignity. Which would you prefer?" "I'd prefer we find another way," I say. What other way? Sarah asks. There are no more supply runs. We tried that, lost 2 people, found nothing. There's no food coming, no rescue coming. In 28 days, the infected might die off or they might not. Weber's data might be wrong. But right now, today, we're starving, and every day we starve, we get weaker, less able to fight if they break through. Eating the dead gives us strength, gives us a chance. She's right, Weber says. I know it's unpleasant, but survival requires sacrifice. The group splits. Sarah and Weber vote for cannibalism. Sister Mary Catherine and Gina vote against. Tommy abstains. Emma is crying, doesn't vote. I'm the deciding vote. No, I say finally. We're not doing this. We hold out. We wait. We survive on water and prayer and stubbornness. 28 days. We can do this. Sarah looks at me like I'm condemning us all, and maybe I am. Day 63, I catch Weber in one of the sealed suites, the one where we stored Ray's body. He has a knife. What are you doing? I ask. Weber doesn't look up. What needs to be done? You can pretend to be noble, starve yourself righteous. I'm choosing to live. Put the knife down, I say. Or what? Weber asks. You'll stop me? You'll lock me up again? I'm past caring about your rules, your morality. I'm eating. You can join me or you can die slowly, but I'm surviving. I pull my baton and we face off, and I should stop him, should fight him, but I'm so tired, so weak from hunger, and part of me wonders if he's right. Do what you want, I say finally. Just don't let Emma or Tommy see. Weber smiles, that cold smile. Pragmatism, you're learning. He disappears into the suite with his knife, and I walk away, and I hate myself for it. Hate that I'm too weak to stop him, too practical to care anymore. Day 64, Weber is stronger, more energetic, and everyone knows what he's doing, but no one stops him. Sister Mary Catherine prays louder, tries to drown out the knowledge with faith. Sarah starts going to Weber's suite too, making the choice to survive however she can. Tommy watches everything with old eyes, 14 years old and already ancient. Day 65, Gina asks me if we're going to die. I don't know, baby, I say honestly. Maybe. Probably. But we're going to fight until we can't fight anymore. What if we can't fight anymore now? She asks. I don't have an answer. Day 66, the infected finally breach our defenses completely. We hear them in the 22nd floor corridor, and the barricade on our fire escape door is shaking, furniture moving. They're coming, Tommy says almost calmly. We prepare for the end, gathering weapons, saying goodbyes, and Sister Mary Catherine leads a final prayer. Day 67, the door breaks. They pour through, dozens of them, and we fight. Weber with his knife, Sarah with a fire axe, me with my baton, Sister Mary Catherine protecting Emma and Tommy. We're killing them, but more keep coming, and I see Sister Mary Catherine go down under 3 of them, see her torn apart while Emma screams. Tommy grabs Emma and runs, and I follow, and we're retreating suite by suite, and Sarah is grabbed, pulled down, and she's screaming for help, but there's nothing I can do, nothing anyone can do. Weber runs past me, every man for himself now, and I grab Gina and Emma and Tommy, and we barricade ourselves in the last suite. Suite 2301, the smallest, the furthest from the stairwells. We stack furniture against the door and listen to them outside, pounding, screaming, and Weber is out there too. I can hear him begging for help. And then I hear him dying, torn apart like the others. 4 of us left in a single suite with no food, no water, no exit. Day 68, we wait for the end. Emma is quiet. Tommy is calm. Gina is holding my hand. The pounding on the door never stops. Day 69, I think about Miguel's gun, about the choice he made, about ending it quick instead of waiting for them to break through and tear us apart. But I can't do it. Can't be the one who kills these kids, my daughter. So we wait, Day 70, the pounding stops, just stops, suddenly, completely, and we don't know why. We look through the peephole and the corridor is empty, not clear, just empty, no infected, no bodies, nothing. What happened? Gina whispers. I don't know, I whisper back. We wait another day, hungry, thirsty, terrified. Day 71, I crack the door open. The corridor is still empty. We venture out carefully, weapons ready, and we find them. All of them. The infected are lying on the ground throughout the hotel, motionless, dead. Not moving, not breathing. Just dead. Weber's data, I say. It was right. 90 days was wrong. It's 70 days. 70 days post-infection and they die. We're crying, all of us crying with relief and grief and exhaustion. We've survived. 4 of us out of 15, 4 people who watched the world end and somehow lived through it. Day 72, we explore the building. The infected are dead everywhere, thousands of corpses filling the casino, the convention center, the stairwells. We find supplies they'd been hoarding, food and water they'd collected but never consumed. And we eat until we're sick. Day 73, we see survivors emerging from other buildings across the city, waving from roofs, climbing out of bunkers. The city isn't dead, just broken, and we're not alone. Day 74, military helicopters finally arrive, National Guard setting up checkpoints, and when they find us, they can't believe we've been here since the beginning. How many of you made it? The soldier asks. 4, I say. Out of 15. He shakes his head. You're lucky. Most groups had 0 survivors. Lucky. I don't feel lucky. I feel hollowed out, used up like I died on day 70 and someone else is wearing my skin. But I'm alive. Gina is alive, Emma and Tommy are alive, and that has to be enough. They evacuate us to a FEMA camp, clean water and hot food and medical care, and it feels like a dream. Too good to be real. They ask us questions, debrief us, want to know everything about how we survived, and I tell them most of it. Leave out the parts about Weber and cannibalism and all the ways we failed each other. Day 75, they tell us Las Vegas is being demolished, the entire strip razed, too contaminated with infected blood and tissue to salvage. The city that never sleeps is being put down permanently. I watch from the camp as they burn the Bellagio, watch our tower go up in flames, and I think about everyone we lost, all the bodies sealed in suites burning now, finally getting their cremation. Day 80, they release us from quarantine. Gina and I are going to Henderson, finding her mother, rebuilding. Tommy is being placed with an aunt in California. Emma is going to foster care until they find her father, Ray's son, who was deployed overseas when everything happened. We say goodbye like survivors of a war, which I guess we are, and we promise to stay in touch, to remember each other, to honor the dead. I don't know if we'll keep those promises. Sometimes I think it would be easier to forget, to pretend those 75 days never happened. But I know I won't forget. Can't forget. I'll carry those days forever, carry the weight of every decision I made, every person we lost, every compromise and sacrifice and moral boundary we crossed in the name of survival. We survived the siege. We won. But winning feels an awful lot like losing when you count the cost. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. I'll create this revenge-driven zombie apocalypse story for you, following the exact structure with all 12 characters and their designated fates. This will be a continuous first-person narrative of Miguel Torres' 60-day descent into vengeance. They found my mother 3 days after the fungus crossed the border, or what was left of her. And that's when everything I believed about justice and law and doing things the right way burned away like paper in a fire. I'm Miguel Torres, been with Border Patrol for 12 years, seen things that would make most people quit. But I stayed because I believed in something, believed there was a line between right and wrong, between us and the chaos. That line dissolved the moment I saw what Fernando Gonzalez did to my mother. And now all that's left is the hunt, the blood, and the certainty that some men don't deserve trials or mercy or anything except what they've earned. The day it started, I was working the San Isidro checkpoint, processing the usual flow of crossers, legitimate and otherwise, watching faces for signs of nervousness, checking documents with the kind of routine efficiency that comes from repetition. It was Tuesday morning shift, desert heat already building even though it was barely 9 a.m. And I remember thinking about stopping by my mother's house in Chula Vista after work, maybe fixing that leaky faucet she'd been mentioning. She was 72, lived alone since my father died, stubborn as hell about accepting help, but always glad when I showed up anyway. The first sign something was wrong came when a family of 4 approached my checkpoint. Mother and father and 2 kids looking more terrified than nervous, and the father kept saying sick, all sick in broken English, pointing back toward Tijuana. I thought maybe food poisoning, maybe flu, told them to proceed to secondary inspection for medical evaluation. Watched them shuffle through with that particular exhaustion that suggested they'd been traveling for days. Then I saw the woman's hand. Her fingers were twitching, not like nervousness, like electricity was running through them involuntarily, and there was something gray under her fingernails, some kind of growth or fungus. And when she stumbled, I caught her and felt how hot she was, fever burning through her skin. Secondary inspection flagged them immediately, called for medical, and by the time the EMTs arrived, the woman was convulsing, children screaming, husband trying to hold her down while that gray stuff spread up her arms like frost on a window. I'd seen a lot of things at that checkpoint, drugs and weapons and human trafficking and people dying from dehydration in the desert. But I'd never seen anything like this. Never seen something move like it was alive under someone's skin. The EMTs isolated them, hazmat protocols, locked down the checkpoint, and within an hour we had 6 more cases, then 12, then too many to count. The fungus was crossing the border faster than we could process it, spreading through the crowds of migrants and travelers like wildfire through dry brush. And by noon, the entire checkpoint was in chaos. I called my mother at lunch, told her to lock the doors, don't let anyone in, don't go outside. Something bad was happening and I needed her safe. She laughed, told me I worried too much, said she'd been through worse than some flu or whatever this was. I should have driven there immediately. Should have abandoned my post and gotten her out, but I believed in the system, believed we'd contain this, believed the authorities would handle it. That belief killed her as surely as Fernando Gonzalez did. By evening, reports were coming in of outbreaks across San Diego, concentrated in Chula Vista and the border communities. People transforming into something that wasn't quite human anymore. The fungus taking over their nervous systems and turning them into aggressive, mindless things that attacked anyone nearby. The news called them infected, said to avoid contact, said help was coming. But I'd seen enough infected by then to know help wasn't coming fast enough. I tried calling my mother again at 6 p.m., no answer. Tried again at 7, 8, 9, each time the fear growing colder in my chest. At 10 p.m., my supervisor, Rodriguez, pulled me aside and told me to go, get my family to safety. The checkpoint was being abandoned anyway as infected poured through from both sides. I drove to Chula Vista with my service weapon loaded and emergency lights flashing, radio crackling with reports of infected, overwhelming hospitals, police stations, residential neighborhoods, the Navy base on lockdown, downtown San Diego descending into panic. My mother's house was on a quiet street near the elementary school. Small yard with the rose bushes she loved, the paint peeling that I'd been meaning to fix. When I pulled up, the front door was open. I remember that detail with perfect clarity, how the door was just slightly ajar, not broken down but opened, like she'd let someone in. I drew my weapon and went inside, calling for her, moving through rooms that smelled like her cooking and her perfume and something else. Something organic and wrong, like mushrooms rotting in darkness. I found her in the kitchen. She was still alive when I got there, or something was still alive in her body, the fungus spreading across her face and chest in gray-white blooms. Her eyes clouded but still recognizing me, still trying to speak my name through the growth choking her throat. I held her while she died, watched the fungus consume the woman who raised me, who taught me about honor and service and doing right by people. And in her final moments of clarity, she managed to whisper one word. Gonzalez. Fernando Gonzalez. I knew the name. Everyone in Border Patrol knew it. Corrupt DEA handler who'd been suspected of working with the Tijuana cartel for years, moving product and protection, but always too connected to touch, too careful to catch. My mother's neighbor was Maria Gonzalez, Fernando's aunt, and apparently she'd come to my mother's door that first day, already infected, asking for help. My mother had let her in, tried to care for her, and the fungus had spread. But that wasn't the whole story. The whole story came later, pieced together from survivors and informants and people who'd seen what Fernando Gonzalez had really done. The fungus wasn't an accident, wasn't some natural outbreak that happened to hit the border. It was weaponized, developed in a cartel lab in Tijuana, meant to be used as a terror weapon or bargaining chip or way to destabilize border security, and Fernando Gonzalez had been the one coordinating it, the one who decided when and how to release it, the one who let it cross knowing what it would do. He'd released it in the migrant populations first, knowing they'd spread it through the checkpoints and into the cities, knowing it would create chaos he could exploit for territorial gain. My mother's death was collateral damage in his game. One old woman among thousands, not even worth considering in his calculations. When I learned this, when I finally pieced together what he'd done and why, something fundamental broke inside me. The man who believed in law and order and proper channels died in that kitchen with his mother, and what was left was something simpler, something clearer. A hunter, a weapon. A son who understood that some debts can only be paid in blood. I buried my mother in the backyard, shallow grave because I didn't have time for anything else, and the cemetery was overrun, said words I'd learned in church but didn't believe anymore, and made my vow. Fernando Gonzalez would die by my hand, and so would everyone who'd helped him, everyone who'd known what that fungus would do and released it anyway. I started making my list that first night, sitting in my mother's kitchen with my service weapon on the table and a bottle of her cooking wine, writing names. Gonzalez at the top, the primary target, the final boss, the man who'd orchestrated everything. Below him, the people who'd made it possible. Luis Mendoza, low-level cartel operative who'd transported the fungus across the border. Carlos Rivera, cartel lieutenant who'd run the lab where it was developed. Dr. Sarah Chen, research scientist who'd created the weaponized strain and knew exactly what it would do. 3 targets between me and Gonzalez, 3 lives I'd have to take before I earned the right to kill the man who mattered most. The city was burning by the second day. Infected everywhere, military cordons going up, Navy SEALs deploying from the base to contain the spread, and I was gathering weapons. I knew where the cartel kept stash houses in San Diego, knew because we'd been building cases against them for years, but could never get warrants that stuck. And now warrants didn't matter anymore. I hit the first stash house on 3rd Avenue, found it already overrun by infected, but managed to get into the safe room before they could reach me. Came out with 2 assault rifles, 4 handguns, enough ammunition to fight a small war, and riot gear that would protect against both infected and bullets. The gear was important, had to stay alive long enough to complete the list. Couldn't let some random infected end this before I'd finished what I started. I also found another person there, already looting the weapons. Young woman, maybe 25, with military posture and a scar across her cheek, and when she turned to face me, I recognized her. Private First Class Jessica Martinez, Marine stationed at the base, and from the look in her eyes, she was AWOL and didn't give a damn about it. Jessica became my first companion, the complication, the unexpected ally who joined temporarily and die because of my choices. We didn't exchange many words at first, just acknowledgement that we were both there for weapons and neither was going to turn the other in. But as we loaded gear into my truck, she asked where I was going. Hunting, I told her, and she nodded like that made perfect sense. Turned out her entire family had been in Chula Vista, parents and 3 younger siblings, all infected now or dead, and she'd gone AWOL to try finding them. She'd found them. Found what was left of them, and now she was looking for purpose in the chaos. I told her I was hunting the people responsible for releasing the fungus, that I had a list, that it would probably get me killed. She climbed into the passenger seat and said that sounded better than wandering aimlessly. I should have sent her away, should have told her this was personal and she didn't need to carry my vengeance, but I was already starting to realize that I didn't want to die alone. Didn't want to complete this hunt with no one to witness it. That weakness, that need for companionship would get her killed in 3 weeks. The third person I met was already in my truck when I came out from another supply run. His name was David Chen, 48 years old, former social worker who'd helped migrants navigate the asylum process, and he looked like he'd been crying for days. He was also the conscience, though I didn't know it then, the person who'd try to pull me back from darkness and die trying to save my soul. He was looking for his sister Sarah. Dr. Sarah Chen, my third target, the scientist who'd created the weaponized fungus. David didn't know what she'd done, just knew she'd been working for some pharmaceutical company in Tijuana doing research, and when the outbreak hit, she'd disappeared. He'd been searching for her, dodging infected and military cordons, surviving on desperation and luck, and somehow he'd tracked her last known location to the same area I was heading. I told him I knew where his sister was, that I'd help him find her. And the relief in his face made me feel something I hadn't felt since my mother died. Guilt. Because I knew how this would end. Knew that when we found Sarah Chen, I was going to kill her. And David would try to stop me, and his faith in human decency would get him killed. The fourth person came on day 4, a kid named Marcus, 12 years old. Hiding in an abandoned elementary school cafeteria, surrounded by infected that hadn't quite found him yet. I don't know why I saved him, why I risked Jessica and myself for some random kid, but maybe I was already trying to hold on to pieces of who I'd been, trying to prove I wasn't completely lost. We got him out, gave him food and water, and he attached himself to us like we were family. Marcus became the reminder, the connection to my past self, the thing that would force me to choose between revenge and protection. The innocent whose survival would become my redemption test. He didn't talk much about what happened to his parents, just said they got sick. Said there were others like him hiding in the schools and hospitals, kids who'd survived while everyone around them transformed. He had this baseball cap from the Padres that was too big for his head, and he'd pull it down over his eyes when things got scary. Like if he couldn't see the horror, it couldn't hurt him. The fifth person found me, which should have been my first warning. Her name was Isabella Garcia, ex-cartel enforcer turned informant, 40 years old with knife scars on her arms and this way of moving like she was always ready for violence. She knew about my list, knew what I was planning because word travels fast in certain circles, and apparently I wasn't being subtle about gathering weapons and asking questions. Isabella had her own reasons for wanting Gonzalez dead, something about him betraying her brother to the DEA and getting him killed, and she offered to help me find my targets. She was the mirror, the person who'd show me what I was becoming. Someone further down the revenge path who'd already lost everything to it. When she smiled, it never reached her eyes, and I should have seen that as prophecy. I should have understood that her face was my future. The last person I gathered before starting the actual hunt was purely accidental, a witness to everything that would follow. Officer Rachel Kim, San Diego PD, trapped in a patrol car surrounded by infected, radio dead, ammunition almost gone. And when I happened to drive by and clear out the infected with the assault rifle I'd taken from the stash house, she looked at me like I was either salvation or damnation, and she couldn't decide which. Rachel became the witness, the one who'd see my violence and judge it, survive to the end as moral record of everything I did. She was young, maybe 26, still had enough idealism left to believe this situation could be solved without becoming monsters ourselves. She insisted on documenting everything, taking notes in a little waterproof notebook, saying someone needed to record what happened, who did what, so when this was over there could be accountability. I didn't tell her that I didn't plan on being alive when this was over, that accountability wasn't something I was worried about anymore. Day 5, 5 days after my mother died, 5 days into the apocalypse, and I had my hunting party assembled whether I wanted them or not. Jessica Martinez, the complication, military training, and personal vendetta. David Chen, the conscience. Desperate faith that people could be redeemed. Marcus, the reminder, innocent boy who deserved better than this world. Isabella Garcia, the mirror, showing me the abyss I was walking into. Rachel Kim, the witness, recording every step toward darkness. And me, Miguel Torres, former Border Patrol agent, current instrument of revenge, leading them all toward violence they didn't fully understand yet. That night I gathered them in an abandoned fire station that we'd secured, told them about the list, told them what I planned to do. David immediately objected, said we should be focused on survival, on finding safe zones, on helping people. Jessica understood immediately, said she was in. Isabella smiled that dead smile and said she'd already known. Marcus pulled his baseball cap down and didn't say anything. Rachel started writing in her notebook, documenting my declaration of war. The first name on my list was Luis Mendoza, 32 years old. Cartel operative who'd physically transported the fungus across the border in refrigerated containers hidden among legitimate cargo. He was the least guilty of my targets, just following orders, probably didn't even fully understand what he was carrying. But he'd made the choice to work for Gonzalez, made the choice to move product without asking questions, and that choice had contributed to my mother's death. Intelligence from Isabella suggested Mendoza was holed up in a warehouse in the gas lamp quarter, using the chaos to grab whatever he could before fleeing north. The gas lamp quarter was already a war zone, infected flooding from the surrounding neighborhoods, survivors barricaded in buildings, military helicopters occasionally sweeping through with machine guns blazing, and somewhere in that hell was my first target. We moved at dawn on day 6, taking 2 vehicles, avoiding the main streets where infected congregated in swarms. The fungus had spread fast, faster than anyone expected, turning people within hours of exposure, and the infected were drawn to noise and movement like moths to flame. I'd learned their patterns by watching, learned that they were fast but not smart, coordinated but not tactical, and if you stayed quiet and moved carefully, you could navigate around them. The warehouse was in an industrial area surrounded by empty lots and loading docks, and when we arrived, I could see figures moving inside through the grimy windows. Mendoza had found other survivors, maybe a dozen people barricaded together and planning their escape. That complicated things. I'd planned on executing Mendoza alone, quick and clean, but if he was surrounded by innocents, then I'd have to be more careful or willing to accept collateral damage. David pulled me aside before we approached, said we should talk to these people. Maybe they'd turn Mendoza over if they knew what he'd done. Maybe we could avoid violence. I looked at him and saw genuine belief in his face, genuine faith that appealing to people's better nature would work. And something in me wanted to protect that innocence, even though I knew it would get him killed. I told him we'd try it his way first, knowing it wouldn't work. knowing Mendoza would either fight or run, and either way he'd die today. But letting David believe in possibilities because that belief was beautiful and doomed. We approached the warehouse with weapons lowered, called out that we were friendly, that we were looking for shelter. The door cracked open, paranoid faces peering out, and I saw Mendoza in the back, recognized him from surveillance photos I'd studied for years. He recognized me too, saw my Border Patrol uniform even though I'd stripped off the badges, and his face went from cautious to terrified. He ran. The people in the warehouse didn't understand what was happening, didn't know why Mendoza suddenly bolted toward the back exit. Didn't know why I pushed past them in pursuit, Jessica right behind me, Isabella circling around to cut off escape routes. David was shouting something about stopping, about talking, about not doing this, and Rachel was documenting everything, her pen moving across the page even as she ran. Mendoza made it to the back alley, started toward a motorcycle he'd stashed there, and I shot out the tires before he could reach it. He fell, scrambled up, pulled a pistol that had been tucked in his waistband, and Jessica shot him in the shoulder before he could aim it. He went down again, bleeding, trapped, and I walked up to him with my rifle raised. This was it, the first kill, the moment when I'd crossed the line from lawman to murderer, and I could feel everyone watching me, David pleading in the background, Rachel writing, Marcus somewhere behind with his hat pulled down, and Mendoza looking up at me with pain and fear and something that might have been understanding. I asked him one question, asked if he knew what was in the containers he'd transported, if he'd known it was a biological weapon, if he'd understood what it would do. He said no at first, then changed it to maybe, then admitted he'd suspected something bad but hadn't asked because asking questions in the cartel meant dying. He'd just been trying to survive, just following orders, just doing his job like I'd been doing mine at the checkpoint. His answers were honest in the way answers from dying men usually are, stripped of pretense. And if I'd been the person I was 6 days ago, I might have let him live, might have taken him into custody, might have believed in the system. But my mother was dead, and justice was a luxury for people who still believed in it. I shot Luis Mendoza in the head at 9:47 a.m. on day 6 of the apocalypse, watched his body slump into the alley garbage, and felt absolutely nothing. The satisfaction I'd expected, the sense of righteous completion, the feeling that I'd balanced some cosmic scale, none of it came. Just emptiness where emotion should be, and the certainty that I had 3 more names on my list. David threw up, actually physically vomited from watching the execution, and when he could speak again, he called me a murderer, said I'd just killed an unarmed man in cold blood, said this wasn't justice. I told him justice was dead, had died when the fungus crossed the border, and all that was left was making sure the people responsible paid the price. Jessica didn't say anything, just reloaded her weapon and checked the perimeter. Isabella smiled and said 1 down, 3 to go. Marcus kept his hat pulled down. Rachel wrote it all down, every word, every action, documenting my descent. We found information in Mendoza's motorcycle saddlebag, address for Carlos Rivera, my second target, and a ledger that detailed shipments and payments and revealed how deep Gonzalez's operation had run. Rivera was hiding in a compound near the naval base, fortified position with guards and weapons, and getting to him would require more planning than ambushing Mendoza in an alley. We spent the next 2 weeks preparing, days 7 through 20, and during that time I watched the city die. The military quarantine failed, infected breaking through the cordons faster than soldiers could shoot them, and the decision came down to start bombing the most infected areas. Navy SEALs were executing containment protocols, which was polite language for killing anything that moved in the hot zones, and rumors said they were preparing to carpet bomb the border region entirely, sterilize it with fire to prevent the fungus from spreading further north. We moved through the chaos like ghosts, scavenging supplies, avoiding both infected and military patrols, and planning our assault on Rivera's compound. Jessica took point on tactical planning, her military training showing through, while Isabella gathered intelligence from remaining cartel contacts who hadn't fled or died. David pleaded with me constantly to give this up, said we should be trying to reach evacuation points, said my vendetta would get us all killed. I ignored him because he was right and I didn't care. Marcus stayed close to me. This kid who'd lost everything, attaching himself to the nearest thing he could find to safety. And I tried not to think about what I was teaching him, what he was learning from watching me plan murders. Rachel continued documenting, filling page after page of her notebook with observations and quotes and moral judgments. And I wondered if anyone would ever read it, if her witness would matter to a world that was burning. On day 15, we learned that Rivera had been coordinating with remnants of the DEA, trading information about cartel operations for protection and supplies, and that complicated my feelings about killing him. He was cooperating, trying to help, maybe genuinely remorseful about his role in creating the weapon, and if I killed him, I'd be destroying intelligence that could help people. David jumped on this, said, "See, Rivera is trying to do the right thing. We should let him live." I told David that doing the right thing now didn't erase doing the wrong thing before, and Rivera would die for his role in my mother's death regardless of his current cooperation. The assault on Rivera's compound happened on day 20. Coordinated strike at dawn when guards would be tired and defenses weakest. We approached from the east, using the chaos of an infected swarm attacking the west wall as distraction. Jessica leading us through security gaps she'd identified from surveillance. The compound was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 20 people total. Combination of cartel members and DEA agents and random survivors who'd sought protection, and they were too focused on the infected to notice us infiltrating. We reached the main building, found Rivera in what used to be a command center, monitoring radio channels and coordinating with someone about supply drops. He was 45, starting to gray, looked like an accountant more than a cartel lieutenant, and when I put my rifle to his head, he didn't even seem surprised. Rivera knew why I was there, knew what he'd done, and his only question was whether I'd let the others leave before killing him. I told him I didn't care about the others, only him, and he nodded like that was fair. Then he told me something that changed my understanding of everything. He said the weaponized fungus was never meant to be released the way it was, that it was supposed to be a controlled demonstration for potential buyers, that Gonzalez had accelerated the timeline and expanded the deployment without approval because he saw an opportunity in the border crisis. Rivera had objected, tried to stop it, and Gonzalez had threatened his family, showed him pictures of his daughter and wife with cartel enforcers standing behind them. So Rivera had helped deploy the weapon he'd helped create, participated in the deaths of thousands to protect two people he loved, and now those two people were infected anyway, transformed in the initial outbreak, and he was alone with his guilt. I should have cared about this information, should have seen Rivera as another victim of Gonzalez's manipulation, should have recognized the moral complexity that David kept insisting existed. But standing there with my rifle pressed against Rivera's skull, all I could think about was my mother whispering Gonzalez's name, the fungus blooming across her face, and I pulled the trigger. Rivera died cleanly, single shot, and as his body collapsed, I felt that same hollow emptiness I'd felt killing Mendoza, that absence of satisfaction or completion or meaning. Jessica secured his computer and files, intelligence that revealed Gonzalez's complete network and confirmed his location in the tunnel system beneath the border. Isabella found Rivera's personal journal, pages describing his guilt and fear and love for his dead family, and I told her to burn it. I didn't want to know he'd been human, didn't want to see him as anything except another name crossed off my list. We escaped the compound as infected overran it, the the swarm we'd used as distraction finally breaking through the west wall. And in the chaos, one of the DEA agents took a shot at us. Maybe thought we were raiders, maybe recognized that we'd just murdered their intelligence asset. The bullet hit Jessica in the leg, shattered her femur, and she went down hard. We dragged her to cover, Marcus crying, Rachel trying to apply pressure to the wound, and I knew immediately it was bad. Compound fracture, arterial bleeding, needed surgery and hospitals and things that didn't exist anymore. We got her to an abandoned clinic, found some medical supplies, and Isabella did what she could, but infection set in within 2 days. Not the fungus, just regular bacterial infection from a dirty bullet wound in a dirty world, and it spread through her blood like poison. Jessica died on day 22. The complication meeting her end exactly as the structure demanded, dying due to my choices, my mission, my inability to value her life above my revenge. She knew she was dying, could feel the infection spreading, and in her final hours she asked me if it was worth it, if killing these people would bring back my mother or hers. I told her no, it wouldn't bring anyone back, but it would make sure the people responsible paid the price. She said that seemed like a terrible trade, dying for something that wouldn't change anything. And then she stopped breathing. David broke down completely, sobbed like a child, said we'd killed her as surely as if we'd shot her ourselves, and he was right. Marcus wouldn't look at me for 2 days. Rachel wrote it down, every detail of Jessica's death, every word of my justification documenting the cost. Isabella helped me dig the grave and didn't comment on anything. We rested for 3 days after Jessica's death, holed up in an abandoned hotel in what used to be downtown San Diego, and during those 3 days I could feel David working up the courage to make his final plea. He'd tried before, small attempts to turn me away from the path, but Jessica's death had broken something in him too, shown him that passive objection wasn't enough. On day 25, he cornered me in the hotel room I was using, told me he couldn't let me continue, that he'd help me find his sister Sarah, but I had to promise not to kill her, had to promise to try redemption instead of revenge. I told him I'd made no such promise and wouldn't start now. He said Sarah was family, said she'd made terrible choices but could still be saved, said killing her would make me no better than Gonzalez. I told him that was probably true and I'd accepted it. The argument escalated, David's desperation turning to anger, his faith in human decency colliding with my certainty that some people couldn't be redeemed. Marcus was hiding in the hallway, hat pulled down, listening to us fight. Rachel was writing it down. Isabella was cleaning weapons and pretending not to hear. Finally, David said if I was going to kill Sarah, I'd have to kill him first, because he wouldn't let me hurt his sister. I told him that was his choice to make and we could resolve it when we found her. He didn't understand that I was serious, that I'd actually shoot him if he got between me and my target, that the person who'd believed in law and proportional response and minimal casualties was completely gone. David Chen still believed I had a soul worth saving, still thought his words could reach whatever humanity remained inside me, and that belief would get him killed in 3 weeks exactly as predicted. Finding Dr. Sarah Chen took another 15 days, days 26 through 40, and during that time San Diego transformed from chaos into hell. The Navy started the carpet bombing on day 30, bunker busters hitting the most infected areas, and the border region burned from both sides as Mexico tried its own containment protocols. The sky was perpetually dark with smoke, the air tasted like burning plastic and flesh, and the infected had evolved or adapted or just gotten better at hunting, moving in coordinated packs that suggested the fungus was developing some kind of hive intelligence. We avoided them when possible, fought through them when necessary, and followed leads on Sarah Chen's location that Isabella had extracted from surviving cartel members through methods I didn't ask about. Sarah Chen was hiding in a research facility built into the hillside near the border, underground bunker that had been designed for exactly this kind of situation, with air filtration and security doors and enough supplies to last months. She wasn't alone, had collected about 30 survivors, mostly scientists and technicians from various pharmaceutical companies, and they'd turned the bunker into a miniature civilization, growing food in hydroponic gardens, recycling water, even continuing research on potential cures or treatments for the fungus. David's hope surged when we found this, started talking about how Sarah was clearly trying to fix her mistake, how this proved she was redeemable, how I needed to see her as a person trying to do good. I saw her as my third target, most sympathetic of the people I needed to kill, and her current good works didn't erase her past sins. We infiltrated the bunker on day 40, talking our way past security by claiming we had medical training, and once inside I saw Dr. Sarah Chen for the first time in person, rather than in surveillance photos. She looked like David, same eyes and bone structure, but where he had softness, she had sharp edges, intelligence that cut like razors, and when she saw her brother, her entire face transformed with joy and relief. They embraced, crying, and I stood there with my rifle and watched them have a moment of family connection that I'd never have again with my mother. Sarah immediately started telling David about the research, about how they'd identified the fungus's reproductive mechanism, how they thought they could develop a fungicide that would kill it without harming hosts, how they just needed more time and resources and samples. She was brilliant and passionate and genuinely committed to saving people, and I was going to kill her. David brought me forward, introduced me as the man who'd helped him survive, kept us safe, led us here, and Sarah shook my hand, thanked me for protecting her brother, offered me shelter in the bunker. I asked her one question, asked if she'd known what Gonzalez would do with the weaponized fungus she'd created, if she'd understood it would be released in civilian populations, if she'd considered the consequences. Her face changed, joy draining away, replaced by guilt and fear and understanding of who I really was. She said she'd known it was dangerous but thought it would be used surgically, used as leverage against specific targets, never imagined Gonzalez would deploy it so broadly. She'd been horrified when the outbreak started, realized immediately what must have happened, and started working on countermeasures out of desperate guilt. She was sorry, genuinely sorry, wished she could undo it, but she couldn't, and all she could do now was try to fix it. I told her sorry wasn't enough, that my mother had died because of her creation, that thousands had died, and she needed to answer for that. David stepped between us, said we'd discussed this, said I'd agreed not to hurt Sarah. I corrected him, said I'd never agreed to anything and he needed to move. The bunker's security noticed the confrontation, started moving toward us, and Isabella already had her weapon drawn, covering them. Marcus was crying behind me, hat pulled down. Rachel was writing furiously, documenting the moment where everything would break. Sarah looked at her brother, then at me, and said if I was going to kill her, she understood, but please let her give David her research first. Let something good come from her work. That request, that final act of trying to save something even while dying, should have moved me, should have triggered whatever humanity I had left. But all I felt was cold certainty that she was target number 3 and needed to die. David lunged at me, actually tried to grab my rifle, and in the struggle the weapon discharged, bullet going wide, hitting one of the security guards who'd been approaching. The bunker erupted in chaos, scientists screaming, more security drawing weapons. And I made a choice in that split second that would define everything following. I could shoot Sarah and definitely complete my mission, or I could protect David from the security guards who were now shooting at us because we'd killed one of their own. I grabbed David and ran, Isabella and Marcus and Rachel following, and we escaped the bunker in a running firefight that left 3 more security personnel dead and Sarah Chen alive behind secure doors. We made it to our vehicle, drove until we were clear of the bunker's perimeter, and then David turned on me with more fury than I'd known he possessed. He screamed that I'd tried to murder his sister, that I'd gotten innocent people killed, that everything he'd feared about me was true, and I needed to stop this before I destroyed everyone around me. I told him I wasn't stopping, that I'd return to the bunker and finish what I started. David said if I did that, he'd warn them, he'd tell Sarah I was coming, he'd help them prepare defenses. I pointed out that would make him an accomplice to the people who'd killed my mother, make him a legitimate target, and he said fine. If that's what it took to stop me from committing more murder, he'd accept that designation. We stared at each other, me and this social worker who'd helped migrants and believed in human goodness, and I saw him choose his line in the sand. The next day, day 41, David tried to leave our camp to return to the bunker, and I stopped him. He fought, actually tried to fight me physically despite being smaller and weaker and completely untrained, and I had to restrain him, tie him to a support beam in the abandoned warehouse we were using as base. He called me a monster, said I'd become exactly what I was fighting, said my mother would be ashamed. That last part landed, actually hurt, because he was right. My mother would have been horrified by what I was doing, would have told me to let it go, to choose forgiveness over vengeance. But my mother was dead and didn't get a vote anymore. I told David I was sorry, genuinely sorry that he'd been caught up in this, but I was finishing my list whether he approved or not. I left him tied there with water and food, told Marcus to watch him, and set out with Isabella and Rachel to plan our return to the bunker. Over the next week, days 42 through 48, I watched David deteriorate. The restraints weren't cruel, weren't tight enough to hurt, but the psychological damage of being held prisoner by someone he'd considered a friend, watching me plan murder while being unable to stop it, broke him faster than physical torture would have. He stopped arguing, stopped pleading, just sat there with this look of profound sadness, like he was mourning me even though I was still alive. Marcus tried to talk to him, brought him food, but David barely responded. Rachel documented everything, her pen moving across pages that detailed my transformation from lawman to kidnapper. Isabella suggested we just leave David behind, said he was a liability, but I couldn't do that, couldn't abandon him even though keeping him endangered everyone. The assault on the bunker happened on day 49, and I made the same mistake people who get lost in revenge always make. I got sloppy, got overconfident, got so focused on the target that I stopped seeing peripheral threats. We breached the bunker using explosives Isabella had sourced from her cartel contacts, got past the security doors and fought our way through the corridors toward the research levels where Sarah Chen was continuing her work. David had apparently managed to get a warning to his sister somehow, maybe through Marcus, who I'd underestimated, maybe through some method I never figured out, because they were ready for us. The bunker's security had prepared an ambush, crossfire positions, and when we entered the research level, they opened up with everything they had. Isabella took 3 rounds in the first volley, went down in a spray of blood, and I dragged her to cover while Rachel returned fire with the pistol she'd been carrying but rarely used. Isabella was dying, could feel it, had that particular clarity that comes with fatal wounds, and she looked at me with her mirror eyes and said, "This is what it looks like." I didn't understand at first, asked what she meant, and she said, "What we become. What revenge makes us. Look at me and see your future." Then she described her brother, told me about how he'd been killed, how she'd spent 5 years hunting the people responsible, how she'd killed them all and felt nothing, how the emptiness had grown until it consumed everything else she'd been. She'd become an enforcer because violence was all she had left, had become the thing she'd been fighting, and now she was dying in a bunker for someone else's revenge because her own had left her with nothing to live for. "Don't end up like me," she said, and then she died. I left Isabella's body where it fell, no time for burial or ceremony, and pushed forward toward Sarah Chen's laboratory with Rachel and the security guards between us. We fought through 2 more defensive positions, Rachel getting grazed by a bullet that took off part of her ear, and finally reached the laboratory doors. Sarah was inside. I could hear her voice through the intercom, pleading with me to stop, saying she had a potential cure, saying if I killed her, I'd be killing everyone's chance at survival. David's voice came through too. He'd somehow gotten free and made it back to the bunker before us, and he was begging me to walk away, saying it wasn't too late, saying I could still choose differently. I placed charges on the laboratory doors and blew them open. The laboratory was full of equipment and samples and charts tracking fungal growth patterns, and Sarah Chen was standing in the center of it with her hands raised, unarmed, surrendering. David was next to her, also unarmed, also surrendering, and he was crying as he positioned himself between me and his sister. The structure demanded that the conscience die trying to save the protagonist from themselves, die at 60% of the story, and we'd reached exactly that point on day 49. I told David to move, told him this wasn't his fight, told him Sarah had to die for what she'd created. He said if I was going to kill her, I'd have to kill him first, and I'd promised myself I wouldn't hurt him, so I had a choice to make. Kill them both and lose whatever humanity remained, or spare them both and abandon my revenge. I raised my rifle and David closed his eyes, and that's when the bunker's self-destruct system activated. Sarah had triggered it when we breached the doors, emergency protocol to prevent the research from falling into hostile hands, and suddenly we had maybe 3 minutes before the entire facility exploded. The bunker's speakers blared warnings, personnel evacuating, and I stood there with my rifle trained on 2 unarmed people while everything burned down around us. David opened his eyes, saw my finger on the trigger, and said, "Please, Miguel, please don't let this be who you are." I could have killed them both in that moment. Could have completed my mission and died in the explosion, but something in David's voice, some echo of my mother's teachings about mercy and forgiveness, made me hesitate. Just for a second, just long enough for Sarah to grab her research files and run for the exit, David following her. And I was left with a choice. Chase them and die in the explosion, or escape and live to continue hunting. I grabbed Rachel and ran, both of us sprinting through collapsing corridors, past evacuating personnel, past dead security guards and Isabella's body, and we made it out of the bunker with maybe 15 seconds to spare. The explosion was massive, shaped charges destroying the underground facility and collapsing it into rubble. And I watched it burn, knowing that Sarah Chen and David were somewhere in that chaos, possibly dead, possibly escaped, and I'd failed to complete my 3rd kill. Rachel looked at me with something between pity and disgust, blood streaming from her damaged ear, and asked if it was worth it. Isabella dead, David possibly dead, Sarah possibly dead. All that destruction for a revenge I hadn't even completed. I told her I didn't know anymore, and that was the first honest thing I'd said in weeks. We found Marcus waiting at our extraction point, safe and scared, and he asked about David. I told him David had made his choice, had chosen to protect his sister, and I'd respected that choice by not shooting him. It was a lie. The truth was I'd hesitated, and circumstances had saved me from making an unforgivable decision, but I needed Marcus to believe I still had limits. We drove back to our base camp, Rachel and Marcus and me, and spent the night in silence. I didn't sleep. Kept seeing David's face when he'd closed his eyes, kept seeing Isabella's mirror warning about becoming hollow, kept feeling the weight of the names I'd killed and the name I'd failed to kill. Somewhere out there, Sarah Chen and possibly David were alive, running, and that meant my list wasn't complete. But more importantly, somewhere in the ruins of the bunker was the research Sarah had been working on, the potential cure, and I'd destroyed it in my pursuit of revenge. I'd potentially killed the world's chance at survival to satisfy my personal vendetta. And that realization settled into my chest like a stone. Day 50 began with me staring at my remaining list. Fernando Gonzalez, the primary target, the man who'd orchestrated everything. He was in the tunnel system beneath the border. That much I knew from Rivera's intelligence, coordinating what remained of his operation while the world burned around him. Getting to him would require navigating through infected territory, through military cordons, through his own security forces, and I'd lost half my team in failed assaults on easier targets. I had Rachel, who was questioning everything I did, and Marcus, who I was corrupting just by keeping him near me, and a mission that had already cost more than it could ever give back. The smart play was to evacuate, try to reach safe zones rumored to exist in the north, save the people I still could. The revenge play was to finish what I'd started, complete my list, die if necessary. I chose revenge. The hunter who'd been following us made his presence known on day 51. His name was Agent Thomas Morrison, DEA, and he'd been tracking me since I killed Carlos Rivera, since I'd destroyed valuable intelligence assets that could have helped coordinate evacuation efforts. Morrison was good at his job, had followed us through the chaos without revealing himself until now, and he chose to appear when I was at my lowest, when I was vulnerable and doubting. He found me outside our base camp alone, checking perimeter security, and he had his weapon drawn and every legal right to shoot me on sight. Instead, he started talking. Morrison told me he understood revenge, understood the need to make people pay for terrible acts, but said I was going about it wrong. The government was planning something big, coordinated strike against the remaining cartel leadership, including Gonzalez, and if I'd just wait, just let the professionals handle it, justice would be served properly. I asked him why I should trust the government to deliver justice when they'd failed to stop Gonzalez before the outbreak, when corruption and bureaucracy had protected him for years. Morrison admitted the system had failed, but said my vigilante approach was making things worse, creating chaos in an already chaotic situation, getting people killed. He pointed out Jessica and Isabella and potentially David, said those deaths were on me, said I needed to stop before the body count got higher. I told him the body count was the point, that Gonzalez and his people had killed thousands, and if a few more died in the process of stopping him, that was acceptable collateral damage. Morrison and I circled each other for days, him trying to arrest me or kill me or turn me away from my path, me trying to avoid or evade or eliminate him. He was the hunter, someone pursuing his own mission that conflicted with mine, and the structure said he'd die at 80% or kill me and survive. We were approaching that threshold, day 55, 56, and the confrontation was inevitable. Morrison had brought resources I lacked, satellite intelligence on Gonzalez's tunnel system, military-grade weapons, even backup in the form of other surviving DEA agents who'd made it their mission to maintain order in the chaos. I had determination and willingness to die, and Rachel's moral witness and Marcus's innocent presence. The equation was unbalanced. The confrontation came on day 57, 3 days before I'd planned to assault Gonzalez's position. Morrison and 2 of his agents cornered us in an abandoned parking garage, weapons drawn, announcing formal arrest for murder and destruction of government resources. Rachel immediately dropped her weapon, surrendering, telling me to do the same, saying this was over. Marcus was crying again, hat pulled down, and I had maybe 3 seconds to decide whether to fight federal agents or accept capture. I fought. Not because I thought I'd win, not because I was confident I could beat 3 trained DEA agents with superior weapons and position, but because surrendering meant abandoning my mother's killer to the uncertain justice of a government that had already failed her once. I shot Morrison's partner first, clean headshot, then dove behind a concrete pillar as return fire shattered windows and tore chunks out of the pillars. Rachel screamed at me to stop, actually tackled Marcus to protect him from the crossfire, and Morrison used the distraction to flank my position. He was good, moved quietly and professionally, and I didn't see him coming until he had his pistol pressed against my spine. For a moment I thought this was how it ended, shot in the back by a federal agent in a parking garage, my revenge incomplete, my mother unavenged, everything wasted. Then Marcus did something incredibly stupid and brave. He ran at Morrison, 12-year-old kid throwing himself at an armed agent, yelling for him to leave me alone. And Morrison's instinct to not hurt a child gave me the half-second I needed to turn and fight. We grappled, Morrison trying to bring his weapon to bear, me trying to disarm him, both of us crashing into the concrete with brutal force. I was bigger, Morrison was better trained, and the fight went on for what felt like hours but was probably 90 seconds. He almost choked me unconscious. I almost broke his arm. Rachel was screaming for us to stop. And the third DEA agent was lining up a shot that would end me. Then Infected poured into the parking garage, drawn by the noise, and suddenly everyone had bigger problems than arresting or killing me. Morrison released me, both of us scrambling for weapons, the third agent opening fire on the infected swarm, and chaos consumed everything. We fought back to back, me and Morrison and Rachel and the other agent, creating a defensive perimeter around Marcus, shooting Infected as fast as we could reload. The agent went down first, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Then Morrison took a bite to the arm, fungal spores already blooming from the wound, and he knew immediately he was infected. Morrison had maybe an hour before the transformation completed, before he became one of the things we were fighting, and he used that hour to help us escape. He held a choke point, spent his remaining ammunition covering our retreat, and when his weapon clicked empty, he just sat down and waited for the change. I stopped, turned back, could have left him to transform alone, but something made me return. I sat with Agent Thomas Morrison while the fungus spread through his system, while his hands started twitching and his eyes clouded. And I thanked him for protecting Marcus. He said he was sorry he couldn't stop me, sorry the government had failed so badly that people like me felt they had to take justice into their own hands. Sorry the world had come to this. Then he asked me to shoot him before the transformation completed. Said he didn't want to become one of them. I granted that final request, put a bullet in Thomas Morrison's head while he was still human, and added another body to the count of people who died because of my revenge. We had 3 days left, days 58 through 60, and I had one name left on my list. Fernando Gonzalez, architect of the outbreak, killer of my mother, primary target, final boss. Rachel and Marcus were all that remained of my hunting party, and Rachel had stopped writing in her notebook, said she couldn't document anymore, couldn't be witness to what I'd become without becoming complicit herself. Marcus just stayed close, silent, his baseball cap a shield against reality. I gathered my remaining weapons, studied Morrison's intelligence on the tunnel system, and planned my final assault. The tunnels ran beneath the border connecting Tijuana to San Diego, equipped with air filtration and reinforced construction and everything necessary to survive underground, while the world burned above. Gonzalez had retreated there when the military bombing started, taken his inner circle and most loyal people, and barricaded himself like a king in a castle. The assault began at dawn on day 60, exactly 60 days after my mother died. Poetic symmetry in the timeline. I told Rachel and Marcus to wait in a safe location, that this was personal and I needed to finish it alone. But Marcus refused to leave. He said he'd lost everyone else, said I was all he had, and he wasn't letting me die alone. That declaration broke something in me. This kid choosing to follow me into hell because he had no one else. And I realized I'd become exactly what Isabella had warned me about. I was hollow, driven by nothing but the need to complete my list, dragging innocent people into my darkness because I couldn't bear to be alone with it. I told Marcus to stay with Rachel, promised I'd come back, knowing it was probably a lie. Rachel looked at me one final time and said, "I'll write what really happened. Make sure people know why you did this, even if they don't agree." It was the best anyone could offer. The tunnel entrance was guarded, but poorly. Most of Gonzalez's people scattered or dead or transformed, and I fought through the defenses with the efficiency of someone who'd done nothing but kill for 2 months. The tunnels themselves were darker than I expected, emergency lighting flickering, and I could hear infected in the side passages, drawn to the underground space but contained for now. I moved deeper, following Morrison's maps, checking corners and clearing rooms, and eventually I reached the central chamber where Gonzalez had established his command center. He was there. Fernando Gonzalez, corrupt DEA handler and cartel boss and architect of apocalypse, sitting in a chair with a bottle of expensive tequila and no guards in sight. He looked smaller than I'd imagined, older, almost pathetic in his isolation, and when he saw me, he just nodded like he'd been expecting this. I told him to stand, told him I was executing him for what he'd done to my mother and thousands of others, told him he'd earned this death. Gonzalez drank his tequila and told me to go ahead, said he'd been waiting for someone to come kill him, frankly surprised it had taken this long. Then he started talking, explaining his perspective, revealing the context I hadn't known. The weaponized fungus was supposed to be a deterrent insurance policy against the U.S. government's increasingly aggressive border policies. His suppliers in China had promised it would be controllable, that they had countermeasures, that it would never escape the lab. But his Aunt Maria had gotten curious, broken into the storage facility to see what her nephew was working on, and accidentally exposed herself. She'd gone straight to my mother's house, infected before symptoms showed, and by the time Gonzalez knew what had happened, my mother was dead and the outbreak had started. He'd tried to contain it, tried to deploy the supposed countermeasures his suppliers had promised, but they didn't work. The fungus had mutated beyond the original parameters, and suddenly he was responsible for killing thousands of people, including members of his own family. The guilt had broken him, destroyed his operation and his relationships and his will to survive, and he'd retreated to these tunnels to drink himself to death while the world ended around him. He was sorry, genuinely sorry. Wished he could undo it, but he couldn't, and all he could do was wait for someone like me to arrive and deliver justice. He finished his tequila, set the bottle down carefully, and said, "Your mother was a good woman. She tried to help Maria even when it was dangerous, and she deserved better than what happened. So do this. Shoot me, and maybe her death will mean something." I stood there with my rifle trained on Fernando Gonzalez, the man who'd killed my mother, and felt the weight of 60 days of murder and loss and transformation pressing down on me. Every person I'd killed, Jessica and Isabella and Morrison and David possibly, and countless others, all for this moment, all to put a bullet in this broken man who'd already destroyed himself with guilt. The satisfaction I'd been chasing, the sense of completion, the idea that killing him would somehow balance the cosmic scales or honor my mother's memory or mean anything at all, it wasn't there. Just emptiness and the certainty that shooting Gonzalez would make me a murderer one more time but wouldn't bring my mother back or undo any of the harm. The structure said I had a choice, kill him or show mercy, and both options had consequences. I thought about my mother, what she'd taught me, her faith in forgiveness and rehabilitation and the possibility of redemption. She'd helped Maria even knowing it was dangerous, because that's who she was, someone who believed people deserved compassion regardless of their choices. If she could see me now, rifle pointed at an unarmed man ready to execute him in cold blood, would she recognize her son? Or would she see what Isabella had seen, what David had seen, what Rachel had documented? A hollow thing wearing Miguel Torres's face and driven by nothing but the need to hurt people the way he'd been hurt. I saw Marcus watching from the tunnel entrance, this kid who'd lost everything and attached himself to me, learning from my example what kind of man to become. What was I teaching him? That revenge justifies any action? That violence solves problems? That the proper response to pain is inflicting more pain? The gun got heavy in my hands, impossibly heavy, and I realized I had one final choice to make, one last chance to decide who I was going to be. I could pull the trigger, complete my list, kill Fernando Gonzalez and claim my revenge, and in doing so destroy whatever remained of the person my mother had raised. Or I could lower the weapon, walk away, let Gonzalez live with his guilt, and maybe find some way to survive as something other than an instrument of vengeance. Neither choice would bring my mother back. Neither would undo the last 60 days, neither would save the people I'd gotten killed. But one choice would honor who she'd been, and one would desecrate it. I lowered my rifle, stepped back, and told Gonzalez he wasn't worth the bullet. His life was punishment enough, living with what he'd done, knowing everyone he'd killed, rotting in these tunnels while the world burned above. My mother had believed in mercy, had practiced it even when it cost her life. And if I was going to honor her memory, this was how. Not through revenge, not through adding more bodies to the count, but through choosing to be the person she'd raised instead of the monster this apocalypse had tried to create. Gonzalez looked stunned, asked why I wasn't shooting, and I told him because my mother deserved better than having her death be an excuse for more killing. Then I walked out of that tunnel, left him there with his guilt and his tequila, and emerged into the burning dawn of day 60. Marcus was waiting, and when he saw me alive and unarmed, he ran forward and hugged me. This kid who'd seen too much death, grateful I'd chosen to live. Rachel was there too, and she looked at me with something that might have been respect or hope or understanding. And she started writing in her notebook again, documenting this final choice. We walked through the ruins of San Diego together, 3 survivors among thousands dead, and found a group of refugees being evacuated by what remained of the military. They asked for our names, wanted to process us, reunite us with surviving family, or assign us to camps. I told them my name was Miguel Torres. I'd been border patrol before the outbreak, and I was ready to help however I could. It was a small thing, choosing to help instead of hurt, but maybe it was a start. The Navy finished carpet bombing the border region on day 62, sterilizing it with fire to prevent the fungus from spreading further, and I watched the tunnels where I'd left Gonzalez collapse under the explosions, burying him and his guilt and my mother's killer under tons of rubble. Part of me wanted to feel satisfaction, wanted to believe his death meant something, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired of killing, tired of revenge, tired of being hollow inside. Marcus stayed close, asking questions about what would happen next, where we'd go, whether there were places without infected. I told him I didn't know, but we'd figure it out together, and that was the truth. Rachel showed me what she'd written in her notebook, pages documenting my descent and the choice at the end, my decision to show mercy instead of completing my revenge. She asked if she could share it, let people know what had happened, and I told her yes. People should know the cost of revenge, should understand what it takes and what it destroys and what it leaves behind. We were assigned to a refugee camp in Northern California, a tent city with basic services and security perimeters, and thousands of people trying to survive in the aftermath. Marcus found other kids his age, slowly started talking about what had happened to his parents, started healing in the way children can when given safety and time. Rachel joined the camp's record-keeping efforts, documenting survival stories and death counts and the slow process of rebuilding. I volunteered for security details, using my border patrol training to help protect the perimeter, and tried to figure out how to live with what I'd done. Jessica was dead because of my mission. Isabella was dead warning me about my path. Morrison was dead trying to stop me. David was possibly dead trying to save his sister. And I'd never know if Sarah Chen's research could have cured the infection because I'd destroyed it in my pursuit of revenge. Some nights I dreamed about my mother, saw her face before the fungus consumed it, heard her teaching me about forgiveness and compassion and choosing to be better than circumstances demanded. Some nights I dreamed about the people I'd killed, Mendoza and Rivera, and the nameless security guards and agents, all of them with faces and families and stories I'd never know. The revenge I'd pursued hadn't brought my mother back, hadn't made me feel better, hadn't solved anything except proving that I could become exactly as monstrous as the situation demanded. The choice to spare Gonzalez at the end, to choose mercy over vengeance, was the only decision in 60 days that felt like something my mother would recognize as coming from her son. Marcus asked me once if I regretted not killing Gonzalez, if I felt like I'd failed by walking away. I told him no, that walking away was the hardest thing I'd ever done, but it was also the only thing that made me feel human again. The real failure would have been pulling that trigger, becoming the thing Isabella had warned me about, teaching Marcus that violence was the only response to pain. He nodded like that made sense, said he was glad I hadn't killed anyone else, said he'd been scared I wouldn't come back from those tunnels. I told him I'd been scared of the same thing, scared that if I completed my revenge, there'd be nothing left of me worth bringing back. Rachel finished her documentation 3 months after the outbreak, compiled notebook pages into a comprehensive record of what had happened, who'd died, who'd made which choices, and submitted it to the camp's archival project. She titled it, "The Cost of Revenge, Miguel Torres and the San Diego Outbreak," and included everything from my mother's death to my decision to spare Gonzalez. People read it, survivors trying to understand what had happened and why, and some condemned my violence while others understood my rage. The reactions didn't matter much to me. I wasn't looking for forgiveness or judgment, just acknowledgement that I'd made choices and those choices had consequences and I'd have to live with them. The person I'd been before the outbreak, the Border Patrol agent who believed in systems and laws and proper procedure, was dead as surely as my mother was. The person I'd become during the hunt, hollow and driven and destructive, was dead too, killed in those tunnels when I chose mercy. What remained was something new, something scarred and uncertain, trying to figure out how to survive in a world where the systems had failed and the old certainties didn't apply. I worked security, protected the camp, helped new refugees settle in, and tried to be useful in small ways that didn't involve killing. Marcus stayed close, became something like the son I'd never had, and I tried to teach him better lessons than the ones he'd learned watching me hunt. Be strong but not cruel. Protect people but don't destroy yourself doing it. Remember that revenge might feel justified, but it consumes everything you feed it. He listened, asked questions, and slowly started trusting that the world could be something other than constant violence. On the 6-month anniversary of the outbreak, a supply convoy arrived with news from the border region. The Navy's carpet bombing had successfully contained the fungus, prevented it from spreading further north, but the cost had been complete destruction of everything within 20 miles of the border. San Diego was gone, Tijuana was gone, and the tunnel system where I'd left Fernando Gonzalez was buried under radioactive rubble that would remain dangerous for decades. I thought about him sometimes, wondered if he died in the initial bombing or survived long enough to feel the tunnels collapse, whether his final thoughts were of guilt or relief or anger. Mostly I hoped my mother's death had meant something to him, hoped he'd carried that weight until the end, because if he hadn't, if he died not caring about the thousands he'd killed, then my choice to spare him was meaningless. But meaning, I was learning, was something you built from choices and actions, not something you found waiting for you. My mother's death was meaningless violence, random tragedy in a chaotic outbreak, but how I responded to it, who I chose to become, that created meaning. I could have become the revenge-driven killer who destroyed himself and everyone around him, completing a list of names. Instead, at the final moment, I chose to be my mother's son. To honor her teaching about mercy, to try being human instead of being a weapon. That choice saved Marcus, saved Rachel, possibly saved me, and in a world with as little hope as ours, small salvations mattered. Rachel's documentation found its way to other camps, circulated among survivors, and became one of the stories people told about the outbreak. Not the biggest story, not the most dramatic, just one person's descent into revenge and choice to step back from the edge. Some people read it as cautionary tale, warning against vigilante justice and the costs of personal vengeance. Others read it as tragedy, mourning the deaths I'd caused and the person I'd destroyed to cause them. A few read it as redemption story, focusing on the final choice to show mercy. I didn't read it at all, didn't need to, lived every word of it, and would carry those memories until I died. Years passed, slowly the world rebuilding in fractured pieces, and I stayed in the Northern California camp, working security, raising Marcus, trying to be useful. The fungus never fully disappeared, pockets of infection remaining in the dead zones, but humanity learned to manage it, developed protocols and treatments and barriers. Life continued, different than before, smaller and more careful, but still life. Marcus grew up, became a young man who remembered the outbreak but wasn't defined by it, who'd seen violence but chosen compassion, who'd watched me almost destroy myself with revenge and learned the lesson without having to repeat my mistakes. Rachel became a historian, documenting survival stories and preserving pre-outbreak knowledge, ensuring future generations would know what happened and why. I never returned to San Diego, never wanted to see what remained of the city where my mother died and where I'd killed my way through 2 months of apocalypse. The memories were enough, would always be enough, carrying their weight whether I visited the physical locations or not. Sometimes refugees arrived who'd survived longer in the border region, who'd seen things after I left, and I'd ask them about the tunnels, about Gonzalez, about what happened down there. Most didn't know anything. The tunnels had been sealed and bombed, and no one went near them. One person claimed to have seen someone matching Gonzalez's description in a survivor camp months after the bombing. But they weren't certain. Might have been mistaken, and I never pursued it. If he survived, if he escaped and lived, then he lived with guilt and knowledge of what he'd done, which was punishment enough. If he died in those tunnels, then the earth had claimed him, and my mercy had meant nothing to his fate, only to mine. The question I'd carried for 60 days, whether revenge would satisfy the pain of loss, had been answered definitively. No, it wouldn't, it didn't. The hollowness Isabella had warned about was real, and killing people to balance cosmic scales was delusion dressed up as justice. My mother's death was tragedy, random and senseless and unfair, and no amount of blood would change that or bring her back or make the pain go away. What I could change was how I carried the pain, whether I let it destroy me and everyone I touched, whether I honored her memory through violence or through trying to be the person she'd raised. I chose the latter eventually, after nearly destroying myself, choosing the former. And that choice made all the difference. Marcus asked me once, years later, when he was old enough to understand, whether I regretted sparing Gonzalez, whether I wished I'd completed my revenge. I told him that I regretted many things from those 60 days, regretted getting Jessica and Isabella and Morrison killed, regretted destroying potential cure research, regretted teaching him that violence was the answer to pain. But sparing Gonzalez wasn't one of my regrets. That choice was the thing that let me look at myself in the mirror, the thing that made me something other than the hollow killer I'd been becoming. He asked if my mother would be proud of me, of the choices I made, and I told him honestly that I didn't know. Hoped so. But ultimately her opinion didn't matter as much as knowing I'd tried in the end to be worthy of the love she'd given me. The notebook Rachel had kept documenting everything eventually became part of the camp's library, available for anyone who wanted to read about the outbreak and its human costs. Young people read it, trying to understand what the previous generation had endured, and sometimes they'd find me and ask questions. Was it really that bad? Did people really transform that fast? Did I really almost kill an unarmed man in cold blood? I answered honestly, confirmed the horror and the brutality in my own dissent, and tried to help them understand that apocalypses don't just destroy infrastructure and populations, they destroy the moral frameworks people use to navigate the world. In chaos, without law or order or consequence, people become capable of terrible things, and the only defense is choosing who you want to be and holding on to that choice even when it costs everything. Some survivors called me hero, said I'd helped protect the camp, said my decision to show mercy proved humanity's resilience. I didn't accept that designation, knew I'd killed too many people, made too many wrong choices, gotten too many good people killed to deserve being called heroic. Other survivors called me monster, said my vigilante rampage had destabilized evacuation efforts, said Morrison and the others would be alive if I'd just let the authorities handle it. I didn't argue with that designation either, knew it contained truth, knew my choices had consequences that rippled far beyond my personal vendetta. Most survivors just knew me as Miguel, the security guy with the quiet kid, someone who'd been through the outbreak like everyone else and was trying to survive its aftermath. Rachel died 15 years after the outbreak, illness that couldn't be treated in our limited medical facilities, and before she died, she asked me to continue her documentation project, keep recording survivor stories, preserve the history. I told her I wasn't a writer, wasn't good with words like she was, but she said that didn't matter, just record what people say, let their voices speak for themselves. So I took over the project, spent my evenings talking to survivors and refugees and people who'd lived through things that shouldn't be survived, writing down their stories. Many of them had their own revenge tales, their own moments of choosing violence or mercy, their own struggles with what they'd become during the chaos. I listened without judgment, documented without editorializing, tried to create the kind of record Rachel had created for my story. Marcus left the camp when he turned 20, said he wanted to see what remained of the world, help with rebuilding efforts in other regions, maybe find other survivors from Chula Vista who'd known his parents. I supported his decision, helped him prepare, gave him what supplies I could spare, and watched him leave with the same bittersweet mixture of pride and fear every parent feels watching their child venture into danger. He promised to write, to stay safe, to remember the lessons about choosing compassion over violence, and I believed he would. He'd seen enough violence during the outbreak to understand its costs, had watched me nearly destroy myself pursuing revenge, and those memories would guide him better than any lecture I could give. 20 years after the outbreak, on what would have been my mother's 92nd birthday, I visited the memorial the camp had erected for all the people lost in those first months. Thousands of names carved into stone, my mother's among them. Maria Torres, beloved mother and grandmother, died day 3 of the San Diego outbreak. I stood there reading names, recognizing some from my hunting days, Mendoza and Rivera and Chen and Morrison, all of us victims of the fungus, whether we died from infection or from the violence it spawned. I apologized to them, knew they couldn't hear me but needed to say it anyway. Admitted that I'd killed them for reasons that seemed justified at the time but looked hollow in retrospect. The revenge I'd pursued hadn't protected anyone, hadn't prevented anything, had just added more bodies to the count. But the mercy I'd shown, the choice to walk away from Gonzalez, that had meant something. Marcus alive and thriving, Rachel's documentation preserved, my own ability to function as something other than a weapon. These were the fruits of choosing differently at the final moment. If I'd pulled that trigger, completed my list, killed Gonzalez and probably died in the tunnels or military bombing, none of those positive outcomes would exist. I'd have just been another casualty, another person destroyed by the outbreak, another name added to memorial stones with no one left to remember why I mattered. Instead, I survived, changed, tried to be better. And maybe that was the best way to honor my mother's memory, becoming someone who chose mercy when rage would have been easier. The world continued turning, rebuilding, healing, and I continued with it, aging Border Patrol agent who'd seen too much and done worse, trying to make small amends for terrible choices. I never forgot those 60 days, never wanted to. Kept them close as reminder of who I could become if I let pain drive decisions instead of principles. Young people in the camp would sometimes recognize my name from Rachel's documentation, ask if I was the Miguel Torres who'd hunted the outbreak's architects, and I'd confirm it, answer their questions, try to help them understand that revenge might feel justified, but it hollows you out in ways you don't recover from. Some listened, some didn't. All had to learn their own lessons about violence and consequence and the cost of letting rage guide you. In my final years, decades after the outbreak, I spent time organizing Rachel's complete documentation collection, helping young historians understand the human dimension of what had happened. The technical details of the outbreak, infection vectors and mortality rates and containment protocols, those were important for preventing future catastrophes. But the human stories, how people chose to respond, what they lost and found and became, those were important for understanding who we'd been and who we could be. My story was just one among thousands, but it illustrated something crucial: the moment when someone on a path toward darkness chooses to step back, chooses mercy over revenge, chooses to honor the values of the person they'd lost rather than desecrating them with violence. Marcus returned to the camp periodically, brought his own family eventually, children who'd been born in the aftermath and only knew the outbreak through stories. I told them about their grandmother Maria, my mother, how she'd helped people until it killed her, how she'd believed in forgiveness and compassion even when the world was ending. I didn't tell them about the people I'd killed, the revenge I'd pursued, the person I'd almost become, at least not while they were young. Those lessons could wait until they were old enough to understand moral complexity, old enough to learn from my mistakes without being traumatized by them. When they were teenagers, I showed them Rachel's documentation, let them read about my descent and choice, and answered their questions honestly about what I'd done and why and what it had cost. They asked the same question everyone eventually asked: whether I regretted sparing Gonzalez, whether I wished I'd completed my revenge. My answer remained consistent across decades. No, because pulling that trigger would have destroyed the last piece of my humanity, would have taught Marcus that violence solved everything, would have dishonored my mother's memory more thoroughly than any other choice I could make. The satisfaction of revenge was illusion, briefly intoxicating but ultimately hollow. And I'd seen enough hollowness in Isabella's eyes to know I didn't want to end up there. My mother deserved better than having her death be an excuse for me becoming a monster. Deserved to be remembered as the woman who chose compassion, and the only way to honor that was choosing it myself. The tunnels beneath the border remained sealed and radioactive, forbidden zone that no one entered. And sometimes I thought about Gonzalez down there, buried or escaped or transformed, his fate unknown and ultimately irrelevant to mine. My choice to spare him had been about me, about who I wanted to be, about honoring my mother's teachings, not about whether he deserved mercy or punishment. Justice wasn't something I could deliver alone with a gun in a tunnel. Wasn't something that came from satisfying personal vengeance. Was something larger and more complex that required systems and communities and principles I'd abandoned during my hunt. Walking away from that final kill had been admitting I couldn't deliver justice, could only deliver violence, and violence wasn't what my mother would have wanted from me. I died at 78, heart attack in the camp I'd helped build and protect for decades, and my last thoughts were of my mother and the choice I'd made in those tunnels. I didn't know if she'd be proud of me, didn't know if sparing Gonzalez was truly the right decision or just the less wrong one, didn't know if all the pain and loss and transformation meant anything in cosmic terms. But I knew that when I stood in that tunnel with my finger on the trigger, I'd chosen to be my mother's son instead of vengeance's instrument, had chosen mercy when rage would have been easier. And that choice defined me more than any other action in my 78 years. Marcus spoke at my funeral, told stories about the outbreak and the aftermath, mentioned the revenge I'd pursued and the mercy I'd chosen, and said I'd taught him that strength wasn't about how much violence you could inflict, but about how much violence you could refuse to inflict. Rachel's documentation remained in the camp library, permanent record of the outbreak and its human costs, and my story was part of that record. Not a hero's story, not a villain's story, just a human story about grief and rage and the choice between revenge and redemption. Future generations would read it, judge it, learn from it, or ignore it, but it would exist as testament to the fact that even in apocalypse, even in chaos, even when every external structure failed, individuals still had choices about who they'd become. I chose revenge for 59 days and nearly destroyed myself, then chose mercy on day 60 and found a path back to humanity. Both choices defined me, but only one let me live with myself afterward. The world that emerged from the outbreak was smaller, more fragile, built on lessons learned from failure and loss, and my small contribution was serving as cautionary tale about revenge's costs. The people I'd killed, the innocents who died because of my mission, they couldn't be brought back or justified or explained away, just remembered and regretted. The person I'd spared, the mercy I'd chosen, couldn't resurrect the dead or undo the harm, just represented a different path, a choice to break cycles instead of perpetuating them. In the end, 60 days of revenge had taught me that violence might feel like justice, but it was just violence. And the only way to honor my mother was choosing to be better than the situation demanded. Choosing compassion when rage seemed justified. Choosing to be human when becoming a monster would have been easier. That choice, made in a tunnel beneath the border while the world burned above, was the most important decision of my life, and I'd stand by it through all the years that followed until my final breath confirmed I'd chosen right. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Day 1. Randy. The pneumatic wrench felt heavier than usual in my hands that morning. 40 years old and 22 years at Cleveland Industrial Parts meant I knew the weight of every tool in that factory like I knew my own daughter's laugh. The wrench shouldn't have felt different. But it did. Everything did that day. The morning shift at the factory floor started the same as always. 6 a.m. in the sun, barely thinking about coming up over Lake Erie. Marcus Williams clocked in right behind me like he had for 15 years, coffee in one hand and complaining about the Browns with the other. We worked Assembly Line 3 together, building transmission components for Ford, GM, Chrysler, whoever was buying that week. Honest work, hard work, the kind that left your back aching and your hands rough but put food on the table and got your kid through school. Ashley had texted me before I left the house. Working lunch shift at Bistro 44 in Tower City. The restaurant job was supposed to be temporary just through her gap year before college. She wanted to study nursing at Cleveland State. My daughter, 17 years old and already thinking about helping people. Her mother would have been proud. Would have been. Cancer took Linda 6 years ago. Since then, it had been just me and Ash against the world. Miss you already, Dad. See you at dinner. I texted back a thumbs up because I was never good with words like she was. Never needed to be. My hands did my talking. My hands built things, fixed things. That morning they were tightening bolts on transmission housing, same as every morning, and I was thinking about what to make for dinner when Marcus grabbed my arm. Randy, look at Deshawn. Deshawn Carter worked 3 stations down from us. 26 years old, had a baby girl at home, always showing us pictures on his phone. Good kid, fast worker. But that morning Deshawn wasn't working. He was standing perfectly still in front of his station, arms at his sides, staring at nothing. Just staring. "Deshawn," Marcus called out. "You all right, man?" Deshawn didn't answer, didn't move. The assembly line kept moving around him, parts sliding past on the conveyor, but Deshawn stood frozen like someone had unplugged him. Then I saw the blood. It was running from his nose, dark and thick, dripping onto his work shirt, but he didn't wipe it away. Didn't even seem to notice. "Somebody get the floor supervisor," I said, setting down my wrench. "Something's wrong with—" Deshawn's head snapped toward us. Fast. Unnatural. And his eyes were wrong. The whites had gone red, completely red, like someone had filled them with blood from the inside. His mouth opened and this sound came out. Not words, not even a scream, just this wet, rattling noise from deep in his chest. Then he lunged at the guy next to him. Jimmy Pack, 53 years old, 2 years from retirement. Deshawn's teeth sank into Jimmy's neck before anyone could move, before anyone could process what they were seeing. Blood sprayed across the machinery. Jimmy's scream cut through the factory noise. Deshawn tore away a chunk of flesh and Jimmy fell, hitting the concrete floor hard. The assembly line kept moving, the machines kept running. And Deshawn stood up, blood pouring from his mouth, and looked around for someone else to attack. "What the fuck?" Marcus whispered beside me. "What the fuck? What the fuck?" All along Assembly Line 3, workers were stopping, staring. Someone hit the emergency shutdown and the conveyors ground to a halt. In the sudden relative quiet, I heard it. Screaming. Not just from our line, from everywhere in the factory, from the offices above us, from the loading docks, from the parking lot outside. Deshawn charged at Marcus. I didn't think. 22 years of working with heavy machinery meant my hands moved on instinct. I grabbed the pneumatic impact wrench from my station, the big one we used for the heavy bolts, and I swung it like a club. Caught Deshawn in the temple. The impact wrench weighed 12 pounds and I put everything behind it. Deshawn went down hard. But he didn't stay down. Blood pouring from the wound on his head, he started getting back up. Started reaching for Marcus again with hands that were shaking and twitching but still moving. Still coming. "Randy, his eyes," Marcus said. "Jesus Christ, look at his eyes." Both eyes were completely red now. No white at all. And there was nothing human in them. No recognition, no fear, no pain even though I'd caved in the side of his skull, just hunger. I hit him again, harder. The wrench connected with his forehead and I heard something crack. Deshawn collapsed. This time he didn't get up. I stood there breathing hard, looking down at a man I'd worked beside for 3 years. A man who'd shown me pictures of his baby girl just yesterday. And I tried to understand what had just happened. Then I looked up and saw that it was happening everywhere. All across the factory floor. Workers attacking each other. The sound of screaming echoed off the high ceilings. The smell of blood mixed with machine oil. And I thought of Ashley. "We need to go," I said to Marcus. "We need to go right now." Marcus nodded. His face had gone pale and his hands were shaking, but he nodded. We ran. Past Assembly Line 4, where 2 men were fighting over something on the ground. Past the break room where someone was pounding on the vending machine glass from the inside. Past the supervisor's office where the door hung open and blood painted the walls. We ran for the employee exit, for the parking lot, for our cars and the road that would take us away from whatever was happening inside that factory. I had my keys in my hand. My truck was 15 feet away. Then Tom Reynolds came around the corner. Tom worked security at the main gate. Big guy, ex-Army, always had a smile. He didn't have a smile anymore. He had blood on his security uniform and his eyes were starting to turn red, and he was moving toward us with that same terrible hunger I'd seen in Deshawn. "Tom, man, don't," Marcus tried. "It's us, it's Marcus and Randy. You know us." Tom lunged. I swung the impact wrench again. Caught him in the shoulder, spun him around. Tom stumbled but kept coming. Marcus grabbed a piece of rebar from the ground, construction material left over from some repair job, and he brought it down on Tom's head. Once, twice. Tom collapsed. "Is he dead?" Marcus asked him. "Or Randy, did we kill him?" "I don't know," I said. "I don't know what's happening. We need to go." We got in my truck. Ford F-150, 15 years old, 180,000 miles, but it started on the first try like it always did. I backed out of the parking space too fast, nearly hit another car, didn't care. Through the windshield, I could see the factory behind us. Workers pouring out of the exits. Some running normally, some moving in that jerky wrong way, some chasing the others. I drove. Got the truck onto East 49th Street, heading west toward downtown, toward Tower City, toward Ashley. The roads were already chaos, cars everywhere, some abandoned in the middle of the street, some crashed into poles or into each other. People running, people attacking each other. A woman in a business suit stumbled in front of my truck, blood pouring from her arm, and I swerved around her. Nearly hit a police car that was stopped in the intersection with its lights flashing and no one inside. "Randy, what is this?" Marcus asked. "And what the hell is this?" "I don't know." I kept my hands tight on the wheel. "Some kind of attack, maybe. Chemical weapon, biological. I don't know. I just need to get to Ashley." "Turn on the radio." I fumbled with the dial. Found a news station. The broadcaster's voice was high and panicked, nothing like the smooth, professional tone you usually heard. Reports coming in from across the city, downtown Cleveland, the Flats, University Circle. What's being described as a violent outbreak. People attacking each other without provocation, extreme aggression. The mayor has declared a state of emergency. Residents are advised to stay in their homes. Lock your doors. The National Guard has been... The broadcast cut to static. I tried other stations, music on one, static on another, nothing on a third. Then I found another news station, a different voice, a woman. She sounded like she was crying. "Not safe. It's not safe anywhere. They're saying it started at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Some kind of virus. The Trixie virus, they're calling it. It got out, they're saying it got stolen. Domestic terrorists, militia groups. They released it here. They released it in Cleveland and Detroit and Pittsburgh. They released it, and now people are..." More static. I shut off the radio. My hands were shaking on the wheel. Beside me, Marcus was staring straight ahead, his breathing too fast, too shallow. "Ashley's at Tower City," I said. "Working lunch shift. I need to get to her. I need to..." "Randy, look." He pointed ahead. We were on Superior Avenue now, getting close to Public Square. Close to Terminal Tower. Close to where my daughter was supposed to be serving lunch to office workers and tourists. But between us and there, maybe half a mile ahead, I could see smoke rising. Black smoke. Multiple columns of it against the morning sky. And I could hear something. A sound that shouldn't exist. Thousands of voices screaming all at once. I pressed the accelerator. The truck lurched forward. Whatever was happening, whatever this Trixie virus was, however it got released, none of that mattered. My daughter was out there, and I was going to find her. Day 1. Sarah. The morning started with Mrs. Kowalski's medication. She was 82 years old and living alone in a 4th-floor walk-up in Ohio City, and she kept forgetting to take her blood pressure pills. That's what being a social worker for Cleveland Clinic's community outreach program meant. It meant climbing 4 flights of stairs at 7 in the morning to make sure an elderly woman remembered her medication. It meant checking on the diabetic teenager whose mother worked 3 jobs. It meant coordinating care for the homeless veteran who slept in the doorway of the abandoned factory on West 28th. I didn't mind. This was why I got into social work, to help people who fell through the cracks, to be there for the ones everyone else forgot about. My boyfriend David thought I was crazy. He worked in the clinic's administrative office dealing with insurance and billing, and he couldn't understand why I wanted to spend my days in the field instead of behind a desk. But David came from money. He'd grown up in Shaker Heights with parents who were both doctors. He was a good man, the best I'd ever known, but he didn't understand what it meant to struggle. I did. I'd grown up in Slavic village with a single mother who cleaned houses. I knew what it meant to need help and have no one to ask. Mrs. Kowalski took her pills with a glass of water and a string of complaints in Polish. I listened, nodded in the right places, made sure she had enough food in the refrigerator. Then I checked my phone. 3 more home visits scheduled before noon. After that, I was meeting David for lunch at his favorite place in Tower City, some bistro he liked. Bistro 44, he'd made reservations. I was walking back to my car, a 10-year-old Honda that barely ran, when I heard the screaming. It was coming from inside one of the apartment buildings across the street, high and terrified. Then it cut off abruptly. Silence. I stood there on the sidewalk, keys in my hand, trying to decide if I should call the police or mind my own business. Cleveland was a tough city. Screaming wasn't uncommon, but something about that scream felt wrong. Then I saw Mr. Washington. He lived in the building where the scream had come from. 70 years old, Vietnam vet, PTSD, but managing okay. I'd helped him get his VA benefits last year. He came stumbling out the front entrance of his building, and I could see immediately that something was wrong. Blood covered the front of his shirt. His hands were red with it, and his eyes looked strange even from across the street. Too red, too empty. "Mr. Washington," I called out, "are you hurt?" He turned toward my voice, tilted his head like he was trying to place me. Then he started walking across the street. Not hurrying, not slow either, just walking straight toward me with his bloody hands reaching out. I backed up. "Mr. Washington, you're bleeding. You need to sit down. Let me call an ambulance." He didn't respond, didn't stop, got closer, and I saw his eyes properly now. The whites weren't white anymore. They were completely red, like someone had filled them with blood. And there was nothing behind them. No recognition, no consciousness, just emptiness. He lunged at me. I stumbled backward, nearly fell. My social work training had covered a lot of situations, but this wasn't one of them. Mr. Washington grabbed for my arm. I pulled away. His fingers caught my jacket sleeve. I yanked free, heard the fabric tear. He came at me again, and I did the only thing I could think of. I hit him. Closed fist right to the face. His nose broke under my knuckles, blood sprayed. My hand screamed with pain. He didn't even flinch. Broken nose, blood pouring down his face, and he didn't react at all. Just kept reaching for me with those bloody hands. I ran. Got to my car, fumbled the keys, dropped them, grabbed them again. Mr. Washington was right behind me. I could hear him breathing. Wet, rattling, wrong. I got the car door open, threw myself inside, slammed it shut, locked it. Mr. Washington's hands hit the window, slapped against the glass, leaving red smears. My hands were shaking too hard to get the key in the ignition. Took 3 tries. The Honda coughed, sputtered, caught. I threw it in reverse, backed up so fast I nearly hit a parked car, then shifted to drive and pressed the accelerator. In my rearview mirror, I could see Mr. Washington standing in the street, still reaching toward where my car had been. I drove, hands locked on the wheel, breathing too fast. My right hand throbbed where I'd broken his nose and probably broken my own knuckles. I didn't understand what had just happened. Mr. Washington had been fine last week, stable, coherent. Now he looked like something from a nightmare. Those eyes, those terrible red eyes. I grabbed my phone, tried to call David. It rang 4 times, went to voicemail. I called the clinic. Busy signal. I tried David again. Voicemail. I drove toward downtown, toward the clinic's main office, and I started to see other things, other people moving strangely. A man staggering down Lorraine Avenue with blood on his face. A woman screaming from an apartment window. 2 people fighting in an alley. No, not fighting. One was attacking and the other was defending. And the attacker's eyes looked wrong even from inside my moving car. The radio. I turned it on. Scanned through stations until I found news. State of emergency has been declared. The Cleveland Police Department is advising all residents to remain indoors. Lock your doors and windows. Do not approach anyone exhibiting violent behavior or unusual symptoms. The National Guard has been mobilized. Reports are coming in from across Northeast Ohio. What's being described as a biological attack. The Trixie virus, stolen from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base by domestic terrorists. Early symptoms include nosebleeds, disorientation, and extreme aggression. Later symptoms include... The broadcast dissolved into static. I tried other stations, more static. Finally found another news channel. Hospitals are overwhelmed. Do not go to hospitals unless absolutely necessary. The infection is transmitted through bodily fluids. Bites, scratches, blood contact. Infected individuals become violent within hours. There is no known cure, there is no treatment. If someone is infected, you need to... Static again. I shut off the radio. Pulled over to the side of the road because my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't drive straight. A virus, an attack, people getting infected and becoming violent. Mr. Washington's bloody hands on my window, my torn jacket sleeve. Had his blood touched my skin? I couldn't remember, couldn't think. I needed to find David. I needed to get somewhere safe. I called David again. It rang, once, twice. On the 3rd ring, he picked up. Sarah, thank God, where are you? Ohio City, near the clinic. David, what's happening? It's bad, really bad, some kind of biological attack. They released a virus, it's all over the news, people are going crazy. Actually crazy. The whole city is... Sarah, you need to get somewhere safe. Get home, lock the door, don't let anyone in. I'm coming to you, where are you? I'm at the office, Tower City, but Sarah, don't come here. It's not safe downtown. There are people everywhere, infected people. The security guards are trying to keep them out, but I'm coming. Stay where you are. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Sarah, no. I hung up, put the car in drive. Tower City was maybe 3 miles away, through downtown Cleveland where apparently infected people were running wild, through the center of whatever this attack was. But David was there, and I wasn't leaving him. The roads got worse as I got closer to downtown. More abandoned cars, more people running. I saw a police car on fire, saw a crowd of people, maybe 30 of them, moving together down Euclid Avenue. Moving wrong, jerking and stumbling but still moving. Their eyes were all red. All of them. I turned down a side street to avoid them. Got to Ontario Street. Saw Terminal Tower ahead, that massive Art Deco building that dominated Cleveland's skyline. Tower City was in the complex beneath it. Shopping, restaurants, offices. David was in there. I just needed to park and get inside. Then I saw the girl. She looked young, 17, maybe 18. She was running down the sidewalk, running hard, and behind her were 3 people chasing her. They moved in that jerky, wrong way. The girl's eyes were normal, terrified but normal. The 3 chasing her had red eyes, completely red. The girl looked right at me, right at my car, and I saw her mouth form a word. Help. Please, help. I slammed on the brakes, leaned over and opened the passenger door. Get in! The girl ran. She was fast, but the ones chasing her were relentless. She got to my car, dove inside. I hit the gas before she even had the door closed. One of the infected people grabbed for her, got hold of her shoe. She kicked. The shoe came off. The infected person stumbled back holding a sneaker. We accelerated away. "Thank you," the girl gasped. She was crying, shaking. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. They killed my mom. They came into our apartment and they killed her and I ran. I just ran. I didn't know where to go." "It's okay," I said, even though it wasn't okay. Nothing was okay. "You're safe now. What's your name?" "Ashley. Ashley Baker. I was supposed to go to work. My dad told me to stay home, but I didn't listen. I went to work anyway, and then this happened, and I couldn't find my phone, and I couldn't call him, and they were everywhere." She broke down sobbing. I reached over, squeezed her shoulder. This girl, this 17-year-old kid who just watched her mother die. I thought about all the vulnerable people on my case list. Mrs. Kowalski in her fourth-floor walk-up, the diabetic teenager, the homeless vet. How many of them were already dead? How many were infected? "Where were you supposed to work?" I asked. "Tower City, Bistro 44, but I can't go there now. It's not safe anywhere." "I'm going to Tower City," I said. "My boyfriend's there. We'll figure this out together, okay? We'll find somewhere safe." Ashley nodded, wiped her eyes. I drove the last few blocks to Tower City's parking garage. The entrance gate was smashed open. Cars were abandoned everywhere, some with doors still open, keys probably still in the ignition. I found a spot, parked, took a breath. "Stay close to me," I told Ashley. "Don't make noise. If we see anyone with red eyes, we run, understand?" She nodded again. We got out of the car. I looked around the parking garage. It was quiet, too quiet. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. Somewhere in the distance I could hear screaming. But here, in this moment, it was just me and this girl I'd known for 5 minutes. This girl I'd decided to protect. We headed for the elevators that would take us up into Tower City, toward David, toward whatever safety we could find. Behind us, Cleveland was tearing itself apart. Ahead of us, the future was uncertain. But we were together. That had to count for something. Day 2. Randy. The truck ran out of gas on day 2. We'd made it as far as the flats, that industrial area where factories and warehouses lined both sides of the Cuyahoga River. And then the engine sputtered and died. Marcus and I sat there in silence for maybe 10 seconds, looking at the empty gas gauge before we both started laughing. Not funny laughter, the kind that happens when things are so bad that your brain doesn't know what else to do. "Well," Marcus said. "Shit. Yeah." We'd spent the first day trying to reach Tower City, got within 6 blocks before we hit a roadblock. Not official. Just cars piled up, wrecked into each other, creating an impassable wall of twisted metal and broken glass. We'd tried to go around. Found infected everywhere, found normal people too, hiding in buildings, barricading themselves in stores and offices. Found a police officer who fired 3 shots at us before we convinced her we weren't infected. She told us that Tower City had been overrun on day 1. Told us that downtown Cleveland was lost. Told us to head for the evacuation points on the west side. Ashley. My daughter was in Tower City. Was or had been. I'd tried her phone 200 times. Got nothing. The cell towers were down or overwhelmed or destroyed. I didn't know which. Didn't matter, I couldn't reach her. Marcus had finally pulled me away from the roadblock. "Randy, man, we can't get through. We need to find shelter, get supplies, then we figure out a way to her." He was right. I knew he was right. But leaving felt like giving up. Felt like abandoning Ashley when she needed me most. Still, we went. Found an auto parts store that hadn't been completely looted. Barricaded ourselves inside for the night. I didn't sleep. kept seeing Ashley's face, kept hearing that last text, "See you at dinner." But there had been no dinner, no seeing her, just the end of the world and a father who couldn't reach his daughter. Day 2, we'd driven south and east looking for a way around the blocked roads, looking for any route that might get us to Tower City. That's when the gas ran out. We sat in the dead truck for a minute, collecting ourselves, then got out and started walking. The flats were different now. Used to be this area was the heart of Cleveland's industrial power. Steel mills, factories, shipping terminals. Most of that was gone now, replaced by restaurants and bars and apartments for people who wanted to live downtown. But some of the old industrial buildings remained. Empty warehouses, abandoned factories, and in those buildings people were hiding. We found Tom Reynolds in one of them. Remember Tom? The security guard from the factory who'd attacked us on day 1, who Marcus had hit with a piece of rebar. Apparently the hit hadn't killed him, just knocked him out. And when he woke up, he wasn't infected anymore. Or maybe he'd never been fully infected. I didn't know how this tricksy virus worked. Nobody did. But Tom was alive and conscious, and his eyes were normal again. Randy? Marcus? He was sitting against the wall of an old warehouse, his head bandaged with someone's torn shirt. Jesus, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. One minute I was at my post, and the next I don't even remember. It's all black. It's not your fault, I said, even though part of me still saw him lunging at us with red eyes. You weren't in control. The virus, it does something to people. I heard them talking. The people here. Tom gestured around the warehouse. There were maybe 20 others sheltering inside, families mostly. A few people on their own. They're saying it was militia, domestic terrorists. They broke into some military base and stole samples of this virus, released it in Cleveland and other cities. Some kind of attack against the government. Why Cleveland? Marcus asked. Why here? Because we don't matter, someone else said. A woman maybe 40 holding a young boy against her chest. We're flyover country, Rust Belt, forgotten. Perfect place for terrorists to make a statement. We stayed in the warehouse for a few hours, shared what little food we had, listened to people's stories. A man who'd lost his wife on day 1, a teenager who'd watched his whole family get infected, an elderly couple who'd barricaded themselves in their house until the infected broke through. Everyone had horror stories. Everyone had lost someone. I told them about Ashley, about Tower City, about how I needed to find her. The woman with the boy shook her head. Tower City's gone, honey. I heard it on the radio before the broadcast stopped. They're saying downtown is completely overrun, thousands of infected. The National Guard tried to secure Terminal Tower, but they got overwhelmed. If your daughter was there, she didn't finish. Didn't need to. But I wasn't ready to accept it. Wouldn't accept it. Ashley was smart, strong. If anyone could survive, she could. I just needed to find her. Tom and Linda Vasquez, a nurse who'd been hiding in the warehouse since day 1, decided to join us. Tom because he felt he owed us after attacking us at the factory. Linda because she said she'd be more useful with people who were moving than staying in one place waiting to die. Marcus looked at me and I shrugged. More people meant more risk, but it also meant more eyes watching for infected. More hands if we needed to fight. The 4 of us left the warehouse at dusk on day 2. We needed to find supplies before full dark. Found a corner store that had been partially looted but still had some water and canned goods. Found a sporting goods store where we grabbed better weapons. A baseball bat for Marcus. A crowbar for Linda. Tom took a hunting knife. I kept my impact wrench from the factory. It was heavy and crude, but I knew how to use it. Had already used it. Would probably have to use it again. As we were leaving the sporting goods store, we saw them. A group of infected, maybe 15 of them, moving down the street in a loose pack. They weren't running, weren't hunting, just walking, wandering, looking for prey. In the fading light, their red eyes seemed to glow. We ducked back into the store, waited, watched through the shattered front window as the infected passed by. One of them stopped, turned its head toward the store, sniffed the air like a dog. For a moment I thought it would come inside, thought we'd have to fight. Then another infected made a sound, that wet, rattling sound they all made, and the first one turned and followed the group. "They hunt in packs," Linda whispered. "I've seen it before. They coordinate somehow. It's like the virus rewires their brains for pack hunting." "Wonderful," Marcus muttered. "Zombie wolves, just what we needed." We waited until full dark, then moved, navigated through the flats by memory and moonlight. The city had no power, no streetlights, no lights in any buildings except the occasional flashlight or candle. Cleveland had gone dark. Somewhere to the north toward downtown I saw fire, big fires, multiple buildings burning. I thought about Tower City, about Terminal Tower and all the offices and shops beneath it, about Bistro 44 where my daughter should have been serving lunch. Was she there when the infected came? Did she fight? Did she run? Was she still alive? I had to believe she was, had to believe I'd find her. Because if I stopped believing that, if I accepted that she was gone, then what was I fighting for? What was any of this for? We found shelter for the night in an old factory office building. Second floor, one staircase that we could barricade, windows we could watch from. Tom and Linda took first watch. Marcus and I tried to sleep on the concrete floor. "Randy," Marcus said in the darkness, "tomorrow we should head west, away from downtown. They're saying there are evacuation points, refugee camps. Maybe Ashley made it to one of those." "Maybe. You can't keep searching the city. It's not safe. We'll all get killed." "I know." But I wasn't heading west tomorrow. I was heading toward Tower City, toward my daughter. And if Marcus wanted to go west, I'd understand. Hell, I'd encourage it. This wasn't his fight. Ashley wasn't his daughter, but she was mine. And I wasn't leaving Cleveland without her. Day 2. Sarah David was dead. I found him on day 2 in what used to be the administrative offices of Tower City. Found him along with 8 other people who'd barricaded themselves in a conference room on the 3rd floor. The infected had broken through sometime during the first night. I knew because when Ashley and I finally navigated through the chaos of Tower City to reach the offices, we found the conference room door torn open and blood everywhere. David was against the back wall. His throat was torn out. His eyes were still open, still normal. He died human. That was something, I guess. Something small. Something that didn't help at all. Ashley waited in the hallway while I went in. Didn't say anything. Just gave me space. This girl, this kid I'd known for barely 24 hours, understood that I needed a moment. I knelt beside David's body, touched his cold hand. We'd been together for 2 years, had talked about marriage, about kids someday, about buying a house in Lakewood and growing old together, all those plans, all that future, gone. I didn't cry. Didn't have time to cry. The infected could come back any moment. I needed to keep moving, keep surviving, keep Ashley safe. I closed David's eyes, whispered goodbye, and walked out of that conference room. Walked away from the man I'd loved and the future we'd planned. There'd be time for grief later, maybe, if I survived. "I'm sorry," Ashley said when I came out. "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault." "I know, but I'm still sorry." We moved through Tower City like ghosts. The whole complex was a graveyard. Bodies everywhere. Some infected, some not. Some you couldn't tell anymore. The shopping area on the lower level was destroyed. Store windows smashed. Merchandise scattered. Blood on the marble floors. We passed Bistro 44, the restaurant where Ashley was supposed to work. The front was torn apart. tables overturned. A body in a server's uniform lay half in, half out of the kitchen. Ashley looked away. We found others, survivors, a group of 5 people hiding in a clothing store. They'd pulled racks of coats and jackets across the entrance, creating a barrier. They had maybe 2 days of food and less water. A woman with them, Maria Gonzalez, was in her 70s. She recognized me. Sarah Mitchell, from the clinic? I'd helped Maria last year. Her daughter had died and Maria couldn't afford the funeral. I'd connected her with Catholic Charities, helped coordinate everything. She'd sent me a thank you card. Maria, you're alive. Barely. She smiled. It was a broken, exhausted smile. I was shopping when it started. Got trapped in here. These people saved my life. The 5 others introduced themselves. Jake Peterson, 17 years old, had been shopping for college dorm supplies. A couple in their 30s. 2 young women who worked at one of the stores. They were scared, desperate. They asked if we knew anywhere safe to go. West, I said. I heard on the radio before the towers went down. They're setting up evacuation points on the west side, refugee camps, National Guard protection. Can we make it there? Jake asked. I don't know. But we can't stay here. The infected will come back. We waited until nightfall on day 2. 7 of us total. Me, Ashley, Maria, Jake, and the 3 others. We moved through Tower City's service corridors, trying to avoid the main areas where infected gathered. Found our way to the parking garage. My Honda was still there, untouched. But 7 people wouldn't fit. We'd need another vehicle. Jake knew how to hotwire cars, learned it from a cousin who'd done time for auto theft. He was embarrassed to admit it, but I told him it might save our lives. We found a van 3 levels up. Honda Odyssey, perfect for moving people. Jake got it started in under 2 minutes. We loaded up. Maria in the front passenger seat of my car because she had trouble breathing and needed space. Ashley in the back, Jake driving the van with the other 4. We navigated out of the parking garage carefully, lights off, trying not to attract attention. The streets were worse at night. The infected seemed more active. We saw groups of them everywhere, 5, 10, 20, sometimes more. They gathered around burning buildings like moths around flame. They attacked anything that moved. We saw them pull someone from a car 3 blocks away, heard the screaming even through our closed windows. I drove west on Carnegie Avenue, van following behind me. Past Cleveland State University. The campus was destroyed, buildings burning, bodies on the lawns. Muina, past Progressive Field where the Indians played baseball. The stadium lights were somehow still on, running on backup generators maybe, and I could see infected gathered in the parking lots by the hundreds. There are so many, Ashley whispered from the back seat. How are there so many? The virus spreads fast, I said. Bites, scratches, any bodily fluid contact. And Cleveland has 500,000 people, even if only a fraction got infected. I didn't finish. Didn't need to. Ashley understood math. She understood that when a fraction of 500,000 became infected, and those infected spread it to others, and those others spread it further, you ended up with this. You ended up with a city eating itself. We made it to Interstate 90, the highway that ran west out of Cleveland. The entrance ramp was blocked, cars piled up, some still running, engines idling, drivers long gone or dead. I found a way through on the shoulder. The van followed. We got onto the highway proper and I saw the traffic jam. Miles of cars, stretching west as far as I could see even in the darkness. Some were empty. Some had bodies inside. Some had infected trapped inside, pawing at the windows, too stupid or too damaged to open the doors. We navigated around them slowly. I had to stop every few dozen feet, had to back up, find another route, try again. The van stayed right behind me. Then I saw the roadblock. Military vehicles across all lanes, Humvees and troop carriers forming a wall. Soldiers in full gear, rifles pointed at the road. A checkpoint. But as we got closer, I saw the bodies. Civilian bodies, dozens of them lying in front of the military barricade. I stopped the car, put it in park, looked at the scene ahead. The soldiers weren't moving, weren't responding to our approach. I looked closer and saw why. They were dead too. All of them, still in their positions, still behind their weapons, but dead. The infected had overrun this checkpoint maybe yesterday, maybe this morning. The soldiers had killed civilians trying to get through, then the infected had killed the soldiers, and now it was just a graveyard blocking the highway. "We can't get through," Ashley said. "I can see that. What do we do?" I looked in the rearview mirror. The van was behind us. Jake was looking at me, waiting for direction. 7 people depending on me to make the right choice. I wasn't equipped for this. I was a social worker. I helped people fill out paperwork and access services. I didn't lead survival groups through zombie apocalypses. But David was dead. The city was gone. And these 6 people were looking at me like I had answers. So I made a decision. "We find another route," I said. "Get off the highway. Take surface streets west. Avoid main roads. Move slowly, stay quiet. We'll find those evacuation points." "And if the evacuation points are gone too?" Ashley asked. "If everywhere is like this?" "Then we keep moving. We stay alive. We find somewhere safe, somewhere we can rebuild." Ashley nodded. 17 years old, and she was already learning that hope was a choice you made, not a feeling you had. I put the car in reverse, backed away from the roadblock, found an exit ramp. The van followed. We left the highway and its graveyard of cars and soldiers behind. Day 2 was ending. Night 2 was beginning. And we were still alive. That was something. That had to be enough. Day 5, Randy. The factory on day 5 looked like something from a war movie. Marcus, Tom, Linda, and I had been moving west through the industrial district, scavenging for supplies when we heard gunfire. Real gunfire. Not the scattered shots from scared civilians, but coordinated military-grade weapons fire. We followed the sound to an old steel processing plant on the edge of the flats. There were about 20 people inside, armed, organized. They had barricades set up, supplies, a command structure, and they wore matching jackets, armbands. American flags with modifications I didn't recognize. At first I thought they were National Guard. Then I saw the symbol on their jackets. A militia group, the Midwest Freedom Coalition. I'd seen them on the news before all this. Protests, anti-government rhetoric, stockpiling weapons. Now they were here in Cleveland with military-grade equipment and a leader who called himself Colonel. Colonel Thurman Hayes, late 50s, graying hair, cut military, short, cold blue eyes. He walked like he owned the place, talked like he was addressing troops. When we approached the factory, 3 of his people had rifles on us before we got within 50 feet. "You infected?" one of them barked. "No," I said. "We're survivors, looking for supplies, looking for information about evacuation points." The guard radioed someone. A minute later, Colonel Hayes himself came out to meet us. He looked us over with the kind of assessment you give potential threats, not potential allies. "Evacuation points are compromised," he said. "Government failed. Same government that created this virus in the first place. They made this weapon, lost control of it, and now they're abandoning citizens to die. But we're not abandoning anyone. We're taking back our city, our country, 1 block at a time." "You're fighting the infected?" Linda asked. "We're fighting for survival, for freedom. The government wants us dependent on them, wants us weak. This virus, this was their plan all along, population control. But it backfired. And now we're the only thing standing between civilization and complete chaos." I didn't believe him. Didn't believe the conspiracy theories about government weapons and population control. But these people had food, weapons, safety, and they were offering to let us stay. We're looking for people, I said. My daughter was in Tower City when the outbreak started. Ashley Baker, 17 years old. Have you heard anything about survivors from downtown? Hayes's expression shifted, something that might have been sympathy if his eyes had been warmer. Downtown is lost. Anyone who was there on day one, I'm sorry. Your best chance is to join us. Help us secure this area. Build something new from the ashes. I'm not giving up on my daughter. Admirable. Foolish, but admirable. Tell you what, you can stay here for a few days. Rest. Resupply. If you still want to search for your daughter after that, we won't stop you. But maybe you'll see that we're building something worth fighting for. We stayed. What choice did we have? Marcus was injured. A bite from an infected that he'd cleaned and bandaged, but that was getting worse. Tom was exhausted. Linda needed supplies, and I needed information about what was happening beyond our small corner of Cleveland. Hayes's people had radio equipment. They'd been monitoring broadcasts from across the region. What they told us was worse than I'd imagined. The Trixie virus wasn't just in Cleveland. It was in Pittsburgh, Detroit, Columbus, multiple cities across the Midwest. Coordinated release, domestic terrorism on a scale no one had prepared for. The National Guard was overwhelmed. FEMA was overwhelmed. The government was in chaos. They did this to themselves, Hayes said that night over dinner in the factory's makeshift cafeteria. Created a weapon they couldn't control. Now they're reaping what they sowed. But we're survivors. We're Americans. We don't need the government to save us. We save ourselves. His people cheered, raised their drinks. I stayed quiet. This rhetoric, this us versus them mentality made me uncomfortable. But I kept my mouth shut. These people had guns and I didn't. These people had food and we were hungry. I could swallow my discomfort for a few days. On day 6, I saw something that changed everything. Hayes had someone in a locked room on the second floor of the factory. I heard shouting, went to investigate, found 2 guards outside a door. Inside the room, someone was screaming, a woman's voice, begging to be let out. The guards told me it was none of my business, told me to move along. I did, but I listened. And I heard Hayes talking to whoever was in that room. You brought this on yourself, you and your government handlers. You thought you could control us, control the message, but the truth always comes out. The truth is that you created this virus, released it to justify martial law, to take away our freedoms. Well, we're not playing your game anymore. The woman's response was too quiet to hear. Hayes laughed. Cold, cruel. Nobody's coming for you, nobody cares. You're just another casualty in a war that should never have been fought. I walked away, told Marcus what I'd heard. He said we should leave, that these people were dangerous, that Hayes was crazy. I agreed, but Marcus's bite was infected. He had a fever, couldn't walk without help. We needed 1 more day, maybe 2, just until Marcus was stronger. That night, Linda pulled me aside. Randy, I checked the medical supplies. Hayes's people have antibiotics, good ones, military grade. If Marcus doesn't get treatment soon, that bite is going to kill him. Will Hayes give them to us? I don't know, but I saw something else. Sealed containers in the back storage room, military labels, biological hazard warnings. You think they have the virus? The actual Trixie virus? I think they have something. And I think we need to be very careful around these people. On day 7, everything fell apart. One of Hayes's patrols came back with news. A large group of survivors moving through the area. 20+ people, women and children among them. Hayes ordered his people to intercept them. Bring them here. We need numbers. We need workers. But when the patrol returned, they didn't have 20 people. They had 5. The rest, they said, had scattered when they tried to force them to come to the factory. The 5 they'd brought were terrified. One was a teenage boy, one was an elderly woman. The others were crying, begging to be let go. I watched Hayes question them, watched him demand to know where the others had gone. When they wouldn't tell him, he had them locked in the second-floor room with the woman who was already there. I heard more screaming that night, more begging. Hayes was torturing them, for information maybe, for control definitely. This man, this colonel who talked about freedom and survival, was just another tyrant. "We're leaving," I told Marcus. "Tonight. We steal the antibiotics and we go." "Randy, I can barely walk." "Then I'll carry you, but we're not staying here. These people are as dangerous as the infected." Linda and Tom agreed. We waited until after midnight, snuck down to the medical supply room. Linda had been a nurse long enough to know which antibiotics Marcus needed. We grabbed what we could carry, then we heard voices. Guards making rounds. We hid behind supply crates, barely breathing, as two of Hayes's people walked past, discussing something about the samples and tomorrow's test. When they were gone, we ran. Out the back of the factory, into the darkness of Cleveland's industrial wasteland. Behind us, I heard alarms, shouts. Hayes's people had discovered we were missing. Searchlights swept the area, but we were already gone, swallowed by the ruins of the old steel mills. Marcus collapsed after half a mile. Tom and I carried him. Linda led the way, navigating by memory and moonlight. We found shelter in an abandoned warehouse, gave Marcus the antibiotics, waited, and planned our next move. "I'm still going to Tower City," I said. "Still looking for Ashley." "Then we're going with you," Tom said. "Hayes's people will be looking for us now. We stick together or we die." I nodded, looked at Marcus, feverish and weak but alive, looked at Linda and Tom. 3 people who'd become my family in this nightmare. We'd find Ashley, we'd get out of Cleveland, we'd survive because the alternative wasn't acceptable. Day 5, Sarah. We lost the couple on day 5, married 42 years, both in their 60s. They'd been with us since Tower City. Good people, kind people. The husband helped drive when I was too exhausted. The wife helped Maria with her breathing problems. They didn't deserve what happened. We were moving through Lakewood, a suburb west of Cleveland, looking for supplies. The infected were everywhere, but we'd gotten good at avoiding them. Stay quiet, move at night, never light fires. Don't draw attention. Basic survival rules. But the husband, Bill, had a coughing fit. Loud, echoing through the empty street. And the infected heard. They came from everywhere, pouring out of houses, climbing through broken windows. That wet, rattling sound they made multiplying into a chorus. We ran, got separated. Bill couldn't run fast, not with his bad knee. His wife, Carol, wouldn't leave him. We heard them screaming, heard the sounds of the infected feeding. Jake wanted to go back. I had to physically hold him, tell him there was nothing we could do, nothing but keep moving, keep the rest of us alive. After that, we were 5. Me, Ashley, Maria, Jake, and one of the young women from Tower City whose name was Rebecca. 5 people trying to survive in a dead world. We'd abandoned the cars on day 4 after the roads became completely impassable. Now we traveled on foot, carrying everything we owned in backpacks scavenged from abandoned houses. On day 6, we found the church, St. Christopher's in Rocky River. The doors were barricaded from the inside. We knocked, called out that we weren't infected. A voice from inside asked us to prove it. I didn't know how to prove we weren't infected, so I just started talking. Told them who we were, where we'd come from, what we'd lost. The basic human story of survival. After 10 minutes, they let us in. There were 12 people inside. The priest, Father Michael, was in his 70s but sharp. He'd organized the survivors into a functional community. They had food from the church pantry, water from the baptismal font and rainwater collection, medical supplies from the first aid kits. and they had hope. God hasn't abandoned us, Father Michael said. This plague, this evil, it's a test. We will endure, we will rebuild, but first we must have faith. I didn't have faith. Didn't believe God cared about Cleveland or the Trixie virus or any of this. But I didn't argue. These people had found something to hold on to, and I wasn't going to take that away from them. Besides, the church was safe, secure. We could rest here for a few days. Ashley seemed to connect with Father Michael. She'd sit with him in the evenings talking. I didn't know what they discussed, but it helped her. This girl who'd lost her mother, who'd watched the world end, she needed someone to talk to who wasn't carrying the weight of keeping everyone alive. On day 8, Father Michael pulled me aside. Sarah, that girl Ashley, she told me about her father. Said he was a factory worker, strong, capable. She thinks he's still alive, still looking for her. That's unlikely? Perhaps. But faith isn't about likelihood. It's about hope. She needs to believe her father is alive. That belief is keeping her going. False hope is dangerous. All hope is dangerous. All hope requires risk. But it's also what makes us human. Without hope, we're just animals surviving. With hope, we're people living. I thought about that, about David and the future we'd planned, about my work helping vulnerable people, about why I'd picked up Ashley that first day instead of driving past. Maybe Father Michael was right. Maybe hope was the only thing separating us from the infected. They had no hope, no future, just hunger and violence. We had to be more than that. On day 9, everything changed. We heard vehicles outside, big ones, military maybe. Everyone in the church went silent. Father Michael looked at me. Do we open the door? I don't know. The vehicle stopped outside, engines idling. Then someone shouted through a megaphone. This is the Midwest Freedom Coalition. We're here to help. We're securing this area. We have supplies, medical care, protection. Open your doors and join us. Militia, Jake whispered. I've heard of them. Anti-government crazies. They think the virus was a government conspiracy. Are they dangerous? Rebecca asked. I don't know. But I don't trust anyone who leads with "we're here to help." Father Michael made the decision. He went to the door, opened it just enough to talk to whoever was outside. I stood behind him, ready to pull him back if things went wrong. Through the crack, I could see armed men in tactical gear, a Humvee, a transport truck, and a man who carried himself like a military officer stepping forward. Father, the man said, I'm Colonel Thurman Hayes. We're organizing survivors, building a safe zone. We'd like you and your people to join us. We're safe here, Father Michael replied. We have everything we need. For now. But winter's coming. Your supplies will run out. The infected will keep coming. You can't hide in this church forever. We'll manage. Hayes's expression hardened. I'm not asking, Father. This is a lawful evacuation. For your own safety. Gather your people. You have 10 minutes. And if we refuse? Then you're choosing to endanger yourselves and obstruct rescue operations. I'd hate to have to arrest you, but I will if necessary. Father Michael started to close the door. Hayes's boot stopped it. 2 of his men raised their rifles, not quite pointing at us, but close. The message was clear. Join or else. Everyone, Father Michael called back into the church. Pack what you can carry, quickly. We had no choice. Hayes's people surrounded the church. 15 of us against maybe 20 of them, all armed. We gathered our belongings, filed out. Hayes's men searched us for weapons, found Jake's knife, Rebecca's pepper spray, took them. Loaded us into the transport truck like prisoners. As we drove away, I looked back at St. Christopher's, our safe haven for 3 days. Now just another abandoned building. I thought about Father Michael's words about hope and faith. Wondered if hope meant anything when men with guns could take away your choices. The truck took us to a factory, old steel processing plant on the edge of the flats. Hayes's base of operations. They separated us, men in one area, women in another. Maria was coughing badly. I asked for medicine. They said they'd provide it after we answered some questions. The questions were about where we'd come from, what we'd seen, whether we'd encountered other survivor groups, whether anyone was infected. They asked about government response, military movements, evacuation points. I answered honestly because I didn't know enough to lie effectively. Then they asked about Ashley, specifically Ashley. 17-year-old girl, brown hair, was supposed to be in Tower City. You picked her up on day one. Where is she from? Who's her family? Why does that matter? Answer the question. I don't know. She said her mother died. She was going to work when the outbreak started. That's all I know. They wrote it down. Sent me to a room with the other women. Ashley was already there, looking scared. They asked me weird questions, she whispered, about my dad, about where he worked, what his name was, why do they care? I don't know. That night I heard screaming from another part of the factory, someone being interrogated. Someone who wouldn't tell Hayes's people what they wanted to know. I held Ashley close, told her we'd get out of here, told her we'd find somewhere safe, but I didn't believe it anymore. Father Michael's hope felt very far away. On day 10, I saw my opportunity. One of the guards was young, nervous. I talked to him during his shift. Found out he was from Akron, 22 years old. His family was dead. He joined Hayes because he didn't know what else to do. He still had doubts, still had conscience. This doesn't feel right, he admitted quietly. Locking people up, interrogating them. Hayes says it's necessary, but it's not necessary. He's using the virus as an excuse to build his own kingdom. You know that, right? He looked away. What else am I supposed to do? Let us go. Tonight. The women and Maria. We'll disappear. You'll never see us again. Hayes doesn't need us. He has plenty of people. If he finds out I helped you escape, he won't. We'll be gone, vanished into the city. Blame it on us. Say we overpowered you. He can't prove otherwise. The guard thought about it. I could see him wrestling with it. Finally, he nodded. Tonight, midnight. I'll leave the door unlocked. 5 minutes, that's all you get. That was enough. At midnight, as promised, the lock clicked open. Ashley, Maria, Jake, who'd managed to sneak from the men's section. Rebecca and I slipped out. The guard looked the other way. We ran into the darkness of Cleveland's industrial district. Ran until we couldn't run anymore. Collapsed in an abandoned warehouse miles away. Thank you. Ashley gasped. Thank you for getting us out. We're not out yet. Hayes will look for us. We need to keep moving, get far away from his territory. Where do we go? Jake asked. I don't know, but anywhere is better than there. We rested for an hour. Then we moved again. South, east, away from Hayes and his militia, away from his questions and his guns. The infected were everywhere, but they were predictable. They hunted, they fed, they moved on. Hayes was different. Hayes was human, and humans were far more dangerous than any virus could make them. Day 15. Randy Marcus died on day 15. The antibiotics had helped for a while, brought his fever down, slowed the infection. But it came back worse. The bite, it turned out, wasn't from an infected. It was just a regular infected bite, which meant regular infection. Sepsis, blood poisoning. All the medical terms Linda used couldn't change the fact that Marcus was dying and there was nothing we could do about it. He knew it too. On his last day, lucid but weak, he made me promise something. Randy, don't give up on Ashley. I know it's been 2 weeks. I know the odds are bad, but don't give up. Keep searching, keep fighting. Because if you give up on her, you give up on everything. On all of this being worth it. I'm not giving up. Good, good. And Randy, when you find her, when you get out of this city, you tell her about me. Tell her Marcus Williams was proud to know her dad, proud to call him friend. I will. He died that afternoon. Quiet, peaceful. We buried him in a park near the Cuyahoga River. Tom said some words. Linda cried. I stood there thinking about 15 years of friendship, 15 years of morning coffee and complaints about the Browns, of helping each other through divorces and deaths and all the small tragedies of regular life. Now it was over. Ended by a bite and bad luck and a world that didn't care about friendship or loyalty or any of the things that used to matter. The three of us, me and Linda and Tom, we kept moving. We'd been systematically searching the areas around Tower City, getting as close as we could without getting killed. The infected still controlled downtown, but their numbers were decreasing. Either they were spreading out or they were dying off. I didn't know which. Didn't care. Fewer infected meant better chances to search. On day 16, we found a survivor from Tower City. Woman in her 50s hiding in what used to be a parking garage. She'd been there since day one, living off vending machine snacks and rainwater. She was half-starved and barely coherent, but she was alive, and she'd seen things. Day one, she told us. Hundreds of infected. They came through like a wave. Everyone tried to run. Some made it out, some didn't. I hid, I watched. I saw them drag people out of cars, out of stores. I saw a girl, young girl, she had a whole group with her. Older woman, some others, they were trying to get to a car, made it too. Drove away west. That was day one. Haven't seen anyone since. This girl, I said. What did she look like? I don't know. It was chaos. Everyone was screaming, but she was young, teenager maybe. Brown hair, I think. My heart hammered. Did you see which way they went? West. Toward Lakewood, I think. Maybe Rocky River. All the cars were heading that way. It was the first real lead I'd had in 16 days. Ashley had made it out of Tower City on day one. She'd gone west with a group. She could still be alive. Could be hiding somewhere in the western suburbs. Could be waiting for me to find her. We go west, I told Linda and Tom. We search every building if we have to. On day 17, we ran into Hayes's people again. A patrol of 4 men in tactical gear with rifles and attitude. They stopped us on Fulton Road, demanded to know who we were and what we were doing in their territory. Your territory? I said. This is a free country. Was a free country. Now it's survival of the fittest. Colonel Hayes has secured this area. If you want to stay, you join us. If you don't want to join, you leave. We're just passing through. One of the men, older than the others with a scar across his jaw, stepped closer. He studied my face. Wait, I know you. You're that guy from day 7, the one who stole medical supplies and escaped. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you do. Randy something, Hayes has been looking for you, wants to ask you some questions about that missing inventory. I looked at Linda and Tom. They were backing up slowly, getting ready to run. The 4 men raised their rifles, not pointing directly at us, but close enough. The message was clear. You're coming with us, Scarface said, on Hayes's orders. Anyone who steals from the coalition is a thief and a traitor. Time to face justice. We didn't steal anything. We took what we needed to survive. Same thing. Now move. Hands where I can see them. I had my impact wrench tucked in my belt. Linda had her crowbar. Tom had his knife. Against 4 rifles, none of it mattered. We'd die before we got close. But if we went with them back to Hayes's factory, we'd end up in that locked room. End up being interrogated, tortured, killed. Either way, we died. At least this way we'd die free. I moved before I could think about it, grabbed the impact wrench, swung at Scarface, caught him in the arm. He shouted. His rifle fired, bullets spraying wild. Linda dove at one of the other men. Tom tackled a third. I kept swinging. The impact wrench connected with Scarface's head. He went down. I grabbed his rifle, didn't know how to use it, but pointed it at the others anyway. Back off. Back off, or I shoot. The man Linda had attacked was down, bleeding from a crowbar wound to the leg. The one Tom tackled was struggling to get free. The fourth man had his rifle pointed at Tom's head. "Drop it," he said to me. "Drop it or your friend dies." Stalemate. Mexican standoff. 4 men, 3 of us, everyone armed, everyone ready to kill. Then I heard engines. More vehicles approaching. Hayes's reinforcements. We were out of time. "Go!" I shouted to Linda and Tom. "Run! I'll hold them!" "Randy, no! Go!" They ran. West down Fulton Road. The fourth man turned his rifle toward them. I fired. My first shot ever from a rifle missed completely. Second shot hit the ground near his feet. He dove for cover. I kept firing, emptying the magazine, giving Linda and Tom time to get away. Then I ran too, south, away from the vehicles, away from Hayes's people, into the maze of abandoned houses and overgrown yards that used to be Cleveland neighborhoods. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed behind a rusted car in someone's driveway. I'd lost Linda and Tom, lost my only friends left in this world. But they were alive. They'd gotten away. That had to be enough. I waited until dark. Then I kept moving west, toward Lakewood, toward Rocky River, toward wherever Ashley might be. I'd lost Marcus, lost Linda and Tom. But I wasn't going to lose Ashley, not while I was still breathing. Day 18. Sarah. We found the supplies on day 18, an entire warehouse full of them, food, water, medicine, blankets, everything survivors needed, and it was guarded by 2 very scared teenagers with baseball bats. "Stay back!" one of them shouted when we approached. Girl, maybe 16, trying hard to look tough. "This is ours! We found it!" I raised my hands. "We're not here to take anything. We're just survivors. We need help. Everyone needs help. We can't help everyone. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking if we can share. 5 of us, 2 of you, we all work together. We all survive better." The girl looked at her companion, a boy about the same age. They had a silent conversation. Finally, they lowered the bats. "I'm Casey," the girl said. "This is my brother Devin. We've been here since day 4. Our parents..." She didn't finish. Didn't need to. "I'm Sarah. This is Ashley, Maria, Jake, and Rebecca. We escaped from a militia group, looking for somewhere safe. There's nowhere safe, but there's here. For now." We shared the warehouse, pooled our supplies, 7 of us now. Ashley connected with Casey immediately. 2 teenage girls who'd lost their parents, who'd survived things no one should have to survive. They'd sit together in the evenings, talking quietly. I was glad. Ashley needed a friend her own age. Maria's health was getting worse. The breathing problems, maybe pneumonia, maybe something else. The antibiotics in the warehouse weren't the right kind. She needed a hospital, needed real medical care. But hospitals were death traps, full of infected, full of desperate people. Going to a hospital meant dying. On day 20, I made a decision. There's a clinic in Westlake, small place. Used to be a family practice. If we can get there, maybe they have better medicine, better supplies. "That's 5 miles, Jake said, "through infected territory." "I know, but Maria will die without better treatment, and we need more supplies anyway. This warehouse won't last forever." We planned it carefully. 3 of us would go, me, Jake, and Rebecca. Ashley would stay with Maria. Casey and Devin would guard the warehouse. We'd move fast, get what we needed, get back. Simple. It wasn't simple. We made it to the clinic fine. Found it intact, minimally looted. Found antibiotics that might help Maria. Found other supplies. Then we heard voices outside. Not infected voices, human voices, men, multiple men, searching buildings systematically. Through the clinic window I saw them. Hayes's people, at least 10 of them, armed, organized, moving through the area like they owned it. Looking for something. Looking for us, maybe. We hid in the clinic's storage room, barely breathing, listening to boots on pavement, radios crackling, orders being given. They searched the building next door, then the one across the street, getting closer, getting systematic. "They're going to find us," Rebecca whispered. "Stay quiet. Don't move." The front door of the clinic opened. Footsteps in the waiting room. Someone moving through the examination rooms, getting closer to storage. I looked around for a weapon, found a scalpel. Jake had a piece of broken chair leg. Not much against rifles, but better than nothing. The storage room door opened. A man stood there, mid-30s, tactical gear, rifle ready. He saw us, we saw him. For a moment, nobody moved. Then he smiled. "Well, found something interesting." He called out to his companions. More men entered the clinic. 5 total. They surrounded us, took our weapons, took our supplies. One of them grabbed Rebecca by the arm when she tried to back away. "Colonel's going to be happy," the first man said. 3 more for processing, especially the blonde. He's been asking about a blonde woman who escaped, social worker type. "That you?" I didn't answer. Didn't matter. They knew. They bound our hands, marched us out of the clinic, put us in a vehicle, started driving back toward Hayes's factory. I looked at Jake and Rebecca, both terrified, both looking to me for answers. I didn't have any. We'd walked right into a trap. Now we were going back to the place we'd escaped from. Back to Hayes and his interrogations and his locked rooms. The drive took 20 minutes. The factory looked the same as before. Maybe more people, more vehicles. Hayes was building his kingdom, expanding his territory, recruiting or forcing survivors to join. We were just 3 more additions to his collection. They separated us immediately. Jake went to the men's section. Rebecca and I went to the women's. But not the same room as before, a different one, smaller, with better locks. Apparently Hayes had learned from our escape. This time there'd be no young guard to bribe, no unlocked doors, just concrete walls and steel bars and the sound of other prisoners crying in nearby cells. I sat on the floor back against the wall and thought about Ashley, about Maria, about Casey and Devin. They were still at the warehouse, still safe, still free. Hayes's people hadn't found them. That was something. That had to be enough. The door opened. A woman entered. Late 40s, professional bearing, expensive clothes that were now dirty and torn. She looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. "You're the social worker," she said. "The one who escaped before, Sarah Mitchell. How do you know my name?" "Hayes knows everything. He has files, records. He's been tracking survivors, categorizing them. Useful, expendable, problematic. You're problematic." "Who are you?" "Dr. Ellen Zhang. I worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, bioweapons research. I was there when the Trixie virus samples were stolen. Hayes thinks I helped plan it, thinks I'm part of some government conspiracy. I've been trying to convince him otherwise for 2 weeks." "Did you? Help plan it?" "No. I'm a scientist. I study pathogens. I don't release them, but Hayes doesn't believe me. Doesn't want to believe me. He needs a villain for his story. Someone to blame. Someone to punish." She sat down beside me. Her hands were shaking. "They're going to kill me," she said quietly. "Tomorrow. Public execution. Hayes says it's justice. Says I'm responsible for everything that's happened. For every death. Every infection. He's making an example of me. I'm sorry. Don't be. Just, if you get out of here, if you survive, tell people the truth. Tell them the Trixie virus wasn't a government weapon, wasn't population control. It was a pathogen we were studying, one that militia groups stole because they wanted to hurt people, wanted to create chaos. That's the truth. That's what really happened. I nodded, made the promise. Knew I probably wouldn't live long enough to keep it, but sometimes promises were all you had. That night I heard voices outside my cell. Hayes and someone else, a man I didn't recognize. They were discussing something. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear. Found his trail. He's moving west through Lakewood, searching for someone. The factory worker? Baker? Yes, sir. Witnesses say he's asking about a teenage girl, brown hair. Matches the description of the girl that escaped with the social worker. His daughter. Has to be. Find him. Bring him in. I want to ask him some questions. And if he resists, then kill him. Either way, he's not interfering with our operations anymore. They moved away. I stood there in the darkness, processing. Ashley's father. He was alive, still searching for her, still fighting. Hayes knew about him, was hunting him, and I couldn't warn him. Couldn't do anything except wait and hope. Day 23. Randy, I found her on day 23. Found my daughter. After 3 weeks of searching, of fighting, of losing everyone I cared about, I found Ashley. She was in a warehouse in Rocky River, hiding with an elderly woman and 2 teenagers. They had supplies, they had safety, and they had my daughter, alive, uninfected. When I stumbled through the warehouse door, exhausted and bleeding from a fight with infected 2 blocks back, Ashley looked up from where she was sitting. Our eyes met. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then she screamed. "Dad!" She ran, threw herself at me. I caught her, held her, felt her alive and real in my arms. 3 weeks of fear and hope and desperation, and here she was, my daughter, my reason for everything. "I knew it," she sobbed into my chest. "I knew you'd find me. I knew you wouldn't stop looking. Never. I'd never stop." The elderly woman approached carefully. She looked familiar. I'd seen her before, but couldn't place where. Then she spoke, and I recognized the voice. "Mr. Baker, your daughter has told us so much about you. I'm Sarah Mitchell. I picked Ashley up on day 1 in downtown Cleveland. I've been keeping her safe." Sarah Mitchell, the social worker, the blonde woman Hayes's people had been hunting, the one who'd escaped from his factory, and she'd been protecting my daughter this whole time. "Thank you," I said. The words felt inadequate. "Thank you for keeping her alive. She's kept me alive too. We've been surviving together." The teenagers, Casey and Devin, watched warily. The elderly woman, Maria, smiled despite looking very ill. These were Ashley's new family, the people who'd kept her alive when I couldn't. I owed them everything. But we didn't have time for reunions. I'd been followed. Hayes's people were tracking me. They'd be here soon. I told them everything about the factory, about Hayes's interrogations, about his plans to find Ashley's group, about the execution scheduled for tomorrow. "We need to leave," I said. "Right now, they're coming." "Where do we go?" Ashley asked. "I don't know. Somewhere far from Hayes. Somewhere we can actually survive." Sarah shook her head. "We can't just run. Hayes has Dr. Zhang. She's innocent. He's going to execute her tomorrow. We can't let that happen. We can't fight Hayes. He has 20 armed men. We have what? Baseball bats and kitchen knives? We have surprise. We have knowledge of his facility. And we have motivation. That doctor, she knows the truth about the Trixie virus. She can prove this wasn't a government conspiracy. That Hayes and his militia are lying. We save her. We expose the truth. Or we all die trying. Maybe. But what kind of world are we building if we let people like Hayes win?" I looked at Ashley. At this daughter who'd survived 3 weeks of hell, who deserved better than a world ruled by men like Hayes. Sarah was right. We had to fight, had to try. Because if we didn't, what was any of this for? Okay, I said. We save the doctor, then we get far away from Cleveland. Deal? Deal. We planned through the night, the 8 of us. Ashley, me, Sarah, Maria, who insisted on helping despite her illness, Casey, Devin, and Jake, who'd managed to escape from Hayes' facility during a shift change. We didn't have much, didn't have weapons or tactical advantage, but we had desperation. And sometimes that was enough. Day 24, the convergence. The factory at dawn looked different, quieter. Hayes' people were preparing for the execution, setting up in the courtyard, building a platform. Most of his forces were focused on that, on the spectacle, on making an example of Dr. Zhang. They weren't expecting an attack from survivors they thought were scattered or dead. We split into 2 groups. Sarah, Jake, and I would create a distraction at the front. Ashley, Casey, and Devin would sneak in through the loading docks to find Dr. Zhang. Maria stayed behind, too ill to fight but keeping radio contact. We had radios scavenged from Hayes' patrol we'd ambushed on day 20. The radios gave us communication, coordination. At 6 a.m. we started. Sarah drove a car straight at the factory's front gate, accelerated until the last second, then jumped out. The car crashed through the gate, through the fence, into the courtyard. Alarm bells rang. Guards poured out of the factory. Sarah, Jake, and I opened fire with the rifles we'd taken from the patrol. Not accurate fire. We weren't soldiers, but enough to make them take cover, enough to draw their attention. Inside the factory, Ashley's group moved, through the loading docks, through the storage areas, following the map Sarah had memorized during her captivity, finding the second-floor cells, finding Dr. Zhang and Rebecca, who was locked in the same cell. The keys were on a hook in the guard station. Easy. Too easy. "It's a trap," Dr. Zhang said when they opened the cell. "Hayes knew you'd come. He's been waiting." She was right. As Ashley's group tried to leave with the prisoners, Hayes' men surrounded them. 6 men with rifles, and Hayes himself standing at the end of the corridor. "So predictable," Hayes said. "A father searching for his daughter. A social worker trying to save everyone. You people are all the same. Thinking you're heroes, thinking you matter, you don't. You're just survivors in a world that doesn't care about survival." Outside, I heard the gunfire intensify. Heard Sarah shouting. They'd figured out our trick. Were converging on our position. We needed to move. Needed to get to Ashley. I ran for the factory entrance. Guards tried to stop me. I swung the impact wrench, felt it connect with flesh and bone, kept moving. Inside the factory, chaos. Hayes' people everywhere, infected somehow, loose inside the building. I saw them attacking Hayes' men. Saw the red eyes, the violence. Someone had released them, maybe Dr. Zhang. Maybe one of the prisoners. Didn't matter. The factory was falling apart. I found Hayes in the second-floor corridor. He had Ashley at gunpoint. Had my daughter on her knees with a pistol to her head. Around them, his men were fighting infected, fighting survivors, fighting each other in the confusion. "Baker!" Hayes shouted over the noise. "Your daughter's life for your surrender, right now. Let her go. Surrender!" I looked at Ashley, at her terrified face, at her eyes that were so much like her mother's. I thought about Marcus, about Linda and Tom, about everyone I'd lost getting here. I raised my hands, started to drop the impact wrench. Then Sarah appeared behind Hayes. She must have climbed the exterior stairs, must have circled around while I distracted him. She had a rifle, pointed it at Hayes' head. "Drop it," she said. "Drop the gun or I drop you." Hayes laughed. "You won't shoot, you're a social worker. You help people, you don't kill them. You're not people, you're a disease, worse than the Trixie virus, and I've learned that sometimes the only cure is elimination." She fired. The bullet hit Hayes in the shoulder. He dropped. The pistol fell. Ashley scrambled away. I ran forward, grabbed her, pulled her to safety. Hayes was on the ground, bleeding, reaching for his gun. I didn't give him the chance. Brought the impact wrench down on his head, once, twice, 3 times. The same way I'd killed infected, the same way I'd protected myself and my daughter. When I was done, Hayes wasn't moving. "We need to go," Sarah shouted. "The whole building's compromised." We ran, all of us, down the stairs, through corridors filling with infected, past Hayes's men who were either fighting or fleeing, out into the courtyard where the execution platform stood empty, into the vehicles parked outside. Sarah drove one, Jake drove another. We piled in, 8 survivors who'd found each other against impossible odds. 8 people who'd decided to fight instead of hide. We drove, west, away from the factory, away from Cleveland. Behind us, the factory burned. Someone had set fires, maybe us, maybe Hayes's people, maybe the infected. Didn't matter. Cleveland was over. The city we'd known was dead. All we could do was move forward. Day 30, Sarah. We found the refugee camp on day 30, 30 miles west of Cleveland, in farmland that hadn't been touched by the tricksy virus. The National Guard had established a perimeter. They had medical facilities, food distribution. They were rebuilding, slowly, carefully, but rebuilding. When we arrived, dirty and exhausted and traumatized, they took us in, screened us for infection, none, gave us food, medical care. Maria finally got the treatment she needed. Dr. Zhang was reunited with other government scientists who'd survived. She told them the truth about the virus, about the militia, about what really happened. Randy and Ashley got a tent together. Father and daughter reunited. I'd see them sometimes, sitting outside as the sun set, talking or just being together. They'd lost so much. Everyone had. But they'd found each other. That meant something. Jake, Casey, and Devin stuck together. 3 teenagers who'd survived impossible odds. They talked about starting a school someday, teaching other survivors, helping rebuild what was lost. I hoped they'd get the chance. Rebecca and I worked with the camp administration, using our skills to help organize the influx of survivors, process people, connect families. It was social work again. Different circumstances, different challenges, but the same core mission, helping people. On day 35, Randy found me at the camp's administrative tent. "Sarah, got a minute?" We walked, away from the crowds, away from the noise, found a quiet spot on the camp's edge where we could see the farmland stretching into the distance, the future, whatever that meant now. "I wanted to thank you," Randy said, "for everything. For saving Ashley on day 1, for protecting her, for bringing her back to me." "I didn't bring her back. You found us. You never stopped searching. We both saved her. Different ways, different approaches, but we both did what we had to do." I nodded, thought about David, about Dr. Zhang's execution that never happened, about Hayes lying dead in his factory, about all the choices I'd made. "I killed a man," I said quietly. "Shot Hayes. I keep thinking about that, about whether it was right. It was survival. He would have killed Ashley, killed all of us. You did what you had to do." "I know, but I'm a social worker. I'm supposed to help people, not kill them. You helped everyone at this camp by stopping Hayes. You helped your group by protecting them. Sometimes helping means fighting, means making hard choices. The world's different now. We're different now." He was right. The world had changed. We'd changed with it. The old rules, the old certainties, they didn't apply anymore. We were building something new, something harder. But maybe something stronger too. Day 45. Randy, the camp grew. By day 45, we had almost 300 people, survivors from Cleveland and the surrounding areas, people who'd fought through the infected hordes, who'd escaped militia groups and roadblocks and the collapse of everything they'd known, people who wanted to rebuild. Ashley was talking about college again. Maybe not Cleveland State. That campus was destroyed. But somewhere. Someday, she wanted to be a nurse, wanted to help people the way Sarah had helped her. I told her I was proud, told her mother would be proud too. I spent my days working on the camp's infrastructure, building shelter, maintaining equipment. The same skills I'd used in the factory, now used to build something instead of just survive. It felt good, felt purposeful. On day 50, Sarah organized a memorial service for everyone we'd lost, Marcus and David, Linda and Tom, Bill and Carol. The hundreds of thousands who died in Cleveland alone, the millions across the Midwest. We gathered in the camp's central area. People shared stories, cried, held each other. When it was my turn to speak, I talked about Marcus, about 15 years of friendship, about his last words telling me not to give up on Ashley. I looked at my daughter standing in the crowd, and I knew I'd kept that promise. Knew Marcus would be proud. Sarah spoke about David, about their plans for a future that never came, about choosing hope even when everything looked hopeless, about the people at the camp who were proof that hope could win. When she finished, people were crying, but they were also smiling, remembering, honoring the dead by continuing to live. Day 55, the unified future. On day 55, the camp held its first election. Democratic process, voting for a council that would make decisions for the community. It was small, symbolic maybe, but it mattered. It meant we weren't just surviving anymore. We were living, building, creating something new. Sarah was elected to the council. So was Dr. Zhang. So was a man named Robert Chen who'd been a city planner before the outbreak. They'd make decisions about resources, about expansion, about the future. Ashley and the other teenagers started the school. Nothing formal. Just teaching younger kids basic skills. Reading, math, history. Telling them about the world that was. Preparing them for the world that would be. I worked with a group building permanent structures. Real buildings with foundations and walls, not tents. Not temporary shelter, homes. We were building homes. One evening, Sarah, Ashley, and I sat together watching the sunset. The three of us who'd come together from opposite sides of Cleveland, who'd fought through impossible odds, who'd survived. "What do you think happens next?" Ashley asked. "We keep building," Sarah said, "keep growing. Eventually, we reconnect with other camps. Other survivors, we rebuild cities, rebuild civilization. It'll take years, maybe decades, but we'll do it." "What about the infected?" I asked. "There are still thousands of them out there." "They'll die off eventually. The virus burns out. It needs living hosts. Without a constant supply of new infections, the existing ones will deteriorate. Maybe another year, maybe 5. But they'll fade. And people like Hayes, we deal with them. The council's already talking about organizing security forces, reaching out to other camps, building a network, making sure no one person can accumulate that kind of power again." We sat in silence for a while, watching the sun go down, thinking about the past 55 days, about everything we'd lost and everything we'd found. "Dad," Ashley said quietly, "do you think Mom would be proud of us?" "I know she would. You survived. You helped others. You kept going even when it would have been easier to give up. That's exactly who she was, who she raised you to be." Ashley leaned against my shoulder. Sarah smiled at both of us. 3 survivors who'd become family, who'd found each other in the chaos, who'd chosen to fight for a future worth living. The sun set. The camp's lights came on, lanterns and candles and the occasional generator. Small lights against the darkness. But lights nonetheless. Proof that humanity endured, that we could rebuild, that even in the worst moments we found ways to survive, ways to hope, ways to be more than just victims of circumstance. Day 60. Sarah. The council meeting on day 60 focused on expansion. The camp had outgrown its original boundaries. We needed more farmland, more water sources, more space for the people still arriving every day. Robert Chen presented plans for a new section. Ashley and the teenage council representatives argued for prioritizing schools and medical facilities. Dr. Zhang wanted expanded research capabilities to study the virus and develop potential treatments for those in early infection stages. I listened to everyone, mediated when arguments got heated, found compromises when positions seemed incompatible. It was exhausting, rewarding. The same work I'd done before the outbreak, but with higher stakes. These decisions affected survival, determined whether our community would thrive or fail. After the meeting, Randy found me outside the administrative building. Tough crowd in there. They care? That's good. Apathy would be worse. True. Listen, I wanted to run something by you. There's a supply depot about 20 miles northeast. Military facility, might have medicine, equipment, weapons. Tom and I are thinking of leading a team to check it out. Tom's alive? Found him last week. He and Linda both. They'd been hiding in Mentor. Somehow made it to the camp 2 days ago. Small world. Small world, I smiled. Be careful on that supply run. Take enough people, take radios. If something goes wrong, we'll be fine. We've gotten good at surviving. He left. I watched him go. This factory worker who'd become a leader, who'd fought through an apocalypse to save his daughter, who'd killed a man to protect strangers. We'd all become different people, harder, stronger, more capable. But also, I hoped, better, more connected, more willing to fight for each other. That night, Ashley came to my tent. She did that sometimes, needed to talk, needed someone who wasn't her father. I'd become something like an aunt to her, or an older sister, or just a friend. Relationships were fluid now. We built them as we needed them. Sarah, do you think we're safe here? Really safe? Safe as we can be. The infected are dying off. We have walls, guards, a community that looks out for each other. But there could be more people like Hayes. More militias, more people who want to hurt us. There could be. Probably are. But we're not alone anymore. We have each other, we have organization, we have purpose. That makes us stronger than any individual threat. Do you miss David? The question surprised me. I hadn't talked about David much, hadn't let myself process that grief. Every day, but missing him doesn't mean I can't move forward. Loss is part of this world now. We carry it, we honor it, but we don't let it stop us. Ashley nodded, wise beyond her years. This girl who'd lost her mother, survived the outbreak, watched her father killed to protect her. She understood loss, understood survival, understood that the two weren't mutually exclusive. Thank you, she said, for everything, for picking me up on day one, for keeping me alive, for helping me find my dad, for being here now. Just thank you. You kept me alive too, gave me purpose, gave me someone to protect. We saved each other, Ashley. That's how this works. She hugged me. 17 years old and already carrying the weight of the world, but also carrying hope, carrying the future. When she left, I sat in my tent thinking about the people we'd lost and the people we'd saved, about David and Marcus, about Hayes and Dr. Zhang, about the random chance that had brought Randy and me together through Ashley. Two different survivors with different approaches, united by a girl who needed both of us. Day 65. Randy. The supply run was successful. Tom, Linda, and I, along with 6 others, found the military depot intact and mostly untouched. The infected had never reached it. Raiders hadn't found it. We loaded trucks with medicine, canned food, weapons, ammunition, building materials. Enough to sustain the camp for months, maybe longer if we rationed carefully. On the drive back, Tom asked me something I'd been thinking about. "Randy, what happens when this is over, when the infected are all gone, when we've rebuilt? What do we do then?" "We live," I said. "We build families, we work jobs, we find normal again." "Can we? After everything we've seen, everything we've done?" I thought about that. About the impact wrench still in my truck. About Hayes' skull caving under repeated blows. About Marcus dying from an infected bite. About Ashley's face when I found her alive. I don't know if we can get back to normal, but we can build something new. Something that honors what we've lost while embracing what we've found. Purpose, community, strength. Those things don't disappear just because the immediate threat does. Deep thoughts for a factory worker. Factory worker who survived the apocalypse. That changes a person. We got back to camp as sunset approached. Ashley met me at the gate, helped unload supplies. She'd grown stronger, more confident. The scared girl I'd found 3 weeks ago was becoming a capable young woman. Her mother would barely recognize her. I barely recognized her sometimes. That night, the camp celebrated. Someone had found bottles of wine in the depot. Someone else had baked bread in our makeshift ovens. We gathered around fires, shared food and drink, told stories. For a few hours, we weren't survivors fighting to live another day. We were just people. Together. Happy. Sarah sat beside me. "Your supply run was a success. Team effort. Tom's really the hero. He remembered the depot from his army days, knew exactly where to look. Still, you led it, brought everyone back safe. That's leadership. I'm not a leader. I'm a guy who wanted to find his daughter. You're both, and the camp needs both. Needs people who can fight, but also people who can build. You're good at building, Randy. Always have been." I looked around at the camp, at the structures we'd built, at the people we'd saved, at the community we were creating. She was right. I was good at building. Had spent my whole life building things. Transmission components. A life with Linda, a family with Ashley. Now I was building a future for my daughter, for these people, for myself. Day 70, unified stand on day 70, everything changed again. A group of 30 survivors arrived at the camp. They'd come from Columbus, traveling west, looking for safety. They brought news, bad news. Other militia groups were forming, not just Hayes' people. Organized groups across Ohio and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Groups that believed the outbreak was a government conspiracy. That believed survivors like us were complicit. That wanted revenge. The largest group was called the Patriot Brigade, 200 armed members. Led by a former Army colonel named Marcus Thorne. They'd taken control of Columbus, were executing anyone they deemed suspicious, were planning to expand east toward Cleveland, toward us. "When?" the council asked. 2 weeks, maybe less. They're gathering supplies, recruiting. They see your camp as a threat, as government sympathizers. They want to eliminate you before you get stronger. The council debated for hours. Some wanted to flee, head further west, abandon the camp and start over. Others wanted to fortify, prepare for siege, fight if necessary. Dr. Jang argued for a third option. Contact other survivor camps, build an alliance, face the threat together. "We can't defeat 200 armed militants alone," she said. "But if we coordinate with other camps, combine our resources, we have a chance." Sarah agreed, so did I. So did most of the council. We sent out messengers, radio broadcasts, signals to every survivor camp within 100 miles. Come to Cleveland, unite, fight together or die alone. By day 75, they started arriving. Small camps, large camps, groups of a dozen, groups of 50. By day 80, we had almost 400 people. By day 85, 600. A coalition of survivors united by necessity, united by refusal to be victims again. We trained together, organized defenses, shared supplies. Randy led construction teams building walls and barricades. I led logistics, coordinating food and water distribution. Dr. Zhang led medical preparations. Tom and Linda trained people in basic combat. Ashley and the teenagers served as messengers and support. Everyone contributed. Everyone mattered. On day 90, the Patriot Brigade arrived. 200 armed militants against 600 survivors. They expected easy victory, expected us to surrender or flee. They were wrong. The battle lasted 3 days. They attacked our walls. We held. They tried to burn us out. We extinguished the fires they sent infected at us, using them as weapons. We killed them all. Randy killed 17 infected himself. I killed 9. Ashley saved 3 people by pulling them from burning buildings. The whole camp fought for survival, fought for the future we were building. On day 93, the Patriot Brigade retreated. They'd lost half their forces, lost their momentum, lost their will to fight. We'd won. Not perfectly. We'd lost 47 people, good people, brave people, but we'd won. That night, Randy and I stood on the wall looking out at the battlefield, at the bodies, at the destruction, at the proof that humanity was still humanity, still capable of violence, still capable of choosing wrong. We'll face more of this, Randy said. More hazes, more thorns, more people who want to destroy instead of build. I know, but we'll face them together, all of us, united. United, he repeated, smiled grimly. The dual path led to one path, all of us walking together now. Corny. True, though, I laughed, despite everything, despite the death and destruction. I laughed, because we were alive, because we'd won, because the future, however uncertain, was still there to build. Day 100. The beginning on day 100, the camp held a memorial service for those killed defending our home. 47 names, 47 people who'd survived the outbreak only to die protecting others. We carved their names into a stone wall, made them permanent, made them matter. Ashley read the names aloud, her voice steady, strong. 17 years old, and she'd seen more death than anyone should, but she was here. She was surviving. She was building. Randy spoke about sacrifice, about choosing to fight instead of run, about honoring the dead by living fully, by building the world they died protecting. I spoke about community, about the dual paths that had brought us together, about Randy's determination and my compassion, about how different approaches created stronger solutions, about how we needed both action and care, both fighting and healing, both strength and kindness. Dr. Zhang spoke about science, about understanding the tricksy virus fully now, about treatments for early infection, about vaccines they were developing, about hope grounded in research and knowledge. The teenagers spoke about education, about teaching the next generation, about preserving knowledge while creating new wisdom, about the school they were building. The farmers spoke about food security, about the crops they were planting, about sustainability. The engineers spoke about infrastructure, about water systems and power generation, about building a real city. Everyone spoke, everyone had a voice, everyone mattered. As the sun set on day 100, I looked around at the 600 people who'd come together, who'd fought together, who'd survived together. Randy stood with Ashley, his arm around her shoulders. Tom and Linda stood with other survivors from the factory. Casey and Devin stood with Jake and the other teenagers. Maria sat with the elderly survivors she'd befriended. Dr. Zhang stood with her fellow scientists. Everyone had found their place. Everyone belonged. This was the dual path's end and beginning. Two parallel stories that had converged. Two different approaches that had united, Randy's determination and my compassion, his practical skills and my organizational abilities, his love for his daughter and my commitment to community. Together we'd built something neither could have built alone. The infected were dying. The militia groups were scattered. The government was reforming. The world was healing, slowly, imperfectly, but healing. And we were at the center of it, 600 survivors who'd refused to give up, who'd fought when fighting mattered, who'd built when building mattered, who'd come together when unity mattered. The tricksy virus had been released to create chaos, to destroy, to terrorize. But it had also created something unexpected. It had created community, had forged bonds stronger than infection, had proven that humanity at its core was more than just survival instinct. We were builders, healers, fighters, teachers, farmers, scientists, parents and children and friends and lovers. We were everything that made civilization worth saving, and we were doing it. Together. Randy looked at me across the memorial gathering, nodded. I nodded back. No words necessary, we understood. The dual path had led us here, to this moment, to this community, to this future. Ashley squeezed her father's hand, then walked over to me, took my hand too, stood between us. The bridge who'd connected two survivors, two paths, two approaches, now one unified journey. Thank you, she said quietly. Both of you. For everything. Thank you, I replied, for giving us purpose, for showing us what we were fighting for being strong enough to survive, Randy added, for being brave enough to hope. We stood together, 3 people out of 600, 3 people who represented everyone, every loss, every victory, every choice to keep going when giving up would have been easier. The sun finished setting. The camp's lights came on. Fires burned, people gathered, voices rose in conversation and laughter. Life continued, because we chose to continue it, because we refused to let the darkness win. This was day 100, but it was also day 1, the first day of whatever came next, the first day of rebuilding, of learning, of growing, of creating a world worth living in. The dual path had converged, the parallel stories had united, and the future stretched ahead, uncertain but possible, frightening but hopeful, dangerous but worth fighting for. We were survivors, we were builders, we were united, and we were just beginning. Now let's move on to the next story, which is even better. I wake up at 4:30 like I have every workday for the past 22 years, my hand reaching across the bed before my eyes open, finding Teresa's hip beneath the worn comforter. She makes that small sound she always makes when I touch her in her sleep. Something between a hum and a sigh. And I lie there for a moment in the dark listening to her breathe. The radiator clanks and hisses in the corner of our bedroom, the same sound that's marked every Pittsburgh winter morning since we bought this house in Lawrenceville back when I still had hair and she still talked about getting her master's degree. I can smell the coffee from the auto timer downstairs, and somewhere outside a snowplow scrapes its way down Butler Street, and everything is exactly the same as it always is, which means I have no way of knowing that in 48 hours I'll watch my foreman's skull come apart under a steel pipe I'm swinging like a baseball bat, or that the whole world is already ending while we sleep. I kiss Teresa's shoulder through her old pit t-shirt and swing my legs out of bed, my knees making their usual complaints. 43 years old and my body's already a catalog of minor injuries from 2 decades in the mills. The steel industry doesn't let you forget you're human. I pull on my jeans and the thermal shirt hanging on the chair, the fabric stiff with cold, and head downstairs to the kitchen where the coffee maker is doing its job. The house is small, a 2-story brick row house we bought for almost nothing during the downturn, and it creaks like it remembers every winter it's survived. I pour coffee into my steel thermos, the one with the U.S. Steel logo half worn off, and look out the window at the street where snow is starting to fall again. Soft and persistent. My phone buzzes on the counter. A text from Marcus, my partner on the furnace floor. Weirdo news this morning, bro. People eating people in Oakland. Probably bath salts, LOL. I smile and type back, too early for your bullshit, and pocket the phone. Marcus has been working the furnaces with me for 15 years, and he's always sending me crazy news stories and conspiracy theories, like the time he spent 3 months convinced the government was putting fluoride in the water to make us docile. I finish my coffee standing at the window, watching the snow accumulate on the cars parked along the street, and I think about how I need to replace the front steps before someone breaks their neck on the ice, and whether we can afford to take Teresa's niece Emma to the Penguins game next month like we promised. Normal thoughts, regular life thoughts. The kind of thoughts you have when you don't know you're living in the last normal morning of your life. I hear Teresa moving around upstairs, the shower running, and I head back up to tell her goodbye. She's standing in the bathroom with her hair wet, wearing her robe, brushing her teeth. "You eating?" she asks around the toothbrush, and I shake my head. "I'll get something at the cafeteria." She rinses and turns to me, and even after 18 years of marriage, I still notice how the light hits her face. How she's got these lines around her eyes now that weren't there when we met, but somehow make her more beautiful. "Drive careful," she says like she says every morning. "The roads are shit." I kiss her, tasting toothpaste, and she touches my face with her wet hand. "Love you, Douglas Nowak." That's what she calls me when she's being serious, my whole name like she's my mother. "Love you too, Teresa Marie." And then I'm down the stairs and out the door into the cold, scraping ice off my truck's windshield, completely unaware that this small moment of tenderness is going to be what I hold on to when everything else falls apart. The drive to the Edgar Thompson Steelworks in Braddock takes 40 minutes in good weather. Over an hour when the snow's coming down like this. I take the Parkway East past downtown, the city's skyline barely visible through the white, the U.S. Steel Tower rising up like a monument to an industry that's been dying my entire adult life. The radio's playing classic rock, Journey, because of course it's Journey, it's always fucking Journey in Pittsburgh. And then the DJ cuts in talking about some incident at UPMC Presbyterian, something about a patient attacking staff, but the signal gets fuzzy going through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and I lose it. I switch to NPR and they're talking about the state budget. Normal. Everything's normal. The mill rises up out of the snow like something from another century, which it basically is. Blast furnaces and smokestacks and buildings made of rust and determination. I badge in at the gate where Tommy Herrera waves me through without looking up from his phone, and I park in my usual spot in the lot where the lot's already half full with trucks and beat-up sedans. The guys on the graveyard shift are just finishing up, coming out of the main building with that exhausted shuffle that says their bodies hurt and they want to go home. I recognize most of them. Danny Kowalski, Pete Chen, old Jerry Vance, who's been here since before I was born. Jerry nods at me as he passes, his face gray with fatigue, and I think about how this is what I've got to look forward to for another 22 years until I can retire with my pension, if the pension even exists by then. Inside the mill is heat and noise and the smell of metal and sweat and oil. I head to the locker room to change into my work clothes, my steel-toed boots and flame-resistant coveralls and hard hat. And Marcus is already there, suiting up, his dark skin shiny with the lotion his wife makes him use because she says the heat dries him out. "You see my text?" he asks, grinning like he just told the world's best joke. "Some crazy shit in Oakland last night, like legitimate zombie movie shit." I grunt and pull my coveralls on over my thermal layer. Probably just drugged-out college kids, it's Oakland. Marcus shakes his head. "Nah, man, this was different. Multiple incidents. EMTs getting attacked. Cops shot somebody and they just kept coming. He lowers his voice even though we're alone. My cousin works at Presby. He says they got patients biting nurses, people dying and then getting back up. He says they're locking down whole floors. Your cousin also thinks Bigfoot lives in Frick Park, I say, and Marcus laughs, that big booming laugh that fills up the whole room. Okay, fair, but I'm telling you, something weird is happening. He pulls his hard hat on and adjusts it. You ready for another beautiful day in the steel industry? And we head out to the furnace floor where Frank Wojcik, our floor supervisor and the closest thing I've got to a father figure since my dad died 10 years ago, is already coordinating the morning operations. Frank's 63, built like a fire hydrant, with hands like catcher's mitts and a face that's seen every kind of trouble the mills can throw at a man. He's been working steel since he was 18, started as a general laborer and worked his way up to supervisor. And he knows the Edgar Thompson works like he knows his own house. Every sound it makes, every quirk of the equipment, every danger point where a man can lose his life if he's not paying attention. Nowak Martinez, he calls out when he sees us, his voice cutting through the industrial roar. We got a delay on the number 2 furnace. Something with the temperature control. I need you two on backup duty until we get it sorted. Marcus groans. Backup duty means standing around, watching gauges and doing minor adjustments, boring as hell, but necessary. But I just nod. Frank knows what he's doing, and I trust his judgment more than I trust almost anyone's. The morning passes in the usual rhythm of heat and metal and careful attention. The furnace floor is exactly what it sounds like. A massive open space where the blast furnaces transform iron ore into molten iron at temperatures that could melt your face off if you get too close without protection. The noise is constant, a roar that you feel in your chest, and the heat is like standing next to the sun. I've been doing this long enough that I don't notice it anymore, the same way you stop noticing the sound of traffic if you live on a busy street, but it's still there, pressing against you, reminding you that everything here wants to kill you if you're not careful. Marcus and I monitor the temperature controls, check the pressure gauges, make small adjustments according to Frank's instructions, and we talk about nothing. The Penguins' chances this season, whether the Pirates are going to be shit again, Marcus's daughter's basketball games, normal shit that keeps your mind occupied while your body does the work. Around 10:30, one of the guys from the front office comes down to the floor, which is unusual because office people don't like the heat and the noise and the general danger of being where the actual work happens. It's Kevin something, I can never remember his last name, a skinny kid in khakis and a button-down shirt who looks terrified to be here. He waves at Frank, who walks over with that careful, deliberate stride he has, and they talk for a minute. Kevin pointing at his phone, Frank's expression getting darker. Then Frank waves me and Marcus over, and a few other guys, Bobby Stiles, Terrence Washington, Maria Santos, who works the crane. Listen up, Frank says, his voice tight in a way that makes my stomach clench. Kevin here says there's some kind of situation developing in Oakland and Shadyside. Health department's calling it a contamination event. They're saying people should avoid those areas, and if you've got family there, maybe give them a call and tell them to stay inside. He looks at Kevin like he's hoping Kevin will say this is bullshit, but Kevin just nods, his Adam's apple bobbing. My girlfriend works at Pitt, Kevin says, his voice shaking a little. She texted me half an hour ago saying they're evacuating the medical center. She said people are attacking the staff, like violent attacks. Marcus looks at me with wide eyes, and I can tell he's thinking about his text this morning about his cousin's stories. Is this related to that thing last night? Marcus asks, and Kevin nods. They think so. They think it's some kind of virus or toxin in the water supply. Oakland and Shadyside are both on the same water main from the Aspinwall treatment plant. Frank holds up his hand. Okay, everybody stay calm. For now, we keep working. Management says the mill is on a different water system, so we're safe here. But if you need to call your family, take 5 minutes and do it. After that, we got steel to make. He says it like the world isn't potentially ending, like we're just dealing with another minor crisis, and something about that steadiness makes me feel a little better. I pull out my phone and call Teresa. It rings 4 times before she answers, and I can hear children's voices in the background, that particular chaos of an elementary school classroom. "Hey, honey," she says, sounding distracted. "Can I call you back? We're in the middle of reading time." I almost say yes, almost hang up and let her get back to work, but something makes me push. "Teresa, have you heard anything about Oakland? About some kind of health situation?" There's a pause, and the background noise gets quieter, like she's moved away from the kids. "What kind of situation?" Her voice is different now, focused. "They're saying maybe a virus or something in the water. People getting violent. I just wanted to make sure you're okay." "I'm in Northside," she says slowly. "Different water system from Oakland, I think." But she doesn't sound sure, and I can hear the tension creeping into her voice. "Doug, what's happening?" I look around the furnace floor at the other guys making their calls, at Marcus, who's got his phone pressed to his ear and a serious expression on his face, at Frank, who's talking to management on the radio. I don't know yet, probably nothing. But maybe you should think about heading home early, just in case. Teresa is quiet for a moment, and I can hear her breathing. "Okay," she says finally. "I'll talk to Principal Morrison. See if we can send the kids home." "Doug, are you safe there?" I look at the blast furnace, at the molten metal and the heat and the industrial machinery that's been my whole adult life. "Yeah," I tell her. "I'm safe. I'll call you in a couple hours, okay? I love you. I love you too. Be careful." And then she's gone, and I'm standing on the furnace floor with my phone in my hand, wondering what the fuck is actually happening. The next 2 hours are strange because nothing happens and everything happens. We keep working, monitoring the furnaces, making the small adjustments that keep everything running smooth. But there's this tension in the air that wasn't there before. People keep checking their phones. The radio traffic between the floor and the office gets more frequent. Frank's face gets tighter and tighter. Around noon, management calls a meeting in the break room, which is absolutely unprecedented in the middle of a shift. We all file in, about 40 guys from the morning crew, and Leonard Casper from corporate is standing there with a couple of the floor supervisors, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. Leonard's in his 50s, gray hair, expensive suit, and he's got that look corporate guys get when they have to talk to actual workers, like he's addressing a different species. "Gentlemen, and Maria," he starts, nodding at Maria Santos, who raises her coffee cup at him with a sarcastic smile. "I want to assure you that the situation developing in certain parts of Pittsburgh does not affect our operations here. We're on a completely separate water and power grid from the affected areas. However, in consultation with local authorities and out of an abundance of caution, we're implementing early dismissal for today's shift. You'll all receive full pay for the day." There's a murmur through the room because early dismissal never happens, and full pay for not working definitely never happens. Bobby Stiles, who's always got something to say, calls out, "What exactly is the situation, Mr. Casper?" Leonard hesitates, and I can see him weighing how much to tell us. There appears to be an outbreak of a highly aggressive pathogen, possibly waterborne, affecting portions of Oakland, Shadyside, and potentially Squirrel Hill. The symptoms include extreme violent behavior and what appears to be some kind of neurological damage. The CDC has been notified, and the city is working on containment protocols. For now, we're advising everyone to go home. Stay with your families and avoid the affected areas. Monitor local news and radio for updates. Marcus leans over and whispers, "Told you, man, zombie shit." I elbow him to shut up, but my stomach is knotting up because this doesn't sound like just drugged-out college kids anymore. This sounds real. This sounds bad. Frank stands up and his voice cuts through the muttering. All right, listen to me. You all know the shutdown procedures. We're going to do this by the book, safe and organized. I don't want anyone rushing because you're worried about getting home. We do this right, we leave the mill secure, and then you go take care of your families, clear? There's a chorus of agreement, and we file back out to the floor to begin the shutdown sequence that we've all practiced but never actually used in the middle of a shift. It takes an hour to properly shut down and secure the blast furnaces, banking the fires, making sure all the safety systems are engaged, locking down the equipment. I work with Marcus and Frank going through the checklist with careful precision, even though every part of me wants to just run for my truck and get home to Teresa. Frank seems to sense this because he puts his hand on my shoulder as we're finishing the final checks. Doug, you've got a good head on your shoulders and you know how to handle yourself, he says, his eyes serious. Whatever's happening out there, you keep your wits about you. Don't panic. Think things through. Take care of Teresa. I nod, my throat tight because Frank almost never talks like this, never gets personal. You're coming too, right? You'll get home to Linda? He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Yeah, kid. I'll be fine. Linda's probably already got the basement stocked with enough supplies to survive a nuclear war. You know how she is. We finish up and head to the locker room to change. The mood is subdued now, everyone moving with purpose but quietly, like we're all afraid to voice what we're thinking. I pull off my coveralls and boots, change back into my jeans and thermal shirt, and Marcus is beside me doing the same. You think it's really that bad? He asks, and for once he's not joking, not grinning. I don't know, I tell him honestly, but I'm going home and making sure Teresa's safe. You should do the same. He nods and pulls his coat on. Yeah, Denise is probably freaking out. I need to get back to her and Kayla. He pauses at the locker room door. Stay safe, brother. I'll call you later. And then he's gone, and I'm alone with my locker and my steel thermos and this growing sense of dread. The parking lot is chaos as everyone tries to leave at once, trucks and cars jockeying for position, and I notice some people are really speeding, tires spinning on the icy asphalt. I get in my truck and turn on the radio, flipping through stations until I find local news. The announcer's voice is professional, but I can hear the strain underneath. Confirmed cases now in Oakland, Shadyside, Squirrel Hill, and reports coming in from East Liberty. Mayor Davidson is urging residents to remain calm and stay indoors if possible. The governor has activated the National Guard. Symptoms include extreme aggression, apparent loss of higher cognitive function, and persistent violent behavior toward others. If you encounter someone displaying these symptoms, do not approach them. Contact emergency services immediately, although we're receiving reports that 911 response times are significantly delayed due to call volume. Hospitals are asking people to stay away unless absolutely necessary. UPMC Presbyterian and UPMC Shadyside have both gone into lockdown. Again, residents are urged to remain calm and stay indoors. I turn onto the Parkway East heading back toward the city, and traffic is already backing up. Everyone's trying to get home, trying to get to their families, and I can see the fear in people's faces through their windshields. My phone rings and it's Teresa. Doug, where are you? Her voice is high and tight, and I can tell she's scared. I'm on the Parkway heading home. Where are you? Are you still at the school? There's a pause, and I hear voices in the background crying children. We couldn't send the kids home. The phones are jammed. We can't reach parents. Principal Morrison is trying to figure out what to do. Doug, one of the teachers, Mrs. Chen, her husband, works at Pitt. He called her and said the medical center is... He said there are dead people walking around attacking anyone they can reach. That's crazy, right? That can't be real. I grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles go white. Traffic isn't moving at all now. We're at a complete standstill. Listen to me, Teresa. I don't know what's real right now, but I need you to be careful. Lock the school doors, keep the kids calm. I'm coming to get you, okay? I'm going to get there as fast as I can. I hear her breathing, trying to stay calm for the kids, even though I know she's terrified. Okay, we'll lock down. We've got emergency procedures. Just hurry, Doug, please hurry. I will, I promise. I love you. I love you too. The line goes dead. Traffic starts moving again slowly, and I make it through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and past downtown. I can see smoke rising from somewhere in Oakland, black smoke against the white winter sky. There are sirens everywhere, police and ambulances screaming past on the shoulder. A helicopter passes overhead low enough that I can feel the vibration through my truck. The radio is pure chaos now, switching between official announcements and frantic call-in shows where people are describing impossible things. People being attacked, people dying and getting back up, hospitals overrun. One woman calls in sobbing, saying she had to lock her husband in the basement after he came home from work acting strange. And then she screams and the line goes dead and the DJ doesn't know what to say. I take the Fort Duquesne Bridge across the Allegheny River toward the north side, and that's when I see my first one. Traffic is stopped at a light and there's a man on the sidewalk, middle-aged guy in a suit, and he's moving wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. He's moving wrong. Jerky and shambling, like his body doesn't quite work right anymore. There's blood all down the front of his white shirt, dark and wet, and his face is gray. And then he turns and looks right at me through my truck window, and his eyes are empty, just nothing there, no recognition or thought or humanity. And he starts moving toward my truck. The light changes and I gun it, my truck fishtailing a little on the icy road, and in my rearview mirror I see the man in the suit stumble after me before disappearing from view. My hands are shaking on the wheel. The elementary school where Teresa teaches is on the north side, a brick building built in the 1920s with high windows and a playground out front that's currently covered in snow. I pull into the parking lot and there are maybe a dozen other cars there, parents who managed to get through to pick up their kids. I run to the front door and pull on it, but it's locked, and I'm about to pound on the glass when I see Teresa's face appear on the other side. She looks terrified but relieved to see me. And she unlocks the door and I'm inside, pulling her against me, feeling her shake. "Thank God," she whispers into my chest. "Thank God you're here." The school is full of scared kids and scared teachers trying to keep everyone calm. Principal Morrison, a gray-haired woman who's run this school for 20 years, is on the phone in her office trying to reach the school district. A few parents are in the hallway with their kids, bundling them into coats. Teresa leads me to her classroom where about 15 children are sitting in a semicircle on the reading carpet. And I recognize most of them from the school events Teresa drags me to. Tyler and Madison and Joshua and Emma. Emma, Teresa's 8-year-old niece, her sister Karen's daughter, sitting there in her purple dress with her blonde hair in pigtails, looking up at me with wide, frightened eyes. "Uncle Doug," she says and runs over to hug my legs. I pick her up and she's heavier than I remember, growing up too fast. "Hey, sweetheart, you okay?" She nods against my shoulder, but I can feel her trembling. "Where's Karen?" I ask Teresa quietly. She shakes her head. I can't reach her. She was supposed to pick Emma up at 3, but she's not answering her phone. I've called 20 times. Karen works in Oakland, I remember. Oakland where the smoke is rising. Oakland where the outbreak started. I look at Emma and then at Teresa and I make a decision. We're taking her with us. We'll try to find Karen, but we need to get somewhere safe first. Teresa nods. and I can see the relief in her face that I'm not going to suggest leaving Emma here. Principal Morrison comes out of her office and addresses everyone in the hallway. Parents who are here, please take your children and go home. Lock your doors. For children whose parents we haven't reached, we're going to shelter in place here until we can make contact or until the authorities arrive. Teachers, we need to move all remaining students to the gymnasium and set up a secure area. There's food in the cafeteria and we have emergency supplies. She's trying to project calm, but her voice is shaking. Some of the teachers start herding kids toward the gym, and Teresa looks at me with a question in her eyes. I have to help, she says. These are my kids. I can't just leave them. And this is why I love her. Why after 18 years she still makes my chest ache. Because even terrified, even with the world potentially ending, she's thinking about her students. But I also know we need to get out of here. Need to find somewhere safer than a school with big windows and multiple entrances and 20 scared children. Help them get set up, I tell her. But then we're leaving, we have to. She nods and squeezes my hand and goes to help organize the kids. I stand there holding Emma, watching teachers who are barely more than kids themselves trying to comfort even younger kids. And I wonder how many of them are going to survive whatever this is. We spend the next hour helping set up the gymnasium as a shelter space. I check all the doors and windows, make sure they're locked and secured. Teresa and the other teachers bring food from the cafeteria, set up a movie on the projector to distract the kids. I notice one of the younger teachers, a woman in her 20s named Sarah, keeps checking her phone and crying quietly. I go over to her. You okay? She wipes her eyes and shakes her head. My boyfriend works at UPMC. He texted me 2 hours ago saying things were going crazy and then nothing. I can't reach him. I don't know what to say to that, so I just put my hand on her shoulder for a moment. I'm sorry. Principal Morrison finds me by the gym entrance. Mr. Nowak, I appreciate everything you're doing, but you should take Teresa and Emma and go home. You're not staff, and this isn't your responsibility. I look at the kids on the gym floor, maybe 20 of them total now, ranging from kindergartners to 5th graders. What's going to happen to them? She follows my gaze and her face is grim. We'll take care of them until their parents arrive or the authorities can help. But I think... She hesitates. I think you should be with your family, take care of them. She's telling me something without saying it directly. She doesn't think help is coming. She doesn't think the parents are coming. She's preparing to be here with these kids for the duration, however long that is. Teresa comes over with Emma's hand in hers and her coat on. We should go, she says quietly. She said goodbye to her students. I can see it in her face, the sadness and guilt of leaving them. We head toward the front entrance and Sarah, the young teacher, calls out, "Wait." She runs over with a backpack. Can I come with you, please? I don't want to stay here. I can't just sit here waiting. Teresa looks at me and I see the question. We don't know this woman, don't owe her anything. But I remember her crying over her boyfriend and I think about how I'd want someone to help me if I was in her position. Yeah, I tell her, come on. We leave through the front doors and the parking lot is darker now, the afternoon fading toward evening. There are more cars abandoned on the street, doors open like people just left them. I can hear sirens in the distance and something else. Screaming maybe, or just the wind. We pile into my truck, Teresa in the front, Emma and Sarah in the back seat. Where are we going? Teresa asks, and it's a fair question because I don't actually know. Home isn't safe. Our row house in Lawrenceville has too many neighbors, too many access points. I think about the mill, about how we shut it down, secure and isolated. I think about Frank's basement that his wife always keeps stocked. And then I think about the one place I know that's built like a fortress. The Edgar Thompson works, I say. We're going back to the mill. The drive to Braddock should take 40 minutes, but it takes us almost 2 hours because the roads are chaos. We have to detour around accidents, around roadblocks, around areas where the streets are just packed with abandoned cars and people running and other things chasing them. I see 3 more people moving with that same wrong, shambling gait, that same empty look in their eyes, and I see normal people running from them in terror. At one point, we're stopped at a light and a woman pounds on Teresa's window, screaming, "Please help me, please let me in." And there's blood on her hands, and her eyes are wild, and I don't know if she's infected or just scared, but I don't roll down the window. Teresa is crying as I drive away from the woman, and Emma is crying in the back seat, and Sarah is just staring straight ahead with her hands clenched in her lap. "I'm sorry," Teresa whispers, and I reach over and take her hand. "You didn't do anything wrong. We can't save everyone, we can only protect each other." It's the first time I've articulated that thought, that triage approach to survival, and it feels wrong but also necessary. Emma's voice comes from the back seat, small and frightened. "What's happening, Uncle Doug? Why are people acting like that?" I meet her eyes in the rearview mirror, and I want to lie to her, to tell her it's going to be okay, but she deserves better than lies. "Something bad is happening, sweetheart, some kind of sickness. But we're going somewhere safe, and we're going to take care of you. I promise." We finally reach the Edgar Thompson works as true darkness is falling, and the mill looks different now, darker, more ominous. The furnace is banked but still glowing faintly through the snow. The gate is unmanned. Tommy Herrera's booth empty with the door hanging open. I pull through and drive to the main building, parking as close to the entrance as I can. "Everyone stay in the truck until I check it out," I say, and I grab the tire iron from the back before anyone can protest. The weight of it in my hand is reassuring. The main building door is unlocked, and I push it open cautiously. Inside it's dark except for emergency lighting, shadows everywhere, and the sounds of the mill are different without the daytime crew. Just the hum of backup systems and the distant groan of metal. "Hello?" I call out, my voice echoing. "Anyone here?" For a moment there's nothing, and then I hear footsteps and I raise the tire iron and Frank Wojcik comes around the corner with a flashlight. "Jesus Christ, Nowak, you trying to give me a heart attack?" I lower the tire iron, relief flooding through me. "Frank, what are you still doing here?" He gestures behind him, and I see more people emerging from the shadows. Marcus and his wife Denise and their daughter Kayla, Bobby Stiles, Maria Santos, a few others I recognize from the morning shift. Maybe a dozen people total. "Same thing you're doing, I'd guess," Frank says. "Looking for somewhere safe. Nowhere else made sense. The mill's built to last. Got its own power and water systems, food in the cafeteria. Seemed like the best option." He sees my truck through the window and raises his eyebrow. "You brought company?" I nod and go back outside to get Teresa and Emma and Sarah. They look terrified getting out of the truck into the darkness, but when they see the other people inside, especially Kayla, who's around Emma's age, they relax a little. Teresa hugs Marcus's wife Denise, who she's met at a few mill functions, and the 2 girls immediately gravitate toward each other. Frank takes charge like he always does. "All right. Now that we're all here, let's talk about the situation. From what I can gather from the radio and the news, we're looking at some kind of outbreak that started at the Pitt Medical Research Facility. Water contamination theory is bullshit. This is spreading too fast and in areas not connected to the Oakland water main. Current theory is it's airborne or fluid transmitted. People are getting violent, losing their minds, attacking anyone nearby. The hospitals are overrun. The National Guard is being deployed, but they're spread thin. Major cities all over the country are reporting similar outbreaks. The president is supposed to address the nation at 9 tonight. He checks his watch. That's in an hour. For now, I suggest we inventory our supplies, secure the building, and make a plan for the next few days. Questions? Bobby Stiles raises his hand like he's in school. Frank, what exactly are we dealing with here? Is this like terrorism or biological warfare or what? Frank's face is grim. I don't know, Bobby. But whatever it is, we need to focus on staying alive and keeping our families safe. We can figure out the why later. Maria Santos speaks up, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. My brother's a cop in Homestead. He texted me this afternoon before communications went to shit. He said the people they're dealing with, the infected ones, they're not just violent, they're dead. Or they should be dead. They're taking bullets and just keep coming. The room goes quiet at that, and I see Sarah's face go white. Marcus breaks the silence with a hollow laugh. So zombies. We're dealing with actual fucking zombies. Frank doesn't contradict him. Whatever we're calling them, they're dangerous. We need to treat this place like a fortress. Doug, Marcus, I want you two to do a full perimeter check. Every door, every window, every possible entry point. Maria, you worked maintenance before you went to the crane. Help them out. Bobby, you're with me inventorying the cafeteria and the supply closets. Everyone else, set up a sleeping area in the break room. Stay together, stay quiet, stay calm. I take Marcus and Maria and we start our perimeter check, and that's when the reality of what we're doing really hits me. We're preparing to defend a steel mill against the end of the world. We're sealing ourselves in this place that's been my workplace for 22 years, transforming it from a place of labor into a bunker. We check every door on the ground floor, making sure they're locked and reinforced. We check the windows, most of which are too high to easily access, but we mark the ones that aren't. We note the loading docks and the maintenance hatches and the ventilation systems. The mill is big, sprawling and industrial, and built when they made things to last, and there are 100 places something could get in if we're not careful. But there are also advantages. The walls are thick steel and concrete. The equipment is massive and can be used as barricades. The blast furnaces, even banked, create heat that will keep us warm. And we know this place, every inch of it, which gives us an edge. We meet back at the break room where Frank has the others organized. Denise and Teresa are going through the cafeteria supplies with Bobby, making lists. Sarah is sitting with Emma and Kayla, reading them a story from a children's book someone found in a locker. The other workers, Jerry Vance, Pete Chen, a woman named Latoya Jenkins, are setting up sleeping areas with gym mats and blankets from the emergency supplies. It's surreal, this mix of industrial setting and domestic crisis. But there's something comforting about the routine of it, the organization, the sense of purpose. At 9 o'clock, we gather around an old TV in the break room that gets basic channels, and we watch the president address the nation. He's in the Oval Office, looking older and more tired than I've ever seen him, and his words are careful and measured, but you can hear the fear underneath. He talks about a biological crisis, about contained outbreaks, about maintaining order, but the subtext is clear. They don't know what this is, they don't know how to stop it, and they're barely holding things together. He declares a national emergency, orders a curfew in all major cities, authorizes the military to use necessary force to maintain control. And then right at the end, he says something that makes my blood run cold. If you or a loved one shows signs of infection, extreme aggression, loss of cognitive function, violent behavior, you must isolate them immediately and contact authorities. Do not attempt to treat or help them yourself. I repeat, do not approach infected individuals. The broadcast ends and we sit there in silence for a long moment. Finally, Denise speaks up, her voice shaking. He's telling us to abandon our families? If someone gets sick, we're supposed to just... What? Lock them up? Turn them over to soldiers who might shoot them? Frank puts his hand on her shoulder. He's trying to prevent the spread. If this thing is infectious, you can't help someone who's turned. You'll just get infected yourself. Denise shakes her head, tears running down her face. That's easy to say until it's your wife or your child. Marcus pulls her against him and she cries into his chest while Kayla watches with wide, frightened eyes. Teresa is holding Emma on her lap and I move to sit next to them, putting my arm around both of them. Emma has fallen asleep finally, exhausted by fear and confusion, and Teresa strokes her hair absently. We should try to reach Karen again, Teresa whispers to me. She must be terrified, not knowing where Emma is. I nod and take out my phone, but there's no signal. I try the landline in Frank's office, but I just get a busy signal. Communications are down or overloaded or deliberately cut. We're isolated here in the mill, cut off from the rest of the world. It should be terrifying, but instead I feel a strange sense of relief. We're together. We're safe for now. That's all I can focus on. That night we sleep in shifts, some of us keeping watch while others try to rest. I take the midnight to 4 a.m. shift with Marcus and Bobby patrolling the perimeter, checking the doors, listening for anything unusual. The mill is full of sounds, creaks and groans and the hum of machinery, and every shadow looks like a threat, but nothing happens. No one attacks. No infected break through our doors. By morning, day 3 of this nightmare. I'm exhausted, but we're all still alive, and that feels like a victory. Day 3 passes slowly. We establish routines, watch rotations, meal times, inventory checks. Frank assigns everyone tasks to keep busy. Marcus and I reinforce the most vulnerable entry points using steel plating and welding equipment from the shop. Maria gets the backup generator fully operational. Bobby organizes the food stores and calculates we have maybe 3 weeks of supplies if we ration carefully. Teresa and Denise set up a classroom area for the kids, trying to maintain some sense of normalcy. Sarah turns out to be good with medicine. She was pre-med in college before switching to teaching. So she becomes our unofficial medic, organizing the first aid supplies. The radio and TV give us glimpses of the outside world, and none of it is good. Pittsburgh is falling. Oakland is completely overrun. Shadyside is burning. The north side has pockets of resistance, but the infected are spreading. Smaller towns around us, Homestead, McKeesport, Monroeville, are reporting outbreaks. The National Guard is trying to maintain control, but they're overwhelmed. Martial law has been declared. There are rumors of military firebombing whole city blocks to stop the spread. A news camera catches footage of what they're now openly calling zombies, hordes of them, dozens of shambling bodies moving through the streets of downtown Pittsburgh, and soldiers shooting them, and the bodies dropping, but some of them getting back up, and the soldiers retreating. On day 4, Pete Chen doesn't come back from his watch shift. We find him in the warehouse dead, his throat torn out, and one of those things crouched over him feeding. It's Jerry Vance, or what used to be Jerry Vance, the old-timer who's worked here longer than I've been alive. His face is gray and slack, his eyes empty, and his mouth is covered in Pete's blood. Marcus sees him first and just freezes, making this small sound of horror. And Jerry turns toward us with that horrible jerky movement and starts shambling our way. I'm holding a steel pipe and I know what I have to do, but I can't make myself move. This is Jerry. I've worked with Jerry for 22 years. I've had coffee with him 1,000 mornings. I know his wife's name and his grandchildren's names and his favorite fishing spots, but Jerry's gone. Whatever this thing is coming toward us, it's not Jerry anymore. It's just wearing Jerry's body like a suit, and it wants to kill us. Frank pushes past me and swings his crowbar in a clean arc that catches Jerry thing in the temple, and it drops like a puppet with cut strings. Frank hits it twice more, crushing the skull, making sure it's down. Then he turns to me and his face is hard. That could have been you, Nowak. You freeze up like that and you're dead. You understand? I nod, unable to speak, looking at Jerry's body on the concrete floor. Frank's voice softens a little. I know it's hard, but from now on when you see one of those things, it's not a person, it's just a target. You do what needs to be done. We wrap Pete's body in a tarp and carry it to the furnace area. We can't bury him. The ground is frozen and we can't go outside, so we do the only thing we can. We give him to the fire. It feels wrong and primitive and necessary all at once. Bobby says a few words, something about Pete being a good man and a hard worker, and we stand there watching the flames consume him. And I think about how this is probably happening all over the world right now. This desperate attempt to maintain dignity and ritual in the face of apocalypse. Afterward, we have a meeting. Frank's in charge, but I can see the weight of leadership settling on him, aging him. We need to figure out how Jerry got infected, he says. Did he go outside? Did something get in? We need to know so it doesn't happen again. Maria suggests maybe Jerry was already infected, that he got bit or exposed before we locked down and it just took time to turn. Bobby says that doesn't make sense. The news reports say people turn within hours of infection. We debate and speculate, but we don't have answers. What we do know is that we lost 2 people in one day, and we're down to 12 survivors in our group. Frank makes a decision. From now on, no one goes anywhere alone, not even in the mill. Buddy system always. If you see someone acting strange, fever, confusion, aggression, you report it immediately. And we're doing health checks twice a day. Anyone shows symptoms, they get quarantined until we know they're clear. It's harsh but necessary, and no one argues. The days start to blur together. Day 5, day 6, day 7. We settle into a rhythm of survival. Watch rotations, meal preparations, maintenance tasks, teaching the kids, trying to stay sane. The outside world continues to collapse. The news reports get less frequent and more desperate. Whole cities are going dark. The government is evacuating to classified locations. The military is abandoning areas they can't hold. The phrase fallen zones starts being used, areas where the infected outnumber the living, where there's no point in trying to save anyone. On day 8, Marcus finds a working radio in the maintenance office, a serious ham radio setup that someone must have been using as a hobby. He gets it operational and starts scanning frequencies, and we discover we're not alone. There are other survivors out there, other groups holding out in schools and warehouses and police stations and homes. We listen to their stories, their desperate calls for help, their coordinates and their dwindling supplies and their terror. Sometimes we hear them get overrun in real time. The sounds of screaming and gunfire and then nothing but static. It's horrifying but also weirdly comforting to know we're not the only ones fighting. Marcus establishes contact with a group at the waterfront shopping complex in Homestead, about 4 miles from us. They've got maybe 30 people, including kids, and they're running out of food. Their leader, a man who identifies himself as Captain Davis, former Army, he says, asks if we can spare any supplies. Frank gathers us to discuss it. We barely have enough for ourselves, Bobby argues. We can't afford to share. But Denise counters, they have kids there. We can't just let children starve. We vote and it's close, but we decide to put together a small care package. The question is how to get it to them. That's when Frank looks at me. Nowak, you're the best driver we've got, and you know these streets. If anyone can make it there and back, it's you. I want to argue, want to say I can't leave Teresa and Emma, but I also know he's right. I've driven these roads for 22 years in all conditions. I know every shortcut, every back alley, and someone has to do it. I'll go, I say, and Teresa's face goes pale, but she doesn't try to stop me. She just pulls me aside and makes me promise to come back. I always come back, I tell her, and I kiss her hard, trying to memorize the feel of her lips, the smell of her hair, just in case. Marcus volunteers to come with me and Frank agrees. We load up my truck with supplies, canned food, water, medical supplies, ammunition we've found in the mill's security office. We arm ourselves with steel pipes and crowbars and one shotgun Frank had in his locker. At dawn on day 9, we roll open the loading dock door and I back my truck out, and Marcus pulls the door shut behind us and we're out in the open for the first time in a week. The world has changed. The snow has stopped, but the temperature has dropped and everything is frozen and silent and dead. We see our first bodies within 100 yards. Frozen corpses in the streets, some torn apart, some whole. We see abandoned cars, burned buildings, broken windows. And we see them, the infected, shambling through the ruins. They're slower in the cold, which is a small mercy, their movements stiff and jerky. I drive carefully, avoiding main roads, sticking to alleys and side streets. We see a horde of maybe 50 zombies surrounding a house, clawing at the doors and windows, and we can hear screaming from inside, but we can't stop. We can't help. We have to keep moving. The waterfront is a shopping complex on the river, big box stores and restaurants and a movie theater. And when we arrive, it's obvious someone's turned it into a fortress. The entrances are barricaded with cars and debris, and there are people with guns on the roof. They're expecting us. Marcus radioed ahead, and they let us in through a carefully controlled entry point. Captain Davis turns out to be a black man in his 50s, ex-army like he said, with the bearing and discipline of someone who knows how to lead. He shakes our hands and thanks us for the supplies, and we follow him inside where the survivors have set up in the main concourse of the mall. It's organized chaos. They've got sleeping areas set up in the department stores, a communal kitchen in the food court, a medical station in what used to be a pharmacy. I count maybe 40 people, not 30. And at least a dozen kids. They look scared and tired but alive. Davis gives us a tour and we share information. How many infected we've seen, what areas are worst, what tactics work. He tells us they've had to fight off 3 major attacks, that they've lost 12 people in the past week. He introduces us to his core team. A woman named Michelle who used to be a nurse, a young guy named Tyler who handles security, an older couple named the Richardsons who manage food distribution. And then he introduces us to someone else, someone who makes my whole body tense up with instinct before my brain catches up. Her name is Alex, and she's maybe 30, with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail and intense brown eyes and a scar running down her left forearm that looks recent. She's holding an AR-15 like she knows how to use it, and when Davis introduces her as our best scavenger and scout, she gives us a nod that's more assessment than greeting. Something about her makes me pay attention in a way that's more than just situational awareness. She's competent, that's clear immediately. But there's something else. A wariness, a hardness, like she's seen things that have fundamentally changed her. "You're from the Edgar Thompson Works?" she asks, and her voice is low and steady. "I know that place. My dad worked there before the cancer got him." There's no emotion in how she says it, just fact. Solid defensible position if you've got the manpower. I nod, suddenly aware of how I must look. Dirty coveralls, blood on my hands from yesterday when we had to put down another infected worker who'd somehow gotten in. "We're making it work. You're welcome to join us if this place gets too hot." It's an impulsive offer, and I see Marcus give me a look, but Alex just smiles, small and tight. "Appreciate it. But these people need me here. Kids, elderly, folks who can't fight. Someone's got to look out for them. We don't stay long, can't risk being away from the mill for too long. But Davis loads us up with some things they can spare. Medical supplies they've scavenged from the pharmacy, ammunition, batteries. Fair trade for the food we brought. As we're leaving, Alex catches my arm. "Hey, You get into trouble out there, you radio first. Don't be a hero. Being a hero gets you dead. It's good advice, and I tell her so. She lets go of my arm and steps back. Stay alive, steelworker. And then we're back in my truck and heading out, navigating the frozen streets, and I'm thinking about her words and her scar and the way she held that rifle. The drive back is worse than the drive there because now the infected know there's prey moving through their territory. We get chased by a group of maybe a dozen zombies through the strip district, and I have to drive up on the sidewalk and through a storefront to lose them. We see a National Guard checkpoint that's been completely overrun, bodies in uniform scattered everywhere, weapons gone. We see things I don't want to remember, children, families, horrors that will live in my nightmares. But we make it back to the mill, and when the loading dock door opens and we drive through and it closes behind us, I feel like I can breathe again. Teresa is there immediately, pulling me out of the truck and into her arms, and I hold her and let myself shake for just a moment. Emma hugs my legs and asks if I brought her anything, and I manage to smile and pull a candy bar from my pocket that I grabbed at the waterfront. Small victories. Small moments of normalcy. That night, lying on our makeshift bed in the break room with Teresa curled against me and Emma sleeping nearby, I think about Alex and her warning about being a hero. I think about Captain Davis and his 40 survivors. I think about how we're all just trying to stay alive one more day, and how that has to be enough. Day 10 through day 20 blend together into a routine that starts to feel almost normal. We maintain the mill. We do supply runs when we have to, but less frequently now. We found ways to scavenge from the abandoned industrial areas around us, warehouses and factories and storage facilities where the infected don't congregate because there's no prey to attract them. Marcus becomes our radio operator, maintaining contact with other survivor groups and gathering intelligence. The waterfront group is still holding strong. We hear from a National Guard unit holed up in the county jail. A group of firefighters has taken over a station in Squirrel Hill. We're creating a network, a web of survivors trying to help each other survive. Frank starts training everyone in combat, not just the men, but Teresa and Denise and Sarah too. He uses steel pipes as practice weapons, teaches us how to swing for the head, how to keep our distance, how to work in pairs. Emma and Kayla watch these training sessions with wide eyes, and I hate that they have to see this, have to learn that the world is full of monsters now. But I also know they need to understand, need to be prepared for the reality of what we're facing. On day 22, Sarah comes to Frank with something that changes everything. She's been studying the infected, watching them through the windows, keeping notes. "I think I've figured out some rules," she says, spreading her notebooks out on a table. "They're attracted to sound and movement, not smell. They don't coordinate or communicate. Each one is acting independently. They don't feel pain, and they don't stop unless you destroy the brain or sever the spinal cord. But here's the interesting part. They're deteriorating. The cold is slowing it down, but their bodies are literally falling apart. The ones I've been observing, they're moving slower than they were 2 weeks ago. Some are losing limbs, chunks of flesh. I think if we can just survive long enough, they'll rot away to nothing. It's the first piece of genuinely good news we've had. If the infected have a shelf life, if they're not going to last forever, then maybe we can wait this out. Maybe there's an actual end game to this nightmare." Frank takes Sarah's research seriously and shares it with the other survivor groups over the radio. Captain Davis reports similar observations at the waterfront. The National Guard unit says their intelligence suggests the same thing. We're not just surviving now, we have hope. But hope is dangerous in the apocalypse because it makes you careless. On day 25, Bobby goes out on a supply run with LaToya Jenkins, and they don't come back when they're supposed to. We wait an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Marcus tries to raise them on the radio but gets nothing. Frank organizes a rescue party, me, Marcus, and Maria. We take the truck and weapons and head out to the warehouse they were supposed to be scavenging, and we find the truck on its side in a ditch, blood everywhere and no sign of Bobby or LaToya. We search the area calling their names, and finally we hear LaToya's voice coming from inside the warehouse. We find her hiding in an office, barricaded behind overturned desks, and she's crying and incoherent. "They came out of nowhere," she keeps saying. "So many of them. Bobby told me to run and I ran and I left him, and I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Maria calms her down enough to get the story. They'd been loading supplies when a horde showed up, at least 30 infected, attracted by the noise of the truck. Bobby had tried to fight them off to give LaToya time to escape. They'd pulled him down, overwhelmed him by sheer numbers. LaToya had heard him screaming, but she couldn't help, couldn't do anything but run. We don't find Bobby's body, which means he either got torn apart completely or he turned and shambled off with the horde. Either way, he's gone. We take LaToya back to the mill and she's broken, blaming herself. And nothing we say makes it better. Denise especially takes it hard because Bobby had become a friend, had been good with the kids, had been the one who made jokes and kept spirits up even when things were dark. We burn Bobby's belongings like we did Pete's and Jerry's because we can't burn his body if we don't have it. That night, Frank comes to me with a question. "I'm getting old, Nowak, I can feel it. This stress, this constant vigilance, it's wearing me down. I need you to start taking more of a leadership role. Need you to be ready to take over if something happens to me." I want to argue, want to tell him he's fine, that he'll outlive us all, but I can see the truth in his eyes. He's 63 and this new world is brutal, and he's carrying the weight of our survival on his shoulders. "I'm not a leader, Frank," I tell him. "I'm just a steel worker." He smiles, tired. "So am I, kid, so am I. But someone has to do it, and I think you're the one." Day 30 arrives and Marcus makes contact with a new group. Survivors who've taken over the U.S. Steel Tower downtown. It's ambitious, a skyscraper in the heart of the city, but the man on the radio who identifies himself as Wallace Hamilton makes it sound like paradise. "We've got the whole building secured," he says, his voice smooth and confident. "Power, water, food stores, from the offices and restaurants. We've got 64 floors and we can see everything from up here. We can coordinate resistance, we can rebuild." He wants to establish an alliance, wants Frank to bring our group and join forces. "Together we can start taking back the city," he says. Frank is skeptical but interested. We have a meeting and discuss it. Marcus thinks it sounds good. More people, better resources, actual organization. Bobby would have agreed if he was still alive. Denise is worried about moving the kids, about exposing them to danger on the journey downtown. Sarah points out that a tall building could be a trap if it gets overrun. Teresa looks at me and I can see she wants my opinion. And I realize that what I say is going to matter, that people are looking to me for guidance the way they look to Frank. "I don't trust it," I say slowly, working through my thoughts. "A skyscraper is a great fortress, but it's also a prison. One entrance gets breached and there's nowhere to go but up. And this Wallace Hamilton guy, he sounds too confident, too smooth. The world ended 4 weeks ago and he's talking about rebuilding, about taking back the city. That's not someone focused on survival, that's someone with an agenda." Frank nods slowly, and I can see he's thinking the same thing. "We'll maintain radio contact," he decides. "Share information, but don't commit to anything. Keep our options open." It's the right call, but I can see Marcus is disappointed. He wants to believe there's a bigger plan, a way to fight back. We all do. The days keep passing. Day 35, day 40, day 45. We lose LaToya on day 38 when she goes outside alone, violating the buddy system, and doesn't come back. We find her the next morning frozen, a bottle of pills beside her. She couldn't live with the guilt of Bobby's death. We burn her body and we mourn her, and we add her to the growing list of people we've lost. On day 42, Wallace Hamilton's group makes contact again. They've been venturing out from the tower, scavenging supplies, mapping safe routes. Hamilton wants to meet face-to-face, wants Frank to come downtown for a conference. Frank agrees but says he's bringing backup, me, Marcus, and Maria. We prepare like we're going to war, packing weapons and ammunition, mapping our route, establishing radio check-in times. The day before we're supposed to leave, Teresa pulls me aside. "I have a bad feeling about this," she says. "About this Hamilton person. Promise me you'll be careful." I promise her, and I mean it. The drive downtown on day 43 is through a frozen wasteland. The infected are fewer now, Sarah's prediction coming true. They're deteriorating, falling apart, becoming less mobile. But there are still enough of them to be dangerous, and the journey is tense and slow. We see evidence of Hamilton's people everywhere. Cleared streets, barricaded areas, spray-painted directional markers. They've been busy, and that level of organization is either very impressive or very concerning. The U.S. Steel Tower looms over downtown Pittsburgh. 64 floors of glass and steel, and there are guards at the entrance wearing mismatched body armor and carrying military-grade weapons. They're professional, checking us for bites, searching our weapons, and then escorting us inside to an elevator that somehow still works. "We've got the generators running," one guard explains. "Mr. Hamilton likes his comforts." The way he says it makes my skin crawl. We rise up in silence, the city falling away beneath us, and I think about what I said about skyscrapers being prisons. Hamilton set up his headquarters on the 40th floor in what used to be executive offices. It's surreal. Polished wood and leather furniture and windows overlooking the dead city. And Hamilton himself is exactly what I expected and worse. He's maybe 55, well-dressed in a suit that somehow looks clean and pressed, with gray hair and a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "Frank Wojcik," he says, extending his hand like this is a business meeting. "Thank you for coming. And you must be Doug Nowak. I've heard about you." The meeting is a pitch. Hamilton talks about organization, about establishing control zones, about the strategic value of the steel mill. "You have industrial capacity," he says. "We have numbers and resources. Together we could start manufacturing again. Weapons, tools, infrastructure. We could become the foundation for rebuilding civilization in this region." It sounds good on the surface, but there's something underneath, something transactional and cold. Frank asks the right questions. "What's your command structure? How are decisions made? What happens if we disagree on something?" Hamilton's smile tightens. "I've established a hierarchical system based on contribution and skill. Those who contribute more have more say. It's democratic within reason." Democratic within reason, that's a red flag if I've ever heard one. I notice other things during the meeting. The guards outside Hamilton's office are too military, too professional. These aren't just citizens who learn to fight. These are people with training. The office itself has too many supplies, too much luxury. Bottled water, real food, even liquor on the bar. While people are starving in survivor camps, Hamilton's living in luxury. And there's a woman who comes in partway through the meeting, someone Hamilton introduces as Dr. Rebecca Marsh, our medical director. She's nervous, won't meet our eyes, and when Hamilton touches her shoulder, she flinches slightly. Something's wrong here. We thank Hamilton for his time, promise to consider his proposal, and get the hell out. In the truck on the way back, Frank is quiet for a long time. Then he says, "That man is dangerous. He's not trying to rebuild civilization, he's trying to build an empire. And he sees us as resources to exploit, not allies." Marcus disagrees. "Come on, Frank, he's just organized. That's good, right? Better than each group fighting alone." But Maria backs Frank up. Did you see those weapons his people had, military grade? Where's he getting that? And the food, the supplies? He's hoarding while other groups starve. I add my observation about the doctor, about how scared she looked. Something's not right there. I think we should stay away from Wallace Hamilton. When we get back to the mill and report to the group, there's division. Some people think we should join Hamilton. Strength in numbers, better resources. Others share our suspicion. It's the first real crack in our unity, and I can see it weighing on Frank. That night, he tells me something that he's been keeping from everyone else. I'm sick, Doug, have been for a couple weeks. Started as just being tired, but now I'm getting fevers, weakness. I don't think I'm infected, no aggression, no mental changes, but something's wrong. I want to tell him to rest, to let Sarah examine him, but he shakes his head. I'll rest when this is over. Right now, I need you to promise me something. If I die, you take over, you lead these people. Don't let someone like Wallace Hamilton get his hooks in them, promise me. I promise him, because what else can I do? He's been my mentor, my friend, the steady rock that's kept us all alive. And he's asking me to be ready to replace him. The weight of it sits on my chest like a physical thing. On day 48, we get a distress call from the waterfront. Captain Davis, his voice crackling with static and pain. We're under attack. Not infected. People. Armed group trying to take our supplies. Need assistance. Please, if anyone can help. And then gunfire, lots of it, and screaming, and the radio goes dead. Frank doesn't hesitate. We're going. Everyone who can fight, gear up. We're not letting them fall. Marcus, Maria, me, and Frank. 4 of us against unknown numbers. Teresa tries to argue, but I kiss her quiet. I have to, I tell her. These are good people. We can't abandon them. The drive to the waterfront is frantic, Marcus pushing the truck hard, and we can hear the battle from 2 blocks away. When we arrive, it's chaos. The barricades are damaged, there are bodies on the ground, and armed men in tactical gear are trying to force their way into the mall. I count maybe 12 attackers, and they're organized and well-equipped, professional. And then I see the symbol painted on their vehicles, a corporate logo I recognize from the tower. U.S. Steel's old logo. They're Hamilton's people. We pile out of the truck and open fire, and the attackers are surprised enough that we get a few of them before they return fire. It's brutal and close quarters and terrifying. I drop 1 man with a pipe to the head. Marcus shoots another. Maria takes down a 3rd. Frank is moving with the kind of controlled violence that speaks to military training I never knew he had. We fight our way to the entrance where Tyler and his security team are trying to hold the line. They want our supplies, Tyler gasps, blood running from a cut on his head. Said Hamilton sent them to requisition resources. Requisition? Like this is a legitimate operation. The battle lasts maybe 20 minutes, but it feels like hours. We drive them back, force them to retreat to their vehicles, and they speed off, leaving their dead behind. We've won, but the cost is high. Captain Davis is dead, shot in the chest defending the medical station. Michelle, the nurse, is badly wounded. 5 other defenders dead, 3 more injured. And the mall is damaged, supplies scattered, the careful organization torn apart. Tyler is in shock, staring at Davis's body. He was trying to talk to them, he says numbly. Trying to negotiate. They just shot him. We help them secure the mall again, tend to the wounded, gather the dead for burning. And I find Alex covered in blood that's not all hers, reloading her AR-15 with mechanical precision. Your Hamilton did this, she says without preamble. This is what you allied yourselves with. I shake my head. We didn't ally with him. We said no. That's probably why he's doing this. Punishing groups that won't join him. She looks at me with those intense brown eyes. Then he'll come for you next. You know that, right? A man like that, he doesn't take no for an answer. We leave them with some of our ammunition and medical supplies, and Tyler, now the de facto leader with Davis dead, thanks us with exhausted gratitude. On the drive back, Frank is quiet, clutching his side where he took a glancing hit. "You okay?" I ask, and he nods, but I can see he's in pain. When we get back to the mill and Sarah examines him, she finds that the bullet grazed his ribs, nothing vital hit. But the wound is already infected and his fever is worse. She patches him up with antibiotics from our dwindling supply, but I can see the worry in her eyes. That night, Frank calls me to his bunk. He's shivering with fever, his skin gray. "I'm dying, Doug," he says matter-of-factly. "Not from the wound, from whatever I caught before. Maybe it's cancer like my dad, maybe it's just the stress killing me, doesn't matter." I try to argue, but he cuts me off. "Listen to me. Wallace Hamilton is going to come after us. He needs the mill, the manufacturing capacity, the strategic location, and he's willing to kill for it. You need to prepare. You need to get everyone ready for a fight." His hand grips mine with surprising strength. "And you need to be willing to do what I couldn't do. You need to be willing to kill him. Promise me." I don't want to promise. I'm a steel worker, not a soldier, not a killer. But Frank is dying and he's asking me to protect our people, and I can't refuse him. "I promise," I whisper. And he relaxes back onto his bunk, satisfied. "Good kid," he murmurs. "You always were a good kid." And then he closes his eyes and sleeps, and I sit there watching him breathe, wondering how I'm supposed to fill his shoes. Day 50 arrives and Frank is worse, barely conscious, the fever burning him up from the inside. Sarah says it's not infection from the wound. The antibiotics handled that. But something systemic, something we don't have the equipment to diagnose. On the morning of day 51, Denise starts screaming from the cafeteria, and when I run in, I find her cradling Kayla, who's shaking with fever, her skin hot to the touch. Not infected, no aggression, no behavioral changes, but sick with whatever Frank has. And then Emma starts showing symptoms, and Sarah, and 3 others. We've got an illness spreading through our group, and we don't know what it is or how to stop it. Marcus is frantic about Kayla, and Teresa is terrified for Emma, and I'm trying to hold everything together while Frank is dying and our doctor is sick. We quarantine the sick in a separate room, trying to prevent spread, but it might be too late. Maria suggests it could be something environmental, maybe something in the mill's air or water. Bobby would have checked, he was our environmental guy, but Bobby's dead. We test everything we can think of but find nothing conclusive. It's just random cruel luck that in the middle of a zombie apocalypse we're being taken down by regular human disease. On day 53, Hamilton makes radio contact. His voice is sympathetic, concerned. "I heard about your outbreak. That's terrible. If you'd joined us, you'd have access to better medical care. Dr. Marsh is quite skilled." It's a taunt wrapped in fake concern. My offer still stands. Join us and I'll send medical assistance. Otherwise, he trails off, the threat implicit. Frank, barely conscious, whispers to me, "Don't do it, don't give him leverage." But Emma is dying and I'd do anything to save her. I make a decision. I get on the radio. "Hamilton, this is Doug Nowak. What exactly are you offering?" There's satisfaction in his voice when he responds. "Dr. Marsh will come to your location with medical supplies and antibiotics. In exchange, you allow us to station a small security force at your mill and grant us access to your manufacturing equipment. A fair trade, their lives for cooperation. It's a trap and we both know it. Once his people are inside, we'll never get them out." But I look at Teresa crying over Emma's fever, at Marcus holding Kayla's small hand, and I can't say no. "Give us 12 hours to discuss it," I tell him. "We'll have an answer by dawn." That night is the longest of my life. Frank is conscious enough to argue against accepting Hamilton's deal, but he's too weak to fight me. Maria and LaToya. Wait, no. LaToya's dead. Maria and Teresa argue we should take the help, save the kids. Marcus is torn, wanting to save his daughter but not trusting Hamilton. Sarah, sick herself, says the illness doesn't look like anything treatable with antibiotics anyway. It's viral or environmental or something else. We're divided and desperate and out of time. And then, at 3 a.m, Frank wakes up clear-headed for the first time in days. He calls us all together, those of us still healthy enough to respond. "Listen to me," he says, his voice surprisingly strong. "I know I'm dying. I've made peace with it. But before I go, I need to tell you something about Wallace Hamilton." He takes a shaky breath. "I knew him before all this. He was part owner of this mill, sold it off piece by piece for profit. He laid off hundreds of workers to maximize shareholder value. He's a parasite who's made his fortune off the labor of people like us. And now he's doing the same thing in the apocalypse, exploiting desperate people, taking what they've built, consolidating power." He looks at me. "Don't give him this mill. Don't give him access to what we've built here. It's worth more than my life, more than any of our lives. This is about what kind of world we build after the dead stop walking." It's a hell of a speech from a dying man, and it crystallizes something for me. Frank's right. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about what we're surviving for. If we let men like Hamilton take over, we've just replaced one broken system with another. We tell him no, I say, and I can hear the certainty in my own voice. We find another way to help our people. We reach out to other survivor groups, we pool our medical knowledge, we try everything we can. But we don't sell our souls to Wallace Hamilton. The others look at me like I'm the leader now, like Frank has passed the torch, whether I wanted it or not. Teresa is crying, but she nods. "You're right. We find another way." Marcus is harder to convince, but finally he agrees. "Okay, but we better find that other way fast because my baby girl is dying." At dawn, I get on the radio. "Hamilton, this is Nowak. We appreciate your offer, but we're declining. We'll handle our medical situation ourselves." The silence on the other end is long and loaded. When Hamilton speaks again, the friendliness is gone. "That's disappointing, Mr. Nowak. Short-sighted, even. I hope you don't come to regret this decision. The threat is explicit now." "We'll take our chances," I tell him, and cut the connection. 2 hours later, Frank Wojcik dies. He goes quietly with Teresa holding one hand and me holding the other, and his last words are, "Take care of them, Doug. All of them." We wrap his body and carry it to the furnace, and before we commit him to the fire, I say a few words that I hope do him justice. Frank taught me everything I know about steel and about survival and about being a man. He was the best of us. We're going to honor his memory by protecting what he built, by staying free and by not giving in to fear or greed or men like Wallace Hamilton. Rest in peace, Frank. We've got this. We burn his body and scatter his ashes in the mill yard, and I officially become the leader of our little band of survivors. I don't feel ready. I don't feel qualified. But I don't have a choice. Day 54 begins with me and Frank's role, making decisions about watch rotations and supply management, and how to treat our sick, and worrying about when Hamilton's going to make his move. He doesn't make us wait long. On day 55, we spot vehicles approaching the mill. 3 trucks, maybe 20 armed men. Hamilton has come to take what we wouldn't give. We seal the doors and prepare to defend, but we're outgunned and outmanned. Marcus gets on the radio trying to call for help from other survivor groups, but the waterfront can barely defend themselves and the others are too far away. We're on our own. The attack comes at noon. Hamilton's people try to force the main entrance with a battering ram, and we hold them off with gunfire and thrown pipes heated in the furnace. They fall back and try a different approach, looking for weak points. We're running low on ammunition and high on adrenaline. Maria takes a bullet in the leg but keeps fighting. Denise, even with Kayla sick, is on the line with a rifle. Teresa has Emma hidden in the deepest part of the mill, but she's fighting too, and I've never been more proud of her or more terrified for her. The siege goes on for hours. We hold them off, but we're losing ground. One of our barricades fails and Hamilton's people get inside, and we have to fight them room by room through the mill. It's brutal close-quarters combat in the industrial labyrinth we know and they don't, and that knowledge is the only advantage we have. I killed 2 men with a steel pipe, and I don't feel bad about it because they came here to take everything from us. Marcus takes one down with a shot that saves my life. Maria, bleeding from her leg, drops another with her wrench, but we're losing. We're being forced back deeper into the mill toward the furnace room where we've hidden the kids and the sick. Hamilton himself enters through the breached barricade, flanked by guards, and he surveys the carnage with the cold assessment of a businessman evaluating a hostile takeover. "This is wasteful," he calls out. "Unnecessary death on both sides. Surrender now and I'll be merciful. You'll be integrated into my organization, given roles appropriate to your skills. Continue fighting and you'll all die." I step out from behind cover, my pipe still in my hand, blood on my clothes. "You're not taking this mill, Hamilton. You're not taking our people. You want it, you'll have to go through me." He smiles like I've just told a joke. "Oh, I intend to, Mr. Nowak. I respect your spirit, but not your judgment. You could have been a valuable asset. Now you're just another obstacle." He raises his hand and his guards raise their weapons, and I think this is it. This is how I die, and at least I kept my promise to Frank. And then the radio crackles to life and I hear a voice I recognize, Alex from the waterfront. "Nowak, you there? We're incoming with reinforcements. Hold tight." And through the windows I see truck headlights, multiple vehicles, and gunfire from outside as Alex and Tyler and maybe a dozen people from the waterfront hit Hamilton's force from behind. The tide turns. Caught between us and the waterfront group, Hamilton's people break and run. We chase them out of the mill, reclaim our ground, and Hamilton himself falls back with his remaining guards. "This isn't over," he shouts as he retreats. "I'll be back with more people, more weapons. You've just delayed the inevitable." And then he's gone, his truck speeding away into the frozen afternoon. Alex comes through the door like an avenging angel, covered in blood and grinning. "Figured you could use some help. Plus, after what that asshole did to Davis, I owed him some pain." Behind her, Tyler and the others secure the perimeter. We've won for now, but at a terrible cost. 3 of our people dead in the fighting, 5 more wounded, including Maria, who might lose her leg. And our sick are worse. The stress and chaos taking their toll. That night, as we tend to our wounded and fortify our defenses against the inevitable next attack, Sarah makes a discovery. She's been too sick to really examine the environmental samples we took, but forcing herself out of bed to help with the injured, she notices something. The sick all have one thing in common. We were the ones drinking water from a specific tank, one that came online after we shut down the main systems. She tests it and finds contamination, not enough to kill, but enough to make us sick. It's fixable, treatable. We switch water sources, push fluids, and within 12 hours, Emma's fever breaks. Kayla starts to improve. Sarah herself starts to recover. It's not a virus, it's not an outbreak, it's just bad water and bad luck, and we caught it in time. The relief is overwhelming, but it's tempered by the knowledge that Hamilton is still out there and he will come back. We've made an enemy of the most powerful man in what's left of Pittsburgh, and he won't forgive us for humiliating him. Day 56 through day 60 are a blur of preparation. We fortify every entrance, create overlapping fields of fire, lay traps. Alex and her people from the waterfront formally join us. They've decided their mall is too exposed and the mill is a better position. We're up to 23 people now, and that's including the kids and the wounded. Tyler becomes my second in command, bringing military discipline and tactical knowledge. Alex becomes our scout and defensive coordinator. Marcus maintains communications with other groups. Teresa and Denise handle logistics and the kids. Maria, recovering from her leg wound, works on weapon fabrication using the mill's equipment. We hear reports over the radio about Hamilton. He's consolidating power, absorbing smaller groups by force or coercion, building an army. He controls downtown Pittsburgh now, the whole North Shore, parts of Oakland. Other survivor groups warn us that he's specifically targeting anyone who's opposed him, making examples. The National Guard unit at the county jail fell last week, overrun and absorbed into Hamilton's forces. A group that had held a library in Shadyside surrendered after a 2-day siege. Hamilton is building his empire over the corpses of independent survivors, and we're next on his list. On day 61, we get a message that changes everything. It's Dr. Rebecca Marsh, Hamilton's supposedly loyal medical director, broadcasting on an encrypted frequency that someone must have given her. To anyone listening, Wallace Hamilton is planning a major operation. He's gathered his forces, over 100 people, military weapons, vehicles. He's planning to hit the Edgar Thompson Steel Works in 3 days at dawn. And... She hesitates, her voice breaking. And I can't be part of this anymore. He's a monster. He killed a child yesterday, shot her in front of her mother for stealing food. I'm done. If you're at the mill, get out. Run. You can't win against what he's bringing. The broadcast ends and we sit in stunned silence. 100 people, military weapons in 3 days. We have 23 people, mixed weapons, and a mill that's defendable but not impregnable. Tyler does the math and shakes his head. We can't hold against those numbers. Even with perfect defensive positions, we'll be overrun in hours. Alex agrees. We need to evacuate. Take what we can carry and scatter, live to fight another day. It's the smart tactical choice. It's what any rational person would do. But I think about Frank's last words. I think about what this mill represents. Not just a building, but a promise that we won't let men like Hamilton dictate the terms of our survival. I think about all the small groups out there who are watching to see if resistance is possible, or if Hamilton's model of authoritarian control is the only way forward. We're not running, I hear myself say. We're going to fight, and we're going to make it cost him everything. They look at me like I'm crazy, and maybe I am. But Teresa speaks up from behind me. Doug's right. We run and Hamilton wins. We make our stand here and maybe we lose, but at least we'll have fought for something that matters. One by one, the others agree. Tyler starts planning defense in depth. Alex organizes our weapons and ammunition. Marcus broadcasts a call for help to every survivor group in range. The waterfront people stay even though I give them the option to leave. We're with you, Tyler says simply. This is our fight too. The next 3 days are a frenzy of preparation. We turn the mill into a fortress, creating choke points and kill zones. We rig explosives, crude pipe bombs made from materials in the mill. We stockpile ammunition and heating oil and anything else that might give us an edge. We drill tactics until everyone knows their role. And on the evening before the attack, I gather everyone together for what might be the last time. Tomorrow, Wallace Hamilton is going to try to take this mill, I say. Looking at the faces around me. Teresa, Marcus, Alex, Tyler, Denise, Maria, Sarah, all of them. He's got numbers and guns, and he thinks that makes him powerful, but he's wrong. Power isn't about how many people you control or how much you can take from others. Power is what we have right here. People who choose to stand together, who choose to fight for something bigger than themselves. Frank knew that. Captain Davis knew it. Bobby and Pete and Jerry and everyone we've lost knew it. And tomorrow we're going to show Hamilton that you can't build anything lasting on fear and violence. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Some of us won't survive tomorrow. Maybe none of us will. But our stand here will matter. Every survivor group out there is watching. If we can bloody Hamilton's nose, if we can make him pay for every inch of this mill, we'll prove that resistance is possible. That people don't have to bow to tyrants, not even at the end of the world. So tomorrow we fight, not for the mill, for each other, for the future, for the idea that humanity is worth saving. It's the most I've spoken at once in my entire life, and I don't know if it's any good as speeches go, but people are nodding, some crying, all of them determined. Teresa takes Emma to the safest part of the mill, a bunker we've prepared deep in the sub-basement. The other kids go too, with Denise watching over them. Everyone else takes their positions and we wait for dawn. Hamilton comes exactly when Dr. Marsh said he would. The sun hasn't cleared the horizon when we hear the engines. Dozens of vehicles, trucks and vans, and even a commandeered military vehicle. He's brought his entire force, at least 100 people like Marsh said, all armed, all trained or trained enough. They spread out around the mill's perimeter, professional and organized, and Hamilton himself stands on the roof of a truck with a bullhorn. People of the Edgar Thompson Works. His voice echoes across the frozen ground. You've made your position clear. You choose to resist. I respect that, even as I pity it. You can't win. You're outnumbered 4-1. Your defenses are inadequate. Your supplies are limited. Surrender now and I'll be merciful. You'll be integrated into my organization with fair treatment. Resist, and I'll take this mill over your corpses, and I won't lose a minute of sleep over it. You have 5 minutes to decide. I get on our PA system, my voice carrying out to Hamilton's force and everyone listening on the radio. Wallace Hamilton, you talk about power and control like they're the same thing. They're not. You can force people to obey, but you can't force them to follow. You can take a building, but you can't take the spirit of the people who built something here. We've decided, and our answer is no. Come and take it if you can. The 5 minutes expire. Hamilton lowers the bullhorn and makes a gesture, and his force attacks. They come from 3 directions simultaneously, trying to overwhelm our defenses through superior numbers. But we know this mill and they don't, and we've prepared every inch of it. The first wave hits our outer barriers and we open fire from elevated positions, dropping a dozen of them before they even reach the walls. Tyler's military training shows as he coordinates our defense, calling out targets, managing our firing patterns. Alex is everywhere at once with her rifle, taking precise shots that make every bullet count. They breach the outer wall with explosives and pour through, and we fall back to secondary positions, leading them into kill zones. Marcus detonates our pipe bombs, catching a group of Hamilton's people in a blast that shakes the whole building. Maria, positioned in the crane cabin, drops steel beams on advancing groups, but they keep coming, relentless and organized, and we're being pushed back. The fight moves into the mill proper, through the furnace room and the machine shop and the loading docks. It's chaos and gunfire and smoke and blood. I'm fighting hand-to-hand with a steel pipe, dropping anyone who gets close. Teresa is beside me with a rifle she barely knows how to use, firing and reloading with shaking hands. Tyler takes a bullet in the shoulder but keeps fighting. Alex is bleeding from a cut on her head, but her shots never miss. We're losing. Despite our preparations, despite our knowledge of the terrain, we're simply outnumbered. Hamilton's people force us back toward the furnace room, toward where the kids are hidden. We're down to maybe 15 fighters now, and Hamilton has at least 70 still standing. It's only a matter of time. And then I hear it, engines from outside, different from Hamilton's vehicles. The radio crackles and I hear voices I recognize, the National Guard unit we thought had fallen. A survivor group from Monroeville, another from McKeesport. Marcus's broadcast worked. Reinforcements have arrived, not enough to turn the tide completely, but enough to even the odds. The battle becomes even more chaotic as the new groups hit Hamilton's force from behind. He's caught in the same trap he sprung on the waterfront, surrounded, compressed, losing advantage. I see him through the smoke and the fighting, directing his people, trying to maintain control. And I remember my promise to Frank. I start moving toward him, pushing through the combat, focused on one target. Hamilton sees me coming and we lock eyes across the furnace room. He knows what I'm here for. His guards try to stop me, but Alex and Tyler cover my advance, dropping them. It comes down to me and Hamilton, both of us armed with pipes from the mill, both of us bleeding and exhausted. "You're a fool, Nowak," he says, circling. "Even if you kill me, someone else will take my place. This is the way the world works now. The strong rule and the weak serve." I think about Frank, about Bobby, about everyone we've lost to this man's ambition. "Maybe," I tell him, "but you won't be around to see it." We fight and it's brutal and ugly. He's skilled, trained, younger than Frank but older than me, desperate and vicious. He gets inside my guard and hits me in the ribs, cracking something, pain exploding through my chest. I stagger back toward the active furnace, heat searing my skin. He follows up, swinging for my head, and I barely dodge. My pipe catches him in the knee and he goes down. And I press the advantage, raining blows down on him until he drops his weapon. He's on his back at the edge of the furnace opening, the heat from the molten metal inside washing over both of us. "Do it," he gasps. "Kill me. Prove you're no better than I am." I raise my pipe for the killing blow and I hesitate. I'm not a killer. I'm a steel worker, a husband, a guardian. Killing this man won't bring back the dead, won't erase what he's done. But letting him live means he'll just come back, stronger, angrier, more dangerous. I think about Frank's last request, about protecting our people, about the kind of world we're building, and I know what I have to do. "You're right about one thing," I tell Hamilton. "The world has changed, but that doesn't mean we have to become monsters." And I step back, lowering my pipe. For a moment, relief crosses Hamilton's face. And then he lunges for a gun one of his guards dropped, bringing it up toward me. Marcus shoots him 3 times from across the room. The bullets spin Hamilton around and he staggers backward right to the edge of the furnace opening, and gravity does the rest. He falls into the molten steel with a scream that's mercifully short. And then there's just smoke and the smell of burning and the knowledge that Wallace Hamilton is gone. The fighting dies down in the minutes after Hamilton falls. His people, leaderless and demoralized, surrender or flee. We've won, but the cost is staggering. 12 of our people dead, including Tyler, who bled out from his shoulder wound. Maria died from her wounds. Sarah survived, but she's badly hurt. Denise took a bullet protecting the kids, and she's not going to make it. Marcus is holding her, crying, while Kayla screams for her mother. The mill is damaged, fires burning in multiple sections, our carefully built fortress torn apart. And outside, the reinforcements that saved us are just as battered, maybe 40 people from multiple groups, all that's left of independent survivors in the Pittsburgh area. We pull together in the aftermath. We treat the wounded, burn the dead, put out the fires. Dr. Rebecca Marsh is among the prisoners we take, and she proves her worth immediately by helping Sarah treat the injured with actual medical skill. We capture Hamilton's supplies, food, medicine, weapons, and distribute them among all the groups that fought. For the first time since the outbreak, we're not just surviving separately, but working together, pooling resources, sharing knowledge. On day 65, as we're still sorting through the aftermath, I stand in the furnace room where Hamilton died, looking at the molten steel that consumed him. Teresa comes to stand beside me, Emma holding her hand. "It's over," she says softly. I shake my head. "This is over. The dead are still out there. Winter won't last forever. We're still fighting to survive." She leans against me and I put my arm around her. But we're doing it on our terms. Frank would be proud of that. I think about Frank, about Captain Davis, about all the others who died so we could have this moment. About the choice to fight instead of submit, to build instead of take, to preserve humanity even when the world is ending. Yeah, I say, I think he would be. That night, representatives from all the survivor groups gather in the mill's break room. There's maybe 15 people total, leaders and delegates from the scattered remnants of Pittsburgh's population. We've decided to formalize our alliance, create a council to coordinate defense and resource sharing, and eventually maybe start rebuilding. It's not much. We're talking a few hundred people total in a city that used to hold over 1 million. But it's a start. It's hope. I stand before them and I think about Frank and leadership and responsibility. We've all lost people we loved, I say. We've all seen the worst the world can throw at us, but we're still here, still fighting, still human. We can't bring back the world we lost, but we can build something new. Something better, maybe. A community based on mutual aid instead of exploitation. On cooperation instead of domination. It won't be easy. We'll face more threats. The dead, other humans, disease, starvation. But if we stand together, we have a chance. They vote to establish the council, elect representatives, start working on a charter of shared values. It's democracy at its most basic, people trying to figure out how to live together without killing each other. Alex suggests we name it something that honors what we're trying to build. The Free Communities Alliance, someone proposes. We vote and it passes. We're not just survivors anymore, we're citizens of something new. The days after day 65 blur together again, but different this time. Instead of just surviving, we're planning. We send out expeditions to contact other survivor groups, bring them into the alliance. We start clearing sections of the city, making safe zones. We establish supply lines and trade routes. We create a system for settling disputes and sharing resources. It's slow and hard and fraught with setbacks, but it's progress. Marcus takes over communications, building a network that connects groups across the region. Alex becomes our head of security, training defenders and organizing patrols. Dr. Marsh sets up a medical center in the mill, treating the sick and injured. Teresa starts a school for the kids, trying to give them some education and normalcy. Denise didn't make it. She died 2 days after the battle. But Kayla is being cared for by multiple families in the community. Everyone who can contributes something. And me? I'm somehow the de facto leader of this whole operation. People look to me for decisions and I do my best to make good ones, to lead the way Frank taught me, with fairness and strength and an understanding that leadership is service, not power. Some days I feel completely inadequate. Some days I want to just be Doug the steelworker again, worrying about furnace temperatures instead of food distribution. But Teresa reminds me that Frank saw something in me, and I need to honor that. It's day 70 now. Over 2 months since the world ended, and I'm standing on the roof of the mill watching the sun rise over Pittsburgh. The city is dead. Smoke still rising from fires, buildings collapsed, streets full of frozen corpses and shambling infected. But it's not empty. There are people out there, communities of survivors working together to stay alive. The infected are deteriorating faster now, falling apart, becoming less of a threat every day. Sarah's prediction was right. We can outweight them if we just hold on long enough. I hear footsteps and turn to find Alex joining me on the roof. We've been spending more time together lately, working on defensive plans, coordinating patrols. There's something between us, some connection that's been growing since the battle at the waterfront. It's complicated because I'm married to Teresa, because I love Teresa. But there's something about Alex, her competence, her strength, the way she understands this new world, that draws me. We haven't acted on it, Haven't even really acknowledged it. But it's there, hanging between us like unspoken words. "Penny for your thoughts," she says, leaning on the railing beside me. I smile slightly. Pennies aren't worth much anymore. She laughs, and it's a real laugh, the first time I've heard her sound genuinely happy. "True. How about trade you a can of beans for your thoughts?" I consider how to answer, how to put into words everything I'm feeling. I'm thinking about how Frank would see all this. The alliance, the council, the way we're trying to build something instead of just survive. I think he'd approve. Alex nods slowly. He was a good man. I only met him that once, but I could tell. She pauses, and when she speaks again, her voice is different, softer. "What about Teresa? How's she doing with all this?" It's a loaded question, and we both know it. She's strong, she's adapting, she's an amazing teacher, and the kids love her. I trail off, not sure how to finish. Teresa is my wife, and I love her, but the apocalypse has changed us both, changed our relationship in ways I'm still figuring out. "It's okay, you know," Alex says quietly. "To acknowledge that things are different now, that we're different. The world ended and we're building new lives in the ruins. That means letting go of some old patterns, accepting new realities." She's not quite saying what I think she's saying, but almost. I look at her and she meets my eyes steadily, no pressure, no judgment, just offering me the space to think about it. "I need more time," I tell her honestly, "to figure out what I want, what Teresa wants, what makes sense in this new world." She nods and straightens up. "Take all the time you need, I'm not going anywhere." And then she heads back downstairs, leaving me alone with the sunrise and my complicated feelings. Life in the Free Communities Alliance settles into a new normal over the following weeks. We're not just surviving day to day anymore. We're building systems, creating infrastructure, planning for the future. The winter is ending, spring coming, and with warmer weather, the infected deteriorate even faster. By day 90, there are barely any active zombies left in our territory. We've won, in a sense, outlasted the outbreak. But the world is still broken and we're still scarce and fragile. On day 92, we get a radio transmission from the federal government, or what's left of it. They're operating out of secure locations, trying to coordinate remaining military units and civilian populations. They're talking about reclamation zones, safe areas that will be cleared and rebuilt. Pittsburgh is on the list. They want to send people to assess our situation, potentially integrate us into their reconstruction efforts. It's the first real contact with organized government since the outbreak, and people are cautiously optimistic. The federal representatives arrive on day 95, a small military unit with civilian administrators. They're impressed by what we've built, by the alliance and the council and the way we've organized. They offer us resources, food, medicine, technical support, in exchange for cooperating with the federal recovery plan. Most people are in favor. It's security, it's legitimacy, it's a connection to the old world and old structures. But something about it makes me uneasy, and I can see Alex and a few others feel the same. That night, the council debates the federal offer. The arguments are passionate on both sides: join up and get support, or stay independent and keep control of our own destiny. It comes down to a vote, and it's close, but ultimately the council decides to accept federal assistance while maintaining our autonomous governance structure. It's a compromise that satisfies no one completely, but most people partially. That's democracy, I guess. The federal presence changes things. They bring supplies and technical expertise and communication networks. They help us clear more of the city, establish broader safe zones, reconnect with other communities. But they also bring bureaucracy and regulations, and a slow, creeping sense that we're losing control of what we built. I find myself missing the simplicity of those first desperate weeks when it was just us against the dead. when choices were clear even if they were hard. On day 100, exactly 100 days since the outbreak began, we hold a memorial service. We've carved the names of everyone we lost into a steel monument Marcus fabricated in the mill. Frank, Bobby, Pete, Jerry, Captain Davis, Tyler, Maria, Denise, and so many others. Teresa reads the names aloud and we stand in silence, remembering. Emma places flowers she grew in our makeshift greenhouse at the base of the monument. It's beautiful and heartbreaking and necessary. After the service, Teresa pulls me aside. "We need to talk," she says, and my stomach clenches because I know what's coming. We walk to a quiet corner of the mill and she takes my hands in hers. "Doug, I love you. I've loved you for 20 years and that's not going to change, but we've both changed. This world changed us, and I think," she takes a breath, "I think we need to acknowledge that the marriage we had, the life we had, that's gone. We can't go back to it even if we wanted to." I want to argue, but she's right. The apocalypse didn't just end the world, it ended our old lives, our old selves. We're different people now with different needs and different connections. "What are you saying?" I ask, even though I think I know. She smiles sadly. "I'm saying I see the way you look at Alex, the way she looks at you, and I understand it. She's your partner in this new world in ways I'm not. I'm a teacher, a caretaker. You're a leader, a fighter. You need someone who can stand beside you in that role." She squeezes my hands. "I'm not angry. I'm not hurt. I just want us both to be honest about what we need." We talk for hours, crying and laughing and remembering who we were and acknowledging who we've become. In the end, we agree to separate. Not divorce exactly, because marriage means something different now, but to acknowledge that our relationship has evolved into something else. We'll always love each other, always be family, always be Emma's guardians together. But we're not going to pretend we're the same couple who lived in that row house in Lawrenceville back when the world made sense. I don't go to Alex immediately. I need time to process, to grieve what I'm losing even as I acknowledge what I might gain. But eventually, a week later, I find her working on defensive improvements and I ask if we can talk. We walk the perimeter of the mill as the sun sets and I tell her about Teresa, about the decision we made. "I don't expect anything from you," I say. "I just wanted you to know where I stand." Alex stops walking and looks at me with those intense brown eyes. "I care about you, Doug. I think you know that. But this world is uncertain and dangerous and tomorrow isn't guaranteed. So I don't want to talk about expectations or futures or anything complicated. I just want to be honest with you about what I feel and see what happens. It's not a declaration of love, but it's real and raw and exactly what I need." "Yeah," I tell her, "I can do that." Life goes on. The days keep passing. The Free Communities Alliance grows to encompass maybe 2,000 people across the Pittsburgh region. The federal government establishes a regional headquarters. We start actual farming operations to supplement our scavenged supplies. Schools are formalized. A court system is established to settle disputes. It's civilization rebuilding itself from the ground up, messy and imperfect but genuine. Alex and I become partners in every sense. We work together, fight together, make decisions together. The physical relationship develops naturally, and while it's different from what I had with Teresa, less familiar, more intense, built on survival rather than shared history, it's real and it matters. Teresa finds her own path, focusing on education and child welfare, becoming a crucial leader in the community in her own right. Emma adapts to the new reality with the resilience of children, accepting that the adults in her life love each other in complicated ways. By day 150, winter has fully broken and spring is here. The infected are almost completely gone. We occasionally find a lone zombie shambling through the ruins, but the hordes are finished. The real work now is rebuilding, clearing streets, restoring power grids, growing food, finding and incorporating more survivors. It's hard labor and slow progress, but it's progress. I'm standing in the mill one day, supervising a training session for new defenders, when Marcus finds me with news. "We've got contact from another major survivor alliance," he says, excited. "Out of Philadelphia, they've got maybe 10,000 people organized. They're proposing a meeting of regional leaders to coordinate reconstruction efforts across the Northeast. It's ambitious, maybe crazy, but also exactly what we need. To stop thinking of ourselves as isolated communities and start thinking bigger." "Set it up," I tell him. "Let's see what we can build together." That night, I'm lying with Alex in our quarters. We've claimed a small office in the mill as our space, and she asks me if I ever think about the old world, about what we lost. "Every day," I tell her honestly. "I miss simple things. Hot showers, TV, driving to work without worrying about zombies, the Steelers playing on Sundays. Normal life." She's quiet for a moment, then says, "I don't think I miss it as much as I thought I would. The old world had a lot of problems too. Poverty, injustice, inequality. Maybe we can build something better." It's an optimistic thought, maybe naive, but I want to believe it. "Maybe," I say, "but we lost a lot of good people getting here. Frank, Davis, so many others. I don't want to forget that cost." She rolls over to face me in the dark. "We won't forget. That's why we're building monuments, telling stories, recording history. We're making sure what happened matters, that the people who died meant something." It's what I needed to hear, and I pull her closer, grateful for her presence and her perspective. Time keeps moving. Day 160, day 170, day 180. The apocalypse becomes just life. The emergency becomes the new normal. We establish trade routes with other communities. We restore some manufacturing capacity in the mill, producing tools and equipment for the reconstruction. We even get limited electricity working in parts of the city. It's not the old world, but it's something. The meeting of regional leaders happens on day 192 at a neutral location, an old convention center in Harrisburg that's been cleared and secured. I attend with Alex and Marcus, representing the Free Communities Alliance. There are delegates from Philadelphia, New York, Baltimore, D.C., all the major population centers that survived. We share information, coordinate strategies, debate governance structures. It's tedious and fascinating and important. The biggest debate is about centralization. Some leaders want to rebuild a strong federal government, recreate the old structures. Others, like me, prefer a federation of autonomous communities with minimal central authority. We argue for days, finally settling on a compromise: regional councils with coordinated defense and resource sharing, but local governance. It's messy and complicated, but it preserves both security and freedom. When I return to Pittsburgh on day 200, I'm exhausted but cautiously optimistic. We're not just surviving anymore, we're actually building something that might last. Teresa meets me at the mill with Emma, who runs up and hugs me tight. "Uncle Doug, we planted real vegetables in the ground." She's so excited about normal things that used to be mundane, and it makes me smile. This is what we're fighting for. A world where kids can be excited about gardens instead of terrified of zombies. That night, the council meets and I report on the regional summit. People have questions and concerns, but overall there's support for the agreements we made. After the meeting, old Jerry Vance's widow, I'd forgotten she survived in one of the other communities, comes up to me. "Jerry would be proud of you," she says, tears in her eyes. "He always said you were a good worker and a good man. He'd be happy to know you're leading us now." I don't know what to say to that, so I just hug her and let her cry. I find myself thinking about Jerry a lot that night, about Pete and Bobby and Frank and all the others we lost in those first terrible weeks. About how random and cruel their deaths were, how easily any of us could have been the ones who didn't make it. I'm alive because of luck and Frank's training and Teresa's support and 100 other factors I can't control. It feels both humbling and terrifying. Alex finds me on the roof again. It's become my thinking spot, my place to process. "You okay?" she asks, and I shrug. "Just remembering? Thinking about how close we came to losing everything." She sits beside me, our shoulders touching. "But we didn't. We're here. We survived, and we're building something Frank would approve of." She's right, but survivor's guilt is a heavy thing. "Why us?" I ask. "Why did we make it when so many didn't?" She doesn't have an answer because there isn't one. It's just chance and chaos and the terrible randomness of apocalypse. Day 205 brings another milestone. We establish contact with survivors on the West Coast. California, Oregon, Washington all have organized communities that are rebuilding. It's the first confirmation that this isn't just regional, that humanity survived across the continent. Maybe across the world. The scope of that, the realization that we're part of a global recovery, it's overwhelming and inspiring. We share information and strategies across the continent. Learn that some areas were hit worse than others, that some communities lost more people or faced different challenges. But the pattern is the same everywhere. Initial chaos, desperate survival, gradual organization, and now rebuilding. Humanity is resilient in ways I never fully appreciated before. We're stubborn and adaptable, and we refuse to give up even when the world literally ends. By day 220, we've cleared enough of Pittsburgh to start thinking about real restoration. Not just survival compounds, but actual neighborhoods, streets with houses where people can live something approaching normal lives. It's ambitious and premature and exactly what we need. A goal beyond just staying alive. We start planning in earnest, mapping out what areas to prioritize, what infrastructure to restore first, how to attract people back to urban living. Teresa comes to me with a proposal. I want to reopen my elementary school, not as a shelter, but as an actual school, with a real curriculum and regular classes and graduation ceremonies. The kids need normalcy, Doug. They need to know that life goes on, that they have a future beyond just surviving. It's exactly the kind of forward thinking we need, and I approve it immediately. Within 2 weeks, she's got 25 kids enrolled and 4 other teachers working with her. It's the first school in the new Pittsburgh, and it feels like hope made concrete. Marcus proposes something even more ambitious, a memorial museum for the outbreak, a place to remember what happened and honor those we lost. "We can't forget," he says. "Future generations need to know what this cost, what we survived. It's our responsibility to document this." The council approves, and work begins on converting an old museum building into a memorial. People donate artifacts, clothes from loved ones who died, weapons used in defense, journals documenting the outbreak. It's painful and necessary. Alex and I are walking through the streets one day, surveying progress on clearing operations, when we find something unexpected. A survivor who's been hiding alone for all 6 months since the outbreak. He's emaciated and traumatized, barely able to speak, but he's alive. We get him to our medical center where Dr. Marsh treats him, and slowly over days he starts to recover. His name is James, and he's got stories that break your heart. Losing his family, surviving alone in a basement, too afraid to seek out other survivors. But he's alive, and that matters. James becomes a reminder that there are probably others out there, isolated survivors who don't know the worst is over. We organize search parties to comb through the city looking for anyone who might still be hiding. Over the next month, we find 17 more people, bringing our community total up to over 2,000. Each one is a small victory against the apocalypse that tried to erase us. On day 250, we have our first wedding in the new world. 2 survivors who met during the outbreak, who fell in love in the rubble, who want to formalize their commitment despite everything. It's a simple ceremony in the mill yard with everyone in attendance, and it feels like a defiant act of hope. Life persists. Love persists. Humanity persists. I stand with Teresa and Emma watching the couple exchange vows they wrote themselves, and I feel something I haven't felt in months. Genuine joy. The summer brings new challenges. Without modern infrastructure, we're vulnerable to heat and disease in ways we weren't during winter. We have outbreaks of dysentery and other illnesses that modern medicine prevented. Dr. Marsh and her medical team work frantically to contain them. And we lose some people, but we get through it. Each challenge overcome makes us stronger, more resilient, more confident in our ability to survive whatever comes. Alex and I talk about the future sometimes, late at night when we can't sleep. What we want to build, who we want to become. She's got ideas about a regional defense force, a trained group that can respond to threats and help secure new areas. I think about long-term sustainability, about agriculture and manufacturing and education. We're planning decades ahead now, thinking about a world where this emergency is just history, where the outbreak is something people read about in books rather than lived through. Emma's 9th birthday is in August, and Teresa organizes a party that feels almost normal. Cake made from precious sugar supplies, gifts people made by hand, kids playing games in the mill yard. Emma's happy, surrounded by friends she's made in this new world, and I realize she's adapting in ways adults can't. Her normal is this new reality, and she's going to grow up stronger for it. It's bittersweet watching her blow out candles, thinking about all the birthdays we feared she'd never see. By day 300, fall is coming again. A full year since the outbreak began, and we've made it through every season of the apocalypse. The council declares day 300 a holiday. Survival Day, a commemoration of how far we've come and everyone we've lost. We gather at the monument, read all the names, share stories about the dead. Frank's name is first on the list, and I tell everyone about his last words, about his wisdom and strength and the legacy he left us. People cry and laugh and remember, and it's cathartic and necessary. That night there's a celebration, music played on scavenged instruments, food shared communally, people dancing and drinking and being human together. I watch Teresa teaching Emma to dance, watch Marcus laughing with his daughter Kayla, watch Alex coordinating the whole event with quiet efficiency. This is what we've built, not just survival but community, not just existence but life. We've taken the ruins of the old world and made something new, something that might even be better if we're careful and lucky. I give a speech at the celebration, something I've prepared carefully. 1 year ago, the world ended. We lost so much, our friends, our families, our old lives, but we didn't lose everything. We kept our humanity, our compassion, our ability to work together. We built something here that Frank and Captain Davis and everyone we lost would be proud of. We're not just survivors. We're builders, creators, pioneers of this new world. And as long as we remember that, as long as we hold on to what makes us human, we'll make it through whatever comes next. People cheer, and I feel the weight of leadership settling more comfortably on my shoulders. I'm not just Frank's replacement anymore. I'm my own kind of leader, doing things my own way. It's taken a year, but I've grown into the role, found my voice, learned to balance strength with compassion and decisiveness with collaboration. Frank would be proud. I hope he would be proud. The days after Survival Day feel different. We're not counting days anymore, not marking time by how long we've survived. We're thinking in weeks and months and years, planning for the long term, building for a future we believe will actually come. It's a psychological shift that ripples through the whole community, from crisis mode to recovery mode, from desperate survival to purposeful rebuilding. Winter comes again, our second since the outbreak, and we're so much better prepared than we were the first time. We've got heated buildings, stored food, medical supplies, organized systems. We've learned from our mistakes and built on our successes. The infected are completely gone now. We haven't seen a zombie in months. The threat is behind us, and now we're facing the normal challenges of human civilization. Politics, resource management, relationship drama, all the messy complications of people trying to live together. There's a moment in late December, 2 days before Christmas, when I'm standing in the mill watching people work on restoring manufacturing equipment, and I realize I'm happy. Actually, genuinely happy in a way I haven't been since before the outbreak. Life is hard and the future is uncertain, but we're building something good here, something that matters. Alex is beside me, Teresa is in her school teaching kids, Emma is safe and growing up strong, and we've got a community that functions and thrives. It's not the old world, but maybe it's better. Maybe we've learned from humanity's mistakes and we're building something more just, more sustainable, more human. On Christmas Day, we have another community celebration. It's not religious for everyone. We've got Muslims and Jews and atheists and everything else in our community. But it's a shared cultural touchstone, a day to come together. We exchange gifts made by hand. We share food we've grown or scavenged. We sing songs people remember from before. Emma gets a doll that Marcus made in the machine shop, and her joy is pure and uncomplicated. This is what we saved. This is what we fought for, children who can still experience wonder and happiness. As the year ends, I find myself on the roof one final time watching the city lights. Not many. Mostly candles and lanterns, but light nonetheless spreading through the darkness. Alex joins me and we stand in comfortable silence. Thinking about resolutions? She asks and I smile. Maybe. Thinking about goals. What we want to accomplish in year 2. She leans against me. More of the same. Build more, help more people, spread the alliance farther. The usual post-apocalyptic to-do list. I laugh because she's right. This is our normal now, planning for rebuilding like people used to plan quarterly earnings. I'm proud of us, I say quietly, of what we've built here, of who we've become. She squeezes my hand. Frank would be proud too. You know that, right? You've exceeded everything he could have hoped for. I think about Frank often. About the weight of his last words, his trust in me. I hope so. I tried to lead the way he taught me, with integrity and strength and caring about people more than power. You succeeded, Alex says simply and kisses me softly. You succeeded. New Year's Eve brings the whole community together one last time for the year. We count down to midnight, we cheer, we embrace. It's year 2 of the new world and we're ready for whatever comes. I hold Emma on my shoulders as people celebrate around us, and Teresa is nearby with Kayla. And Alex has her arm around my waist, and we're a family even if we're not a traditional one. We're a community even if we're not like the old communities. We're human even though the world tried to make us monsters. At midnight, exactly as everyone cheers and celebrates, I close my eyes and send a silent thanks to Frank, to Bobby, to Pete, to Captain Davis, to Maria, to Denise, to Jerry, to Tyler, to everyone who died so we could be here. Their sacrifice matters. Their memory lives on. We carry them forward into this uncertain future, and we'll make sure their deaths meant something by building a world worth surviving for. The calendar turns to year 2 and life continues. Problems arise and we solve them. Conflicts emerge and we mediate them. People are born. Our first post-outbreak baby arrives in February, and it's a communal celebration that brings tears to everyone's eyes. We bury our dead when sickness or accident claims them, but we're not being slaughtered anymore. We're living, actually living, not just surviving. By the 6-month mark of year 2, we've expanded into 3 full neighborhoods with power and running water restored in parts of the city. Schools are operating regularly. We've established a legitimate court system and law enforcement. A currency is emerging for trade. Cultural events are happening. Concerts, theater, art displays. It's civilization reconstituting itself organically, messily, beautifully. I wake up one morning in late spring and realize I can't remember what day of the outbreak it is. I've stopped counting. We all have. It's not day 523 or day 617. It's just Tuesday, May 15th in year 2. The outbreak is history now, not present reality. We lived through it, we survived it, and now we're moving beyond it. Teresa and I have coffee together that morning, actual coffee traded from a community that found a warehouse full of it. And we talk about Emma's education, about her future. She wants to be a doctor like Dr. Marsh, wants to help people. It's a normal parental conversation about a child's aspirations, and the normalcy of it hits me hard. This is what we've achieved. A world where kids can have dreams again, where futures exist beyond the next day or week or month.